Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Gladiator in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 281. The Swamp/Spiritual Bond. 3. Sokka hardly remembered how he'd wound up in a puddle of mud, underneath many broken branches and the largest leaves he'd ever seen. His head spun, his heart rate sped up, his body shuddered, as he registered nothing quite as clearly as an acute, internal pain unlike any he had felt before. It didn't belong to him. He knew it wasn't, that was all he understood. This wasn't his own pain. He felt it so strongly within his body, underneath his skin and bones, and yet he knew, somehow, that its source wasn't him at all. Instead, Angela. He gasped anew, cringing as he pushed himself up with difficulty. The reality of his circumstances returned to him upon attempting to rise to his feet. A strange tornado had chased them as they flew over the swamp. That was where he had to be now. The vegetation had miraculously slowed his fall, enough that the bruises on his body weren't as serious as such a fall usually warranted. His armor surely had helped matters, too. Where were the others, though? Had all of them been caught in the merciless winds, flung in directions different from his own? The swamp, though, he hissed, eyeing his dark surroundings warily. He couldn't even tell if it was the middle of the day, if he had spent hours blacked out. For how long had he been lying here, helpless in the middle of such a hostile environment? This accursed place, he shuddered, rubbing his head with his fingertips as he climbed out of the mud, reaching for a nearby tree. He had his weapons with him still, his armor, but he had no food, no drinkable water, and no clue of where everyone else might be. Were the others together, by any chance? Maybe they had been luckier than him, in that respect. He would hope so, at least. He might find his way back to the rest of them more easily if they had somehow managed not to lose each other. Yet all these rational thoughts were backdrops he could scarcely cling to or focus on. The strange pain coursing through his energy threatened to break him, and all he could do was hope for it to stop. What was happening? Was the swamp making it worse? The discomfort he'd felt before had been a needling, unsettling sensation, strong enough to wake him up, but not to the extent of causing him physical pain. Yet now, his entire body was overwhelmed by sheer agony. He didn't know if the swamp had anything to do with it. It might not, but his immediate, instinctive solution was to leave. To get out, escape this dreadful place, to hope he'd find the others later, somehow. But if they were lost in the swamp too, somewhere, he shuddered, stepping slowly in the muddy waters, glancing about himself in uncertainty. There was no sign of civilization anywhere. No sign of a sky bison, or a flying lemur, or any of his friends. He drew in a deep breath, then another, and then he shouted. Katara! His heart, somehow, seemed convinced he was shouting the wrong name. He tried to ignore it, knowing that however desperate he was to call for Angela, there was no point in doing so here and now. He would achieve nothing by doing so. She couldn't possibly be here, she wouldn't hear him. But judging by his tense, silent surroundings, neither would Katara. Katara! He called again, with as much strength as he could put into his voice. Maybe someone else, then. Aang. Zuko. Kino. The sounds that answered his call were the rustling of leaves in nearby trees, as well as birds that took off in flight, abandoning the area because of the noise he'd made. He shuddered again, waiting to hear anything, to see anyone. Nothing happened. Either they had fallen elsewhere, or they were badly wounded, unable to respond to his calls. He winced, bringing a hand to his forehead. He felt feverish. Maybe he'd taken a worse blow after falling than he had thought. Curses, how had any of this happened in the first place? Damn swamp, yeah, that's right, I can call you names all I want, Sokka huffed, stomping his way out of the mud, unsure of where to go. Sure, you're all spiritual and magical, you irksome place. If you pulled me into the spirit world or some batshit nonsense like that, I'm going to make it a personal quest to chop down every last one of your fucking trees, you hear me? He might not have been in such a dark mood, flinging such threats at a whole ecosystem, if his heart weren't still racing with that pulsating misery he couldn't seem to shake off. His initial, urgent need to reach Angela upon their separation had eased into a natural longing, something he could live with, however badly he might miss her, until last night. Until today. More than ever, he needed to be by her side, even though he didn't understand why, even though he knew, objectively, that he wouldn't reach her anytime soon. But his instincts, his impulses, demanded that he tried, and so he would. The swamp stood near the desert. That was the only clue he had about how to find his bearings. Maybe he'd come by the tracks of his friends if he tried to reach the desert in order to sort out where he was. Heck, maybe they'd be the ones to find him. But waiting for nothing would only worsen the anxiety that, as things stood, only flared up more intensely by the minute. He set out then, weary, pained, alone, unsure that he'd find his traveling partners at all as he marched deeper into the dark swamp. Sokka. Aang. Kino. Zuko. Appa. Momo. Katara's voice rang across the expanse of vegetation, tinged with so much more fear than she thought she'd be feeling anytime soon. Waking up in the depths of a swamp had unnerved her already, but finding herself completely alone only made matters worse. She couldn't help but recall Guru Puthik's lessons. Fear would block her first chakra all over again. She knew so, theoretically, but she had no idea if the others were all right. Had she been the only one to fall off the saddle? If so, were they looking for her? She had to look for them too, then. There was nothing more to it. In other depths of the dark swamp, another voice called for his companions as well. He snarled upon suspecting that, no matter how loudly he might speak, they wouldn't hear him. He had seen the size of that swamp in the maps. He had heard Sokka's wild tales about the properties of this place. Of all the places to get hit by some tornado. Zuko scowled, shaking his head. A massive bug stood before him, and he sighed as he readied himself to cross it. It stank, and he'd certainly stink too once he made his way across it, but he was far too irate about this new, unexpected, and unnecessary detour to care about hygiene and body odor, at least, not as his first priorities. Another member of their traveling party managed to break out of the swamp by leaping upwards, from branch to branch, until he finally surfaced past the tall treetops. Aang breathed far more easily outside the oppressive atmosphere within the unsettling swamp. As much as he hadn't felt all that spiritually inclined in the past, or at least, he had been uncertain about having said inclinations, his experiences with Guru Puthik seemed to have opened his mind's eye, and so, a place as spiritually charged as this one had overwhelmed him quickly. Yet his attempt to find any signs of his friends, or a trail to follow to the location where his bison had crash-landed, didn't pay off. He seemed so small in that sea of green, and the thick treetops were so large they as good as covered the land underneath them completely. The only thing Aang saw that stood out within the greenery, to the north, was a bigger tree, much larger than the rest. Whether that was a safe place to make his way to or not, he couldn't be sure, but he'd try to get there, if nothing else, to find a better vantage point from which he might be able to observe the rest of the swamp safely. Still, for good measure. Katara! He called, with his hands on either side of his mouth. Appa. Zuko. Kino. Sokka. Momo. He waited, patiently, until it became obvious that he was waiting for nothing. He let out a sigh, ducking back underneath the trees, hoping that, if nothing else, he'd bump into the others while he made his way to the largest tree. Someone else had woken, in the distance, among plants that seemed entirely prepared to eat him. Kino screamed and ran away from the carnivore plant that had been salivating at the prospect of devouring him. Aang! Aang! He screamed desperately, nearly tripping over his own feet, over the stray roots that twisted in strange patterns, that strengthened the large trees nearby. Zuko! Katara! Sokka! Anyone! His voice wouldn't reach them, he feared, but it didn't stop him from screaming as he continued to wade through the thick vegetation in absolute despair. The notion of becoming anything's dinner wasn't compelling at all, but becoming dinner for a plant. That was plainly unflattering. Humans ate plants, why would plants try to eat humans? Well, come to think of it, maybe it's only fair. He conceded before shaking his head rapidly, speeding up further. There was nothing but plants everywhere. Everything was green and greener, and he suspected they would conceal about 1,000 animals ready to eat him as soon as he lowered his guard. Plenty of mosquitoes had tried to land on his bare hands, or his face, and he couldn't help but swat at them desperately, fearful of whatever strange swamp-bred diseases they might carry that could kill him in a matter of days. This is not the way any of this was supposed to go. Kino whimpered, trudging awkwardly upon finally slowing down. He had reached a less humid area of the swamp, it seemed, and he stepped through a cluster of trees into what might have been deemed a clearing, if only the trees allowed actual brightness to drift through their thick branches. As safe as it might have felt, though, a strange mist appeared to be flowing into that very location. We were going to save the world, we were on the right track. After everything we learned with that guru, too, oh, it's so wrong, so wrong. He lamented himself with a sorry sigh, hanging his head, letting his shoulders drop too. He'd have to go back to calling for his friends soon, hoping they'd find him, but if they didn't, oh, what on earth would he even do? He hardly ever faced challenging situations on his own, he wasn't sure he could actually survive by himself. When he raised his head again, however, he found he wasn't alone in that clearing anymore. He blinked once, then twice, then he rubbed his eyes quickly, puzzled by this strange, confusing sight in the middle of a misty scenery. Maybe he'd taken a worse hit to the head than he had initially thought, maybe he'd actually been eaten by that crazy plant, and this was the afterlife. Or maybe he was simply manifesting an imaginary presence before him because he was scared of being alone. Whatever the answer might be, though, he wasn't sure his perfectly plain and simplistic mind could have evoked the regal, eerie and inexplicable sight of a beautiful lady like none he'd ever seen before, clad in flowing clothes, offering him a tender smile as her hair danced in the air. Hello. Kino called, swallowing hard as he gaped at the lady before him in dazed wonderment. She was truly beautiful, and inexplicable. What on earth was someone like this doing in a weird swamp full of flies, mosquitoes, killer plants, and ungodly smells? Are you lost too? Sorry if you are. I can't really help you, but we can work together. I have friends, they're really strong and tough and they'll help protect you. So, if you want, we could. The lady's kindly smile strengthened, and then she turned around. Without a word, she started to walk between the trees, undeterred by the mist flowing around them, and Kino gasped, scrambling to follow her and ensure he wouldn't lose sight of her within the trees. Oh, then you do know where we are. Great. He decided, beaming, the woman's confident, flowing gait, her ease to navigate the trees, all of it suggested she knew this swamp thoroughly. I guess you're, a local? Well, if you are, I'm really glad to meet you. If you can help me find my friends, we can all get to someplace safer than here. There's so many strange animals all over this swamp, but I guess you're used to it? You probably are, haha. Must be so strange, being raised in a swamp, oh, but I'm not judging. It's really neat, actually, really neat. I bet you guys have some sort of fancy, gilded palace hidden somewhere in here and that's why you look so, well, I guess lovely is the right word? Hee. Was that too forward? I'm sorry if it was. The lady didn't say anything, she turned her face towards him and smiled. Kino's heart leapt in his chest, delighted to receive something other than rejection from a beautiful woman, for once. Well. You are very lovely, yes. I bet you already know it, but if you didn't, guess that's why I'm here, to tell you as much. He grinned, cheeks red as he paced awkwardly next to his new friend. Well, he had been terrified, that much was true, but this didn't seem like such a bad situation anymore. He had found a beautiful woman in a very strange swamp, and she was helping him find his way, that no creatures had attacked them ever since she'd showed up, not even mosquitoes or flies, was a bonus to finding agreeable company, as far as Kino could tell. He wondered what the others would say once he and the beautiful lady finally found them all. Upon descending from the treetops, Aang took to skipping from branch to branch, aided by his bending, glimpsing a strange cloud of mist that seemed to rise from the swamp's grounds. Navigating his way through the swamp by bending across the treetops would have been ideal. He had thought an aerial view of the place would be more helpful when tracking down his friends, until the swirling mist had blurred his visibility anyway. Even so, he surfaced above the treetops on occasion to keep a keen eye on the horizon, while also hoping for any signs that his friends might be nearby. However big this place was, it stood to reason that they'd have fallen close to each other. There was no way that Tornado had somehow tossed them all in wholly different directions, was there? A sudden movement, deeper in the trees, brought Aang to smile instinctively. Finally. It was too small to be Appa, but it had to be one of his friends anyway. Or so he thought, until the figure finally came into view. He wasn't sure he had ever seen a dress as opulent as the one worn by the dark-haired young woman who seemed to be laughing at him, not even during the days before the war, but... Wait. She was laughing at him. Hello. Ain called. The young woman set him on edge with her dismissive laughter. Okay, I don't know what's so funny, but can you help? Whoa. A sudden gust of air picked up strength when a large, winged creature appeared, floating beside the young woman. She seemed to challenge Ain, waving a hand in his direction, and he scowled but followed, skipping across the swamp's trees to give her chase. Hey. Talk to me. Say something, anything. He exclaimed, but his words fell on deaf ears. Or did they? The thought that he might be seeing a spirit of some sort only crossed his mind when he had already spent a fair amount of time following the young woman. If he wasn't mistaken, he was moving in the very direction he'd intended to go, all along, towards the largest tree. She was guiding him, then, with her flying boar? If so, he could only hope the rest of his friends would be guided by spirits in that direction too, just as well. After a few dangerous encounters with fearsome creatures that hunted each other fiercely, he would never approach a catgator willingly, he decided, after watching one devouring a squirrel frog in a rather gory display. Zuko opted for as much stealth as possible as he traversed the swamp. It was an unsettling place, and the sudden pouring mist that spilled over his feet did nothing to assuage his tension. Said tension froze, though it wasn't dismissed at all, when his eyes fell upon a figure in the distance, clad in a familiar deep green outfit matched with a set of black armor. Suki. He blurted out, before shaking his head, no, this wasn't really Suki, it was a weird spiritual place, this swamp. That was what Sokka had said, it was why they'd wanted to avoid it. But suddenly it was so difficult to imagine a reason why he ought to avoid it at all, if it meant he could see his wife once more. All thoughts and hopes of stealth forgotten, Zuko rushed through the trees, dashing fast to where that woman in the perfect Kyoshi warrior uniform stood. She took off as well, though, once he was close enough, and she blended into the darkness of the swamp so easily he couldn't chase her any longer. His stomach twisted into unpleasant knots, and he glanced about himself in anguish. Where are you? He didn't receive an answer, but he felt watched. He whipped his head around towards the source of discomfort, and he found another Kyoshi warrior. Her hair had the same color as Suki's, certainly, but her headpiece was different, and her eyes seemed to be of a different color, perhaps gold eyes. Zuko's jaw dropped as he gazed at the figure before him. A surging sense of pride, of excitement, nearly overtook him as he reached for the new figure before him. Wait, Mari. He shouted. She took off, just as Suki had. He snarled, following his daughter, for it could only be his daughter, no matter how inexplicable this mirage was, deeper through the mist. The next Kyoshi warrior he saw had dark hair, and her violet eyes were just like her mother's. It was absurd, wasn't it? It was stupid that he'd be swept up by these illusions, because that was all they could be. Those grown women weren't his children, they couldn't be, and yet his heart soared, rushed, beat so fast and hard he wasn't sure his chest could contain it. He gave chase again, as desperate to connect with them, to reach them, just as he had been desperate to find his friends before, and so he sprinted through the swamp, following the three women through the thicket of vegetation without the slightest hesitation. The swirling mist strengthened around Katara, further threatening her weak attempts to retain her composure in the midst of this chaotic situation. No sign of Appa, no sign of her brother or Aang. Her fear peaked the more she walked through the drier spots of land in the area she had fallen in. Sokka had talked about dreams, eerie dreams. This was supposed to be some spiritual location. Perhaps she was already caught in the net of the strange spiritual happenings in the swamp, and she simply was unaware of it. When she raised her head next, she could only hope the spirits were finally being kind, for once. At first, she thought it was Sokka. Then, upon rushing closer, she found the person she'd spotted was, in fact, a woman. A familiar woman. Too familiar. Her heart clenched, her jaw dropped, her entire reality was as good as thrown out of focus. It couldn't be, and yet. Mom. She blurted out, eyes wide. Mom. She rushed faster, desperate, all sign of rationality lost entirely. Upon splashing loudly in a puddle, a group of nearby birds fluttered into flight, startling Katara and forcing her to cover her face with her arms protectively. The woman was gone when the birds disappeared too. Katara snarled, yes, this was a spiritual place, no doubt, but, her mother? Of all things, giving her visions of Kia? It was utterly cruel to do something like that to someone, to show such material illusions of their greatest regrets or their biggest fears, to show them the people they wanted to reach but never could. Tears spilled down her cheeks furiously as she resented the place deeply, wishing she could be anywhere but here. The shape of her mother appeared again. This time, she faced Katara. Despite knowing it was a mirage, an illusion, Katara's heart jolted, sped up recklessly, at the sight of her mother's face again. At the warmth of her eyes, and the tranquility of her stance. She stood further away now, deeper in the mist. Katara blinked, her tears spilling faster down her cheeks for it. Earthly attachments. She spoke to herself, frowning upon reminiscing on the Guru's lessons. She could lose sight of what mattered if she allowed emotion alone to rule over her. She had allowed it to overwhelm her right now, to the point where she had failed to see through the illusion for what it was, yet now, fully conscious of the game she had been dragged into, Katara's heart could only beat faster, flooding her with a comforting feeling she hadn't felt in so long. Why Yuri not really my mother, she concluded, swallowing hard. But you're here because, you have to show me something? Take me somewhere? That's it, isn't it? That has to be it. Katara smiled, despite her previous outburst. She wiped the tears off her face quickly. This time, the woman didn't fade away, and this time, Katara wouldn't fail to follow. Would Kia's strange illusion guide her to Sokka, perhaps? Would she help her find her brother, her friends? Katara didn't doubt Sokka would be moved profoundly if he could see their mother again, even if just this way. Perhaps that wasn't what this spiritual guide's duty would be, in the end, but Katara couldn't help but hope so. Though, if she had a spiritual guide of her own, surely the others had theirs too, surely her brother would find his way through this mist as well, wouldn't he? Maybe another mirage of Kia would be the one to guide him, surely the swamp's spiritual properties would still see to reuniting all of them eventually. With that hope in mind, Katara set out after Kia's figure with a heartfelt smile. He had to keep moving, he had to do something, anything to chase away the debilitating anxiety eating away at him, for even if his body hurt after the fall, even if his feet throbbed and were unpleasantly soaked, he had no other choice but to keep moving. If he stayed put, if he didn't keep going, if he didn't do anything, the dark, swirling swamp would be sure to consume his weary mind. The swamp had already proven its power to him once before, would it do so once more? Would he be trapped by illusions, by waking dreams, or rather, nightmares? He had to get out before it came to that. He had to get out, at all costs. But what would he do if he succeeded at getting out? How would he go about it, to begin with? And why, curses, why did his pained heart insist on longing desperately to meet the one person he knew was out of his reach? Fucking hell with this place. Sokka scoffed, glaring furiously at his surroundings. In a fit of childish outrage, he spoke with strength he surely would be better off preserving. Instead, you've got one hell of a sense of humor, if that's what it's supposed to be, creepy-ass rotten swamp. The hell is wrong with you, huh? Bad enough that you made such a mess of us when you did back in the day, you're fucking with my head now, too. He strode angrily through the puddles, sorely tempted to hack away at the vines and branches that might get in his way. It felt like he was traveling in circles, guided by whatever strange formation the vegetation had gathered in. Was this a maze? On top of everything that already ailed him, would he fail to find a way out of this damn place? You think I'm not aware that Roan only found out about the fucking bloodlust spear because of you? Sokka exclaimed next, pushing past a few branches with unnecessary aggressiveness. Of course he did, his sponsor had to drag him to the White Lotus after they got away and it was nearby, wasn't it? You had to fuck with his head and show him where he'd find the spear. Oh, but then you tried to fix it by showing me he'd try to kill Azula, huh? Well, he wouldn't have done anything at all if you hadn't showed him the spear's location in the first place. Want me to commend you for solving problems you caused yourself? Well, fuck off with that shit. I'm so not in the mood, because she's in pain, you hear me? She's going through hell knows what right now, and maybe none of that would have happened if you'd just never done what you did. If I had been able to protect her better, then, shit, I know I'm supposed to let go of all these twisted feelings in my gut, I know I am, but he couldn't do it anymore, not as he had in the air temple. He had to stop on his tracks, clinging to a tree, hunched over as he struggled to breathe. If this dark, twisting feeling was truly a connection between their souls, just as it seemed to be, goodness, she had to be okay. She had to be alright. She couldn't be in mortal danger right now, could she? You messed with her head too, Sokka snarled, still holding himself upright with the tree. You fucked with everyone, but with her, you just showed her something that made no sense at all. Something impossible, instead of warning her of everything that would come? Unless, that's what you considered a warning, somehow? Pretending her mother would hurt us both, but it was her father, not her mother, so what the hell were you even playing at, huh? What the hell? He couldn't even hold himself upright anymore. He dropped on his knees, breathing heavily, closing his eyes so tightly it hurt. His fists tensed, and they hurt too when he slammed them, desperate, on the ground beneath him, not enough to distract him, however, from the swirling pain in his very soul. You should have done your damn thing. Why, you should have helped her. You should have. He whimpered, before a mad idea crossed his mind. He pushed himself up again, shivering. Wait. Help her. You can help her. The illusion of separation is the greatest illusion of all. She is with me, and I am with her, so, help me. Help me find her. Help me. If that's why I'm here, if that's why you've brought me here, then take me to her. He had no idea what he was doing anymore, guided by absolute impulse rather than any sign of rationality. While he had thought he only had his weapons with him, he remembered now that wasn't the case. Her necklace nestled in his pocket, and he drew it out, raising it in desperation. He had to look and sound like an absolute madman, but he was desperate. He'd do anything it took to help Angela. He had to help her for good. He had to reach her before whatever danger looming upon her could claim her soul, for that was what he dreaded was happening to her right now. Even through the tears that surged in his eyes at that thought, Sokka glimpsed a sudden change in the scenery. A thick, white fog poured upon him, so thick he couldn't see the trees, the ground, any of his surroundings anymore. He trembled where he knelt, breathing in the cold air sharply once, then twice. Then his brow furrowed, and he rose to his feet. Without another moment's hesitation, he marched into the white mist in front of him, clutching the necklace tightly. After traversing across the thick trees, chasing the laughing voice of that strange, elegant young woman, Aang lost sight of her just when he finally reached the most remarkable tree in the entire swamp. It had seemed daunting at a distance, but it was even more impressive up close. His jaw dropped as he gazed at the massive trunk, at the widely spread branches, at the green glow of dappling sunlight that drifted through the leaves. As confusing as everything had been so far, he couldn't help but notice how beautiful this tree was. "Guess this is where I had to be?" he asked, closing his eyes and smiling at the blowing breeze around him. "This was where we were supposed to come, though. If the swamp wanted us here, maybe it should have started that tornado when we flew right over the tree, huh?" He couldn't help but worry about his friends, regardless of the beauty in his surroundings. He had seen no sign of Appa so far, to his chagrin, even though the large bison would be expected to leave large tracks wherever he went. The swamp had to be truly massive if he hadn't found any evidence of his bison's presence across the many miles he'd already crossed to get here. "Well, then, what do I do now?" he said, stepping forward, glancing about himself with uncertainty. The girl in the fancy robes was gone and she had left no hints for him to follow in her wake. Just when he readied himself to climb the tree and find his friends by overlooking the swamp as best as possible, he heard a familiar, chatty voice at the other side of the massive tree trunk. "So we came here by accident, really? I didn't think it would be that crazy, traveling with my friends, but it looks like we get stuck in one pickle after the other, huh? Oh, we should be close to our destination now, but I guess we're not there just yet? I mean, unless this big tree is what we're looking for. Wouldn't that be a shocker, huh?" Aang smiled as he rounded the tree as quickly as his feet could carry him. He almost danced across the tree roots, knowing exactly who that voice belonged to. Kino, he called. The ongoing rambling of the former soldier was interrupted with a happy gasp. Aang! Aang! Oh, finally! He exclaimed, and just from the sound of his voice, it was clear he was rounding the tree, much as Aang was. Aang reached his friend after a few more leaps over massive roots. While he seemed to be tired and slightly unkempt, Kino also appeared to be in surprisingly good spirits as he ran towards him, arms outstretched in the joyful hug he offered the Avatar. Aang sighed in relief, patting his friend's back. Good thing I found you. For a moment I thought. Aang said, but he contained the words and replaced them with a smile as he pulled away from Kino. I'm glad you're okay, or at least, you look like you are. I'm fine. Everything looked awful and bad and there were creepy plants that wanted to eat me, but then I found this lady and... When Kino turned to find the woman in question, however, he found there was no one anymore. He blinked blankly for a moment, then he glanced around himself in a slight panic. There was no sign of the gracious lady who had smiled and encouraged him to keep on talking as she walked with him to this large tree. Guess you saw a spiritual vision, too? Aang asked. Kino winced and turned to him again. Eh? What, now? He asked. I did think it was weird that someone dressed so fancy would be here, but, that's what she was, Aang. I think so, Aang said, scratching his bald head as he glanced about himself. I saw her too, so I guess maybe she's the swamp's spirit? Somehow. You think? Kino sighed, pouting a little. And here I thought we could be friends. Well, I'm sure you can be friends with the swamp, Kino. Aang grinned, patting Kino's shoulder gently. Kino scowled at him. Well, sure, but that's not the same as, well, never mind, he pouted, folding his arms over his chest. How about the others, though? Did you come across anyone else so far? No, Appa's gone, same as Katara, Zuko, and Sokka. Aang grimaced. And Momo, Kino sighed, running a hand through his hair. The poor thing. His very first adventure with us and he gets lost? He'll never want to hang out with us again. I hope he's with Appa, but seeing as none of us could stick together, maybe it's too much to ask. Aang acknowledged, with a sad grimace. His oldest friend, lost somewhere in this swamp, how he wished he could reach out to him somehow, but how? Just as he was resolving to climb the tree again, noise nearby caused both him and Kino to turn towards it. Hunched over, dabbing at tears in her eyes, Katara stepped into the clearing and then gasped when her misty eyes fell upon her two friends. Katara! Aang exclaimed. He and Kino rushed towards her right away. Whoa! You okay? Kino asked, grimacing. Aang's hands went to her shoulders as he inspected her body with his eyes, mindful of any wounds he might spot, but Katara shook her head at his concerns and smiled. I'm fine, you guys. Oh, I'm glad I found you. I guess she really was guiding me here, after all, Katara whimpered, wiping the tears with the back of her hand again. Both Aang and Kino gazed at her with utmost confusion. The girl in the fancy robes? Aang asked. Katara frowned and raised her gaze at him. Who? Well, both Kino and I were led here by this girl in fancy robes, Aang said, with an awkward smile. She had this flying boar with her. Wait, what? She didn't have a flying boar. Kino winced, staring at Aang in disbelief. Aang blinked again, puzzled. Wait, she didn't? Then, did we see two different girls? Katara saw another one, but, not one in fancy robes. Aang asked, quizzically. Katara shook her head. I saw my mother. Both men froze cold upon hearing those words. No longer did they need to ask why Katara had been so heartbroken, so tearful. Aang's grip on her shoulders trembled before he reeled her in for an embrace. She sobbed softly in his arms, clinging to his robes as she let her emotions pour out, supported and helped by the very man who had helped her find the courage to love again when she had lost her way. Kino stood awkwardly beside them, ever aware of his status as their third wheel, unsure if he should intervene in any way. being said about his beautiful ethereal lady vanishing without warning seemed a lesser problem now upon finding out that Katara had been confronted by visions of her own mother. Then, another sound, further to their right, the steady footsteps belonged to Zuko, who had finally crossed the many trees and dangers ahead, in pursuit of his own visions, until his eyes fell upon his friends, too. Zuko! Ah, you made it too! Kino exclaimed, rushing towards the firebender. He seemed breathless, as though he had been running quite a lot over the last hours. Kino, good to know you found Aang and Katara. Makes it easier if it's at least the four of us now, Zuko said, letting out a deep breath as he glanced about himself. Though I guess it really is just the four of us, so far. Where's Sokka? No idea, Kino whispered, biting his lip. Aang and I, we were led here by a vision of a lady in elegant robes, though his lady had some flying boar, mine didn't. What, now? Zuko repeated, with an awkward smile. Beats me, that's what he said. Kino shrugged, though his upbeat attitude upon finding Zuko faded once the prince glanced at Katara. She saw her mother. Really? Zuko frowned, feeling an unusual pang of empathy for Katara. As much as they had made enough progress in a few fronts, he could never deny that the one regard in which he always felt empathy for Katara was the death of her mother. The disappearance of his own mother still weighed on him plenty, as it was. I'm surprised she managed to get all the way here, if that's the case. I was crying the whole way, if you must know, Katara said, revealing she could hear them perfectly from where she stood, in Aang's arms, though she was pulling away, wiping her tears with her forearm, forcefully. Though I feel worse about it now because she's gone again, I guess, so. She's not really gone, Aang whispered, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. Katara nodded in agreement. You carry her with you, wherever you may go. Right. I do. Katara whispered, reaching up to touch the pendant of the necklace that ever decorated her neck. What did you see, Zuko? Kino asked, glancing at the exiled prince warily. If you want to share, that is. Zuko let out a soft breath, stepping closer to Aang and Katara, with Kino by his side. He dared glance around him, as though hoping to catch another glimpse of his earlier vision, albeit knowing it was unlikely that he would. I saw Suki, in her Kyoshi warrior uniform. Zuko started, glancing over his shoulder now. But then I saw two other warriors, too. I didn't understand it right away, but they were Mari and Zi. Whoa! Kino gasped, eyes wide. Aang and Katara, as well, were startled enough to forget about Katara's sadness for a moment. Wait, as Kyoshi warriors? They were older, then? Fully grown? Katara asked, with a surging smile. Or were they still children, but not as small as they really are, these days? I think they were teenagers, maybe. I don't know, but this crazy swamp sure knew how to lure us to wherever it wanted us to go, with those visions, Zuko said, hands on his hips. Guess Sokka was right to say this place was dangerous and weird. They had dreams when they were here, was it? Kino asked, scratching the back of his head. About things that ended up coming true, or about impossible things? I don't think what we saw were things that would come true, though, were they? Aang asked, puzzled. I'll find some highborn girl with a pet flying boar. Might be you will. Katara, you'd better get it together and marry him before the flying boar girl steals him away. Kino chided her. Katara's lingering sadness shifted into full-blown irritation as Aang blushed and Zuko smiled weakly. Kino, I doubt this swamp showed him his soulmate or something like that. Katara huffed, shaking her head, though just as she finished saying the words, the mood of the group darkened. That Sokka would be the only one missing, out of the 5 humans in their group, didn't bode well. He knew the effect this swamp could have on people, he was the one who had warned them of it in the first place, and yet. You don't think he's lost it over seeing her again, do you? Aang asked, glancing at Katara uneasily. She grimaced and shrugged, as Zuko sighed and shook his head. I don't think any of us can answer that with any degree of certainty. I know I nearly lost my mind when I saw Suki, he whispered. I did figure out she was guiding me somewhere, but Sokka might not have been able to see through the purpose of the visions if the one the swamp sent to him was Azula. Well, I know objectively you're right, Zuko, but it's still Sokka, Katara said, frowning. He may be crazy in some ways, but even though he was impulsive as hell when he did it, he still was the one who figured out how to snap Aang out of his avatar state destructive spree, right? Heh. Like you said, impulsive as hell, considering he admitted he was just pissed off when he did that, Zuko sighed, shaking his head. But he's been smart about other things, right? Kino said, biting his lip. Like the battle down south, and he's tried to figure out the White Lotus's headquarters by brain power alone. That's why we're here at all. Yeah, but I don't know if he'll be able to stick to being smart about this, to be honest, Zuko sighed. Even if he realizes what's going on, there's a pretty big chance he might just choose not to move from wherever he wound up at, albeit so he can still see visions of Azula. Maybe that's the problem, then. He could be way too smart about this, if anything, Aang sighed, casting a hopeless glance at the tall tree before them. And even twist the swamp's intent and make it do whatever he wants it to? Not sure how he would go about doing that, but if someone might be able to do anything of the sort, it's Sokka, Katara remarked, grimacing. But it's not just him we have to find. It's Appa and Momo, too. Kino glanced at Aang helplessly, and the Avatar, in turn, glanced at Zuko. What do you want me to do? The prince asked, puzzled. Well, I'm not the leader, am I? Aang said, blushing. You're the Avatar, Katara retorted, immediately. Kino and Zuko nodded in agreement, and Aang flinched. I may be the Avatar, but that doesn't make me the leader. If anything, our leader would be. All their faces fell upon realizing the answer to that question pointed, once again, to the very person who happened to be absent from their group right now. Kino snorted. Well, no wonder we have no idea what to do, our big leader's gone. Oh, please don't start calling him that to his face when we find him. He'll get all stuck up about it. Katara said, with a weak smile. She spoke with humor, despite she barely felt it. Sokka had been acting strangely the whole day, far too strangely even for his standards from before their chakra unlocking adventures. He had seemed troubled, even in pain, and now, he was the only member of their team who was still missing. She thought their circumstances couldn't possibly seem more ominous, though she regretted thinking so right away, knowing that was practically an invitation for fate to do much worse than it already had. We have to find them, Kino grimaced, shaking his head quickly. Maybe we can all split up, and meet here again. Leave marks across the swamp's plants, maybe? So we can track our way back here. I don't know if that would be a good idea, not in a place as spiritually charged as this one, Aang said, grimacing before turning to the tree with a heavy frown. If anything, if it really is that spiritually charged, it means, we're here for a reason. As much as he had been unwilling to take a role of leadership, Aang seemed to slip right into it unconsciously when he walked across the tree's roots, or rather, leapt over them, flittering from place to place with the help of his airbending. The other three exchanged a worried glance before they began climbing over the tree roots, hoping to keep up with the Avatar's pace. He slowed upon reaching the trunk itself, gazing at it reverently for a moment before placing one of his hands upon it. Was it his idea, or had his hand's arrow sparked upon touching the tree with his palm? Aang. You figured anything out yet? Kino's voice reached him, still distant from the place where Aang had stopped. He hummed, closing his eyes. Maybe I will soon, if I'm lucky, he said. He was supposed to be the Avatar, the bridge between humans and spirits, and this, he knew, was a very spiritual location. It stood to reason that he should be able to understand it, to unravel its intent, and it seemed to him that what Guru Puthak had taught him had been done for the purpose of helping him see to his duties as the Avatar. Say, do you think it's really possible that Sokka hijacked the swamp's powers and is really smooching a spiritual image of Azula right now? Kino asked Katara, who shuddered at his careless wording. Kino. I know. I'm just saying, though. I know he's great and all, but is that possible? Kino asked, glancing at Zuko warily too. I don't know the first thing about spirits, but I don't think they're supposed to obey any human logic or reason, right? If the swamp wants to mess with us by bringing us to its core, don't you think it wants something from us? Aang said it wanted us here for a reason, but what if its reasons aren't, well, anything good? Well, maybe the swamp is nice and generous and it wants to help us selflessly, Katara suggested, smiling in a sweet manner at the branches above them before shooting Kino a reproachful glare. Really, now, are you trying to get us all killed here, Kino? If the swamp is alive somehow, do you really want to insult it? Well, damn, I was just saying. He may have a point in ways he doesn't realize, though, Zuko pointed out. He finally had climbed the root Aang was it, and he offered a hand to Katara first, then to Kino. He only continued climbing once his two friends were safely on the thick root near the base of the tree. What I mean is, maybe Sokka can't really do that. Maybe we're giving him too much credit. Then what? He decided to loiter around and not follow the vision out of sheer stubbornness or something? Katara asked, skeptical and dismissive. Zuko snorted and shrugged. Wouldn't put it past him, I admit it, Zuko said, glancing around himself as though to check that Sokka wouldn't happen to show up exactly as he spoke dismissively about him. But that's not really what I was thinking right now. I was wondering if maybe the swamp called the four of us here and called him elsewhere. Wadash. Elsewhere. Katara frowned. Why? And why only him? Kino flinched. That'd be really mean of the swamp, splitting him off from his friends just because. There might be a reason for it, Zuko shrugged, but Katara scowled at the notion, glancing about herself with uncertainty, hoping Sokka would suddenly stride past the last lines of trees before the large banyan one they stood at now. I mean, it's just a guess, but hey, aren't you guys capable of understanding the forces of the universe or whatever? You want us to talk to the swamp to figure out if it sent Sokka away for a reason? Katara repeated. Zuko shrugged as Aang turned towards them with a slight frown. For that matter, shouldn't we figure out why it brought the four of us here, in the first place? He asked. If the tornado was the swamp's doing, somehow, it means it knocked us off course for a reason, too. If everything so far didn't happen willy-nilly, then yeah, Kino agreed, biting his lip and tapping his chin. But how does it make any sense that it sent those visions to us so it could bring us to this big tree? I mean, that only solves a problem the swamp caused in the first place. We were together before, right? And then we were apart, and now we're together again. If it had left us alone, the outcome would be the same as it has been so far. Right? Had Sokka been with them, he might have had some opinions in regards of Kino's thoughts, but in his absence, the rest of the group was left to ponder the purpose of their presence by the large banyan tree. It seemed to be the very center of the swamp, as far as any of them could tell. You don't think the White Lotus headquarters could be anywhere around here, do you? Aang said, tapping his chin. I know Sokka said it's bound to be closer to the coast, but he could be wrong about that, for all we know, Zuko pointed out. Still, I don't think it's reasonable for it to be in here. Just a few hours in this place and all of us have seen strange visions, come across serious dangers, been split off from our friends. It doesn't sound like a safe environment to gather an army. Maybe the environment itself protects them? Aang asked, with a shrug. So, what, they're hiding underground, like I suggested before? Below this tree or something? Katara blurted out, glancing at the massive roots skeptically. Not that I can see a way to find them if they are, though. Not short of tearing the roots apart. That sounds like a terrible idea, Aang winced, and Katara smiled weakly at him. I wasn't being serious, I don't even know how we could. Aang. The Avatar's eyes immediately snapped in the direction Katara's own gaze had drifted off towards. The panic in her voice meant they were in danger, or she'd realized something important, maybe. He understood it was the former when a hobbling mess of vines and tree branches, twisted in a strange, humanoid pattern, reared its head? Was it a head just because of the mask-like tree bark that dangled before it? Was it really the time to ponder such things just when yet another strange happening befell them in this swamp? What in the... Kino gasped, stumbling back. Zuko dashed in front of him, spreading his arms protectively before his friend, sparks of fire dancing around his fingertips as he glared at the approaching creature. Katara hadn't been able to react aggressively at all, shaken as she was by the utterly perplexing sight before her, so her hands lingered limp at either side of her body. Aang grimaced as the strange creature rose to be at least thrice the Avatar's height, but as daunting as it could seem, that strange vine creature was unnatural. While widely inexperienced with spiritual matters still, Aang had one guess regarding what the vine creature might be. "Don't attack. Don't do anything," he told his friends, glancing meaningfully at Zuko, who gritted his teeth, yet the flames vanished moments after Aang spoke. It could be the swamp's spirit." "Whoa. The what, now?" Kino winced, eyes wide. "It looks terrifying. You think this is the swamp's big boss, or something?" "It's not impossible," Aang said, raising a placating hand in the creature's direction. Its vine arms struck a defensive position, ready for battle if the newcomers became hostile. Aang shook his head reassuringly. "It's okay, we're not here to hurt you, or your swamp. We've lost our way and we want to find our friends again, that's all. Visions brought us here, but we don't really know why, so please, help us, if you can." The silent creature stood in stern, glum displeasure before them. Even from below, it was easy to tell through the islets of the mask that nothing truly hid behind it, only more vines. "I thought spirits would be, Kino mumbled to Zuko, who glanced at him with a frown. "Less misshapen." "Ugh, didn't Katara already tell you not to anger spirits by saying stupid things about them?" Zuko growled. Kino shrugged, though he fell silent anyway. The vine creature seemed to weigh them for a moment that extended forever. As much as she was slowly regaining her senses, as much as reality was finally returning to focus for Katara, she still found herself utterly shaken by the sight before her. Suddenly, it was much easier to believe Sokka's strange stories about spirit owls thrice his height in the depths of a desert sunken library. "Did it listen?" Kino finally spoke. Aang shrugged. "I hope so. It's not attacking us, so." He started, then the creature moved. Everyone was alarmed, on edge immediately, when the strange vines started to relent, dropping slowly, gradually, as the creature appeared to come undone. Yet it became apparent soon that the movements of the vines obeyed a purpose, as the masked vine monster came undone, revealing the mastermind behind its motions. An older man with a round, wide, bearded face and straw-like gray hair that spread as a hat might, stood before them amid the fallen vines, with an awkward smile. His thick, stout body was bereft of any attire besides the loincloth, topped with leaves, that covered his groin. The spirit was just you." Aang gasped, and Kino snorted before cackling in mad glee. Katara now froze, surprised by her own disappointment upon understanding she hadn't been standing before an unthinkable miracle, as she had assumed before, though, wasn't she? "Wait, you were bending those vines." The waterbender explained, eyes wide as she pointed at the scattered vines around the man. Kino blinked blankly, stroking his chin in deep thought. "Then he's a plant bender," he reasoned. The man laughed and shook his head. "I am a waterbender," he answered, simply. "That is how I can move these vines and plants." "You, what? You're a waterbender?" Katara exclaimed, a wild grin spread over her face as she stepped closer to the man, arms outstretched. "Seriously? I had no idea there were any waterbenders anywhere other than in the poles." Are you sure that's what you should be focusing on right now?" Zuko asked, pointedly, breaking across Katara's delightful discovery of other waterbenders beyond herself. "Not that I want to rain on your parade, but we're pretty damn lost about why we're here, and if he knows the swamp, he could be able to help us figure out why it drew us here." Aang finished for him, looking at the man before them intently. "I'm sorry if we're being rude, but our friends could be in danger." "Oh, it's true enough that the swamp's a mighty dangerous place, if you don't know how to navigate and understand it," the man said, hands on his hips. "But it's also a beautiful, extraordinary, mystical place. I achieved true enlightenment underneath the branches of this very banyan tree, you see. Well, it can be as pretty as it wants to be, we just need to know why it wanted us here," Zuko blurted out, impatiently. "And if you know of a way to find our friends, all the better yet." I do, of course," the man said, eyeing Zuko as though weighing him intently. You speak as though you didn't wish to be here, yet you must have been nearby, at least, for the swamp to affect you at all. You're travelers, as I understand. We are. We came here from the South Pole, Aang explained. But, well, not all of us are from the Water Tribe. I'm Aang, and I'm the Avatar. Should you just blurt that out to someone you've known for 5 minutes? Zuko asked, scowling pointedly at Aang. The Avatar shrugged. He may have been hiding underneath all those vines, but I don't think he looks dangerous, Aang said. Rather, I don't think he would be dangerous unless we meant this place any harm, which we don't. Wait, does that mean that our friends who aren't here maybe did do something bad to the swamp? Kino asked, grimacing. Aang's eyes widened, and Katara turned to the waterbender with concern. That's okay, I don't know if my brother did anything stupid, but if he did, it's just because he's been in a pretty bad mood lately and she pleaded, despite not knowing for sure if there was anything to plead for. If we can find him, he'd stop doing awful things, if that's what he's doing. Well, good to know, though I don't know if he's doing anything wrong, the man said, with an awkward smile. I mainly stay here, by the banyan tree. If the swamp wants me to go elsewhere to protect it, it directs me there. Or to save someone's life, as the case may be. Really? How does it do that? Katara asked, eyes wide. My brother, and our sky bison, and a lemur we just met, they're all missing right now. It sounds a bit weird, I admit it, but that's truly who we're looking for. Surely you could find them in this swamp, right? If it can inform you of dangers and such, can't you locate things that don't belong here? It's a possibility, and yet you would have much better odds at finding them than I do, said the man, with a careless shrug. While it is certainly true that everything is connected, and that all our energy is one, I suspect the affinity the four of you have for your missing friends would help you find them much more quickly than I would, if only you let your spirits reach out and connect to the banyan tree. He smiled at the large trunk behind them, and as much as his words would seem nonsensical to the group under any other circumstances, they also seemed reasonable after their recent encounter with Guru Puthik. Aang swallowed hard and stepped forward, determination reflected across his dark eyes. What do we do? If this is how we might find them again, please, show us how. Oh, I have the feeling you already know, young Avatar, said the man, smiling kindly at him as he climbed over the roots of the tree. The old man took his seat by the trunk, closing his eyes. His peaceful semblance did suggest he was an enlightened man, even though most of them weren't entirely sure of what that word meant, but his confidence, his tranquility, all of it suggested he existed in perfect harmony with the world around him, as well as the world within him. Let your energy seek that of your friends. Let it merge with theirs once you locate them, and then follow the path of that joint energy to find them. For a moment, nobody made a move. Aang stood still, watching the waterbender before him, gauging his words, pondering how to fulfill his indications. He closed his eyes, drawing in stilling breaths before he turned towards the rest of his friends. Okay, then. I think we need to be thorough, he said. We don't know what happened with the others. That means, we should plan for the worst-case scenario, right? You mean, that they're all scattered and didn't find each other at all? Kino asked. Aang nodded. You, Katara and I managed to open all our chakras. We should be able to do this, even if it's not easy, he said, nodding in their direction. I think we should connect with each of our friends, based on the closeness of our bonds, so Katara, you'll try to connect with Sokka's energy. I'll try Appa, and as you liked Momo so much, Kino, that's who you'll seek to connect with. Oh. Cool. Kino said, smiling, though he glanced at Zuko next. Then. Zuko won't do anything. I can keep watch or something. He said, with a shrug, though Aang grimaced. I'm not sure about that, he said. I mean, you could, but, we were just talking about the White Lotus headquarters, weren't we? What about that? Zuko frowned. Katara's eyes lit up when she seemed to understand Aang's thoughts before he voiced them. We don't have strong leads about where their base could be, Katara said. But if Sokka is right, and your uncle is part of them, Zuko, you could connect to his energy. If you do, we'll find the White Lotus base, Aang finished, swallowing hard. Zuko's eyes widened. That must be why we had to come here. Maybe this is the only way we'll find it. I think, anyway. Come on, we have no time to waste, Katara urged them, yanking both the benders to the nearest, spacious tree root. Kino had already taken his seat there, legs folded in a lotus position. Had I known we'd be doing so much meditation these days, I would have tried to train for it through all those years in the Water Tribe. Kino said, his eyes closed. Katara smiled, shaking her head. Something tells me you're not as focused as you should be, if that's what's going through your mind right now, she commented, sitting beside him. Exactly my point, Kino huffed. We could have used more meditation training. His silly reaction garnered a few smiles and soft laughs from the others, who took their seats at the tree's roots. Zuko, sitting nearest to their newest acquaintance, cast a glance at the relaxed man before any of them could attempt to focus properly and reach out to their friends. Do you know of the Order of the White Lotus? He asked. It's, well, a group of people who oppose the Fire Lord. We're looking for them right now, and I will try to connect with their energy to find them, but if you happen to know where they are, I guess it could make things easier for us. It might. But I fear they do not dwell within the swamp itself, the man answered, shaking his head. Zuko sighed. Though some of their members do visit the swamp, from time to time. Really? Aang asked next, glancing over everyone else's heads at the swamp dweller. Have you talked with them? Maybe you can tell us which way they came from. I believe from the west, the man answered, stroking his chin. Though I cannot say for sure. They usually only come here when they need to find that woman. That woman? Katara repeated. The man nodded. I don't understand the circumstances very well. The swamp has helped me save her life sometimes. On occasion, whenever they don't find her first, she can be quite careless with her health when she visits the swamp, as happens with many who cannot let go of their grief. I do not know what the swamp shows her, but she clings to it so faithfully that, no matter how many times these White Lotus folks come here and take her away, she always returns. I have the feeling she's here now, too, but the swamp hasn't directed me to her just yet. Perhaps it isn't my duty this time. Perhaps they will find her first. Zuko frowned. A woman, lost in this swamp. A woman the White Lotus saved frequently? If they happened to find her first, perhaps she could help them find the order, so long as they helped her stay away from them, maybe, if that was what she wanted, but that warranted the question of why she would want to escape from them, in the first place. Was it reasonable to seek a group of people who might have terrorized someone into fleeing from them into this swamp frequently, from the sound of it? Yet maybe this woman had no relation with anything of note. Why would it be any of his business, in the first place? Perhaps she was a traitor to the White Lotus, or a prisoner who constantly escaped. Whatever her story, how could it matter at all to their particular quest? Zuko himself had warned Sokka to be ready to commit to paths and choices that might not sit well with him completely, if the White Lotus proved to be an unpleasant group, as Sokka already believed they were. Shouldn't Zuko stay true to the same demands he'd made of Sokka? He snarled, trying to set the matter aside, to focus on his uncle. That was what he had to do. If the White Lotus was good or evil, it would be something to worry about in the future, not now. Whether that strange woman would be alright or not, he had to focus on their priorities. Thank you for everything so far, Aang said, smiling at the old man, who turned a grin on him as well. Like I said, I'm the Avatar. My name is Aang. You are? You, the man answered, with a gracious nod. It's my pleasure to meet you, Avatar Aang. Likewise, Aang smiled, nodding. And, now I'll focus. But thanks again. Hugh smiled, and Aang closed his eyes, as did the rest of his companions. Now that silence had fallen between them, only broken by the rustling of leaves and branches above them, whenever the breeze played with them, it seemed so much easier to let their minds clear up, to let their energy vibrate against that of the world around them. For the tree had so much of it that Aang, Katara, and Kino were startled when, each in turn, sensed the tree's intricate network of energy with their own. It felt as though their minds had expanded, as though they had burst from their bodies and reached out to a higher consciousness. The tree expanded so far, So widely, with an energy unlike anything they had ever felt before. Wistfully, Katara let herself wonder just how far that energy could go, just how deep this spiritual connection might be. Could she reach for her mother's actual soul again by doing this? It was folly to ponder it, she knew as much, and yet. Kino was dazed, baffled by the effect of the energy rush that seemed so much bigger than himself. A tug of vertigo surged in his gut when he wondered if his own conscience might flow downriver, if this flow of energy could be seen as a river. Somehow, the thoughts, however, snapped him right back to his body, and he snarled at himself for being so careless. He breathed deeply and stilled himself. He wouldn't get lost. He would find Momo, and in doing so, he would save the little lemur from any dangers. That was all he had to think about, all he had to keep in mind. Slowly, he calmed down and reached out, much as Aang did. The flow of energy overwhelmed them both, but Aang seemed much better equipped at handling unknown, external presences that suddenly poured into his body. He breathed deeply, throwing his head back as he let the flow of energy carry him away, and then he evoked the image of Appa in his mind, just as Kino did the same with Momo's. The connection was almost immediate. Kino's lips parted when his mind's eye provided him with a visual of the small critter, chirping in some strange, urgent way. But he couldn't see anything else, couldn't focus for another moment, when Aang's voice startled everyone else. "Appa!" he shouted, jumping to his feet immediately. "Aang!" Katara glanced at him, worriedly. The Avatar snarled, glancing in a set direction down the thicket of hostile vegetation ahead of them. "He's under attack. They're trying to hunt him." "Wait, what?" Katara exclaimed. Her own attempt to connect with Sokka hadn't gone so well. Thoughts of her mother kept interfering with her resolve, much like Zuko's doubts about the White Lotus had sabotaged his own. "I saw them. They're trying to hunt Appa," Aang exclaimed, eyes wide and anxious. "We have to go, I know where he is." "Aang!" Katara cried out for him, but the Avatar dashed off right away, leaving his three friends to stare after him, mortified. "Oh, my. I suppose those might just be Do and Tho," Hugh said, scratching his belly, with a grimace. "They might not mean any harm if you talk them out of it, but..." "Doesn't look like Aang is in a talking mood right now," Kino said, with an awkward smile. Katara nodded. "That's his oldest friend they're trying to hunt. He won't hold back to defend him, that's for sure," she said, rising to her feet. "Come on, guys. Let's go, or we'll lose his trail." "I think I felt Momo's presence around that direction, too," Kino said, pointing towards the area Aang had run off to. "Could Appa and Momo have stuck together, after all?" Katara said, blinking blankly. "Whatever is going on, we have no time to waste," Zuko sighed, glancing back at the tree. "Guess we'll come back when we've saved Appa." "I only hope Sokka isn't in danger too," Katara grimaced. She would never forgive herself if she had wasted her only chance at tracking down her brother while he was facing a dangerous battle of his own. "Thanks again," Kino told Hugh, before he took off down the twisting, massive tree roots, followed by Zuko and Katara. It could seem strange for him to guide the other two, but he still felt a light pull, like a tendril that connected him to Momo's position. As long as he followed that feeling, they would be likely to find the lemur, whether he was with Appa or not. Finding Sokka, however, would have to wait until later, and the thought weighed heavily on all their minds. As competent and powerful as he was, as intelligent and capable as he had proved himself, could the gladiator overcome the temptations, the visions, and find his way back to his friends before he was lost to the darkness of the strange, spiritual swamp? The trapdoor slid open slowly, trembling hands pushed it aside in the middle of the empty road, lonely as it had remained over the course of the last months. The area of the city, this very distant street, seemed cursed after it was stormed by soldiers on that dark night. Slowly, gradually, Azula hoisted herself up to the surface. The night's air seemed cold, but again, perhaps the coldness came from within her. Perhaps every step she'd taken had been but another push past her limits, another way to lose the inner fire that had once burned so powerfully, so brightly, inside her chest. It wouldn't burn again, though. It couldn't, not anymore. Not after everything she'd lost. Not after everything had come to the dreadful, untimely conclusion it had. Her tearful eyes finally rose to greet the ravaged, destroyed haven where she had once found true peace. A powerful shudder shook her, and she had to clench the fabric of her sleeping robe, right by her heart. His house. Sokka's house. The one they had found together, after a day of walking across the city, bickering every step of the way. He had been pleased with it, he had learned to live in it, to make the place his own, adapting to his circumstances like only he ever could. It was so easy to evoke those golden days suddenly, when bright sunlight had fallen upon a house that now lay shrouded underneath the night's mantle, closed off, barred to anyone who didn't have a death wish, Azula supposed. Good thing that was exactly what she had in mind, then. She didn't bother shoving the trapdoor back into place. Who cared, by now, if she were found? What would it matter once they found her? It would be over by then, everything would be over, just as it should be. She'd had enough, she couldn't handle the pain, the constant agony she had to live in. She had been lying to herself, pretending she could survive this way when she had barely lasted 3 months, as things stood. She'd let him down, yes, she knew so, but he had always been an extraordinarily understanding man. He had to know she'd been through more sorrow than she could endure, he had to know she hadn't meant to allow Oze to push her as far as he had, but she had lacked the true insight to understand how dire her circumstances would be. She hadn't found enough strength to fight back when she had needed to do so most direly. So that meant it was time to let go and say goodbye. No more need to find strength, no need to endure the grief that had overcome her senses, every last one of them. Slowly, she stepped towards the house, her fingers worrying over the bone necklace she held tightly. The front lawn, small and simple, hosted overgrown grass and weeds that hadn't been there when she had last seen this place. She had seldom entered through this door, she always dropped by on her dragon, landing on the backyard, rushing to greet him whether in the backyard itself, the living room or his room. Her tears spilled as she raised her free hand, placing it upon the door delicately. It had been damaged, badly, much like her own room's door. It whirred noisily when she pushed it open, she feared the crack, the burn marks, the bent shape, would mean it would come undone, but it didn't. Instead, it gave way easily. He had wrapped her in his arms, held her as she cried, when she had visited him in this way, one night, upon seeing the inexcusable signs of what kind of monster her father truly was. He had kissed her passionately, carelessly, when she had thrown her arms around his neck and reeled him in, upon visiting him anew after their week on the road had ended. He had bid her goodbye, right before her birthday, with that heartwarming smile of his. The memories only broke her further, but she relished in spilling those tears now. Each one was but another reminder of the beautiful days she had shared with him. The glorious moments they had lived through, the partnership, the relationship they had strengthened and built up throughout each day they had shared with each other. The house was dark, so much that she couldn't see much other than silhouettes, yet she knew the place by heart. She knew each floorboard, the crumpled rug, the kitchen in which Song had always worked so dutifully, the crimson couch on which she had taken her seat with Sokka 1,000 times. That clever healer had poked fun at them once, encouraging her to massage Sokka's leg after his cramp, and she had done it. She had been massaging the wrong leg, too. An unexpected laugh burst from her as she covered her face with her hands. Their anniversary, he had covered this whole place with flower petals, and she had been utterly unimpressed. Then they'd had that silly fight, petty as it was, and it practically had mirrored the one that had seen them falling into bed for the first time, in the backyard. Oh, she had told him to never ask her to replace him again. To never let others, let alone the enemies they meant to defeat, to have any say upon his self-worth. The bathroom, the amount of mischief they'd been up to in there, even that brought another soft laugh from her, shaking her head as every memory she had locked away, every thought she hadn't wanted to acknowledge returned to her. He had brushed her hair, and she had poked fun at him over all the hair product he kept in that room. Then they had danced together to no music, because he wanted to cheer her up, and he had done such a good job of it that Azula almost had succumbed to temptation, right then and there. She had held back that day, and she had hated herself for it so much. I shouldn't have. She managed to say to herself, as tears fell freely down her face, as that smile spread widely. I shouldn't have held back at all. Not for a second, because you mattered more than anything. Being with you, it mattered more than anything, Sokka. You changed my life. You gave it meaning. You made me who I was. You helped me in ways I could never truly repay you for, no matter what you might have said. And now, she couldn't repay him at all. There would be no chance for it, because he was gone. The smile faded, as she shook again so powerfully with the strength of each sob. Even the tea table, the one she'd carelessly kicked at him that very day, outraged by his discouragement over the outcome of his fight with Toph, the closets by the wall surely still hosted the towels with which they'd dried themselves after their spat over their anniversary date. Oh, how stupid it all seemed now, how pointless of her to make a fuss for something like that instead of celebrating, cherishing everything she should have, for as long as she could have it. All their training in that backyard, she had also watched him train Huyven, his young apprentice, even if for a short period. His carelessness with preparing for that first lesson, which he had offered the child for her sake, he had done so much for her sake. He had worked with the enforcers, he had stood up to Iroh, he had even punched her brother powerfully, all for her sake, all because of her. You said you never stopped to think about how much I loved you, was it? Angela blurted out, hugging herself, her head hung. So busy you were, trying to make me happy, that you barely slowed down to savor that you were already the happiest you'd ever been. With me? I don't even know, now, how I ever earned your love, damn it. I know I sure as fuck don't feel worthy of it, not anymore, if I ever was. I'm useless, helpless, but you believed in me, Sokka. You truly believed in me, like nobody else ever did. Somehow, you found something in me, something worth treasuring, something worth saving, when no one else ever saw anything at all. You understood, and when you didn't, why you still tried your best for my sake. In the end, wasn't I the one who was so busy trying to love you as best I could to really cherish how much you'd loved me, in the many ways you showed me you did? In the end, wasn't it me who was so stupid not to slow down and cherish every small thing, when those small things were the ones that mattered most? His existence, all by itself, his existence had changed hers, shaped her life, just as she had shaped his. What mattered the most, it was him. It was them, it was the bond that had always made them better, the strength they'd learned to find in each other, even in dark days when she could do nothing but cry in his chest or hold him as he grieved over his worst mistakes. Then again, it was also the strength they'd found upon overcoming their greatest challenges, no matter how costly the success might be, the strength they'd nurtured at their best moments, so that it could carry them through the darkest ones, just as well. How she wished she could still honor that strength, how she wished she could be the woman he had thought she could be. The woman she had been inspired to become because he had believed in her. She swallowed hard, sniffing, knowing her tears wouldn't dry at all, not until it was done. Not until she had joined him, for good. The stairs creaked as she climbed them, the stairs Renkai had said Sokka had been tossed down. Her chest tightened at the thought, and she had to cling to the railing for good measure as she wept, the very same stairs through which he had carried her, when he had first made love to her and the thousands of times that had followed, when he had chosen to do that simply because he could. The way he had smiled at her, with that giddy childish wonderment, as he marveled about having her to himself, as he delighted in knowing he was the man she had chosen. The first room was Song's. The door was closed, firmly, and Angela moved past it, her hand on the wall as she stepped closer to the room she had frequented the most in that house. Her heart clenched as its contents came into view. The balcony's curtains waved carelessly in the wind, unbound. The sheets on the bed, crumpled, a mess, perhaps even a charred mess, though with how dark it was, Angela could barely tell. The dresser, devoid of his armor and weapons, the nightstand, bereft of her necklace, as she knew it would be. Her lips parted as she took in the dream turned into nightmares, the beauty soured and undone, and she focused on what was before, rather than what she could see now. She closed her eyes, and she let herself remember his warmth, the way his lips kissed hers, the weight of his body atop her own, the feeling of surrender that had smoothed her every sharp edge, eased her turbulent soul and granted her true peace, at long last, once she had stopped fighting against him, against the feelings between them. Not everything had been smooth sailing since, but almost all of it had been. Theirs, it had been a love story like the tragic ones people loved spinning into legends, she thought, with a weak smile. Perhaps she finally understood why the man with the fire lily had, presumably, leapt into a volcano. Perhaps she understood, too, why Oma had nearly destroyed 2 villages when she had lost Shu. Perhaps, if she had any strength left, that was exactly what she would be doing now. She was, way stronger than me, for sure. She concluded, with a sad smile. I know you'd say otherwise, Sokka, but, you know I'm right, don't you? You do, so don't fight it, okay? Though, maybe you should fight it. Maybe you should come here, and tell me just how wrong I am, how wrong I was to think I wasn't as strong as her. I dare you, love, come on now, just do it. Just come to me, please, I beg you. The smile had faded by then, replaced by another torrent of tears she couldn't restrain any longer as she walked to the bed they had shared so many times. Her shoulders shook with each sob, her hand spreading to touch that sheet, the fabrics in which they had often rolled so recklessly, talking about the future, making all sorts of jabs at each other, sharing in the glory of their furtive, beautiful relationship. Make fun of me again, she said, sitting by the bedside, letting her tears stain the turbulent mattress. Make love to me again. Make me feel real, make the pain go away. Come for me and get me out of here. I can't take it anymore. I thought I could, I really did, but I couldn't do it anymore, Sokka. I'm not strong enough. I need you more than I ever did and now I'll never have you again. I'm the one to blame for that, I know I am, but I still need you. She crawled over the mattress, fingers tightly fisting the sheets as she wept freely, recklessly, pouring her heart out as she grieved his death, as she grieved his loss, as she grieved their separation for the 1000th time. She had cried enough, it felt like, to overflow oceans and rivers, to bring down a whole flood upon this damn city. How she wished that were the case, so that, in the end, it would be water that took her, rather than fire. But fire was all she'd get. That had to be the meaning of her recurring dream, she knew so now. After sobbing helplessly for what felt like hours, she rolled in the bed, breathing slowly, her gaze lost in the ceiling, in the familiar shapes of it. Everything was familiar, everything but his absence, even now. The darkness in the house, the emptiness, it was abandoned merely months ago, and yet it felt like ancient ruins to Angela, like she could as good as close her eyes and see its glory restored, like she could feel him, once again, right beside her, embracing her with that confident smile she had loved more than she'd ever told him. Oh, there were so many damn things she'd never told him, so many she should have said, knowing their time together could have been limited. I'm a real fool, aren't I? She whispered. The hand that held the necklace fell above her head, the other right by her thigh. She would ignite this place, and herself with it. The child, she regretted this for its sake, above anything else, and yet she knew it was what had to be done. A life like this one, a torment like this one? Her child's potential future was gone long before it had even existed. All that was left was misery, struggle, pain unlike any she could possibly fathom, much as she hadn't fathomed this one. It always got worse, and it would only continue to get worse if she let it, so, it was time. It was time to let go. Even if she wasn't sure of how to do so, it was time to let go. She closed her eyes, evoking thoughts of him once more. Evoking his strong frame, his beautiful eyes, the hair he'd grown out just because she'd said she liked it, his kind heart, his compassion, his willingness to understand anything she shared with him, his serious side, his blunt honesty, his utterly terrible jokes. He had embodied countless things she hadn't even realized she had pursued all her life. He was the heroic figure she had hoped to be, the charismatic leader she had always dreamt of becoming. The strong man who loved so passionately, so fiercely that he had taught her how to do so, too. Her trembling lips spread into a smile anew, as she lowered the necklace to her heart, as she tried to conjure a spark in her free hand, even if just that spark. I love you, Sokka, were the last words she meant to utter before channeling her strength through her body, in the ways she'd learned to since childhood. She'd keep his image, his handsome face, his strong body, in the forefront of her mind. She'd close her eyes, visualize him and surrender. She'd let the sorrow burn as she joined him anew, in the next life, as they'd sworn they would. The Sokka she envisioned gazed at her longingly, then twitched. He snarled, his face contorted with pain. Her heart clenched. No, that wasn't how she wanted to see him. She knew she was disappointing him, but that wasn't how she wanted this to end. The way he shuddered, his body no longer upright, his hair slowly growing more disorderly, more chaotic. I'm sorry. She managed to say, knowing he wouldn't forgive her for what she was doing. For the choice she had committed to. Angela. Her weak heart jolted. He had called her name. That was his voice. She hadn't simply evoked that sound out of memories. The emotion in it seemed to break past every wall she'd tried to build over the past months, across the last few hours. It truly was Sokka's voice. And he had called her name. Chapter 282. The Swamp/Spiritual Bond. 4. The thick mist, so strong, so potent, had enveloped Sokka until he could see nothing altogether. He had snarled, he had punched the ground, he had screamed in frustration 1,000 times, it seemed. Until he had glimpsed a shape in the middle of that strange blend of whiteness. He hadn't understood it, not at first. It had been too far away, so distant he couldn't make out what it was, but familiar colors, in the middle of that white fog, had caught his attention immediately. Red, gold? Angela. He spoke her name, no longer with the longing helplessness of a man aware that the one he loved, the one he called, wasn't within reach anymore. Instead, he spoke with a strange blast of certainty, a sudden awareness, a state of mind he couldn't possibly describe. What he was seeing, it was real, wasn't it? The shape lying on the ground some distance away, slowly rising to a sitting position. His heart pounded in his chest, so hard, so painfully, and a cry of desperation broke past his lips. The dark curtain of black hair covered her features, until she raised her head properly, and her golden eyes met his. For one moment, a moment far too long for either of them to process, they simply remained there, exactly where they were, mystified and confused, and no. She said, she trembled violently, rising to her feet clumsily. He flinched visibly at the sound of her voice, his eyes suddenly overflowing with tears, his chest heaving. It was her voice, no matter how damaged it sounded, no matter how heartbroken, it was hers. It was her. What is this, what? Angela. He repeated her name, speaking it with the devotion he ever had staked upon it. He stepped closer, and so did she. In that frantic moment, it felt as though they were 1,000 miles away still, no matter if they were face to face once more. As though, no matter how far they might run, they would never reach each other, but Sokka's desperate tears, his eagerness to push forward, would overcome every barrier in their way. If she couldn't do it, then he would, and if he failed, then she would succeed for him. That was what their partnership had been like, the partnership they had nurtured, together. Sokka. She called, setting aside her denial, her unwillingness to accept this sudden shift in her reality, but it was him, more vivid than in any of her dreams so far. He was so real she could take in his scent, his warmth, his every emotion. Sokka. Her voice echoed inside him, shattering through his fears, through every blockage he had experienced upon waking up that morning. His tearful smile was the most beautiful sight of all in the brief instants before the distance between them shrank and faded, his arms wound tightly around her body just as their lips collided in a passionate kiss poised to rewrite the stars, just as they had ever promised to. It truly was him. It was Sokka. She could feel his familiar body underneath her hands, against her lips, pressing his desperate, warm kisses to her own. She couldn't evoke this feeling so faithfully, so perfectly, if she were merely hallucinating what was happening. No, it was too vivid to be a matter of her weak, helpless imagination that couldn't even lock onto a single thought before. She wasn't evoking this, and it was real, somehow. It was real. He was ever strong and handsome, clad in his armor, wearing long arm sleeves that reached his upper biceps, black bandages rather than the pale ones he'd always worn. White fur trimmed his waistcloth now, and his hair was even longer than the last time she'd ran her fingers through it. He was different in such small ways, and yet it was so unequivocally Sokka that her heart almost burst for it. Her cold fingers trembled as she pressed them to his face, as she touched him between sobs and kisses, assuring herself this was no mirage, no mad delusion, no dream she would never wish to wake from. His fingers trembled too as he touched her, as he caressed her flanks, her arms, her hips, her neck. He couldn't seem to settle anywhere, for he couldn't to believe what was happening at all either. The anguish had given way to a far more welcome, familiar feeling as he kissed her deep and thoroughly, conveying how badly he had missed her, how desperate he had been to return to her side. She seemed so lost, so broken, gaunt and weakened, and yet she had raced towards him with such strength that it seemed as though every last wound she had taken had been healed in an instant. Her tears were but a consequence of too many powerful emotions, colliding together much as their bodies had. He wanted to speak to her, to talk, to make sense of what was happening, but he couldn't do it. He couldn't pull away, and neither would she. Her hand fisted his hair, the other clawing at his neck, keeping him as close as he could be, thrilled to deepen their kiss, their tongues twirling together, their hearts soaring with each other as the world around them faded completely, as their darkest sorrows melted away with it, too. The euphoria upon reuniting overcame their logical minds entirely at first, breaking past any attempts to reason with it, no matter how rational they ever tried to be. Even though they weren't physically together, it seemed that the bridge between their souls, their Kaisertunnment, perhaps, had led them to one another at the most opportune moment. If their souls were reuniting in a wholly different plane of existence, they would gladly forsake the real world altogether as long as they could stay like this for a moment longer, for an eternal moment, if such a thing could exist and be gifted to them. Yet it was real enough that Angela needed to break off their kiss in dire need of breath. A whimper left her lips as she did, as Sokka's heavy breaths brushed against her skin. She knew him, knew every single feeling he elicited inside her, the familiar bliss of belonging, of loving someone with every ounce of her strength. Angela. He called her again, tears streamed freely down her face, and upon opening her eyes she found his cheeks were drenched with tears as well. She shivered, touching those tears with her fingertips, gazing at him as best she could through her misty eyes. Angela. It's you. Angela managed to speak with a strained, weak voice, her lips parted with a soft laugh now, and she cupped his face delicately, lovingly. Sokka. You're here. I've found you. I don't even know how. He gasped, with a laugh of his own. Hell, this defies all logic, I know it does, but it's really you. It's really us. You're here, Angela echoed, brushing his tears with her thumb now, damp, hot, real. Now, moments into this strange phenomenon, she dared ask herself the questions she hadn't cared to, before. How could this be happening at all? How could they be in the same place, at the same time, when that was physically impossible? Sokka. Sokka, are we? What, dead? He asked. Both their smiles faded, but he shook his head. I don't think so. I walked into the mist, that's how I found you, but... Angela, I could feel you. All along, I felt you. Everything you've been feeling, you've felt it too? Angela asked, shivering. Sokka gritted his teeth and nodded. The misery, the pain. After that crazy thing of opening my chakras, it's like our Kai's attunement just went entirely overboard. I could feel you, even more than I already did before, and... You're crazy what, now? Angela repeated, with a soft laugh. Sokka snorted, pressing his brow to hers. You wouldn't believe, the kind of weird shit that's happened to me lately, he said. Angela's heart ached, pounding so hard she knew he could feel it against his chest. Angela. He attacked. Angela stated it as a solid fact, not a question. Sokka's smile waned anew. He sent troops to the South Pole, he tried to. I wanted to stop him, Sokka, but I didn't know he'd done it. I failed. Don't worry, Sokka pressed his lips to her brow, and Angela shivered under his pleasant touch. Her sorrows indeed seemed to fade away, to vanish into nothingness, because he was here. Because it truly was him, and he was clearing her grief in the way only he could, just as he always had, just like in the beautiful days they had shared until their catastrophic end had arrived. Yes, he sent forces, but we defeated them. I hoped you'd know. I mean, I knew it was possible that you wouldn't see it, but the knife we sent back with the false letter wasn't my knife. I hoped that, if you saw it, you'd realize we lied. You'd realize I was safe. Wait, you forged a? Angela gasped, eyes wide. Sokka smiled and nodded. Hell, you clever bastard. Oh, you're serious? You have to be, you actually sent a letter yourself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it hurt you, if he didn't show you the damn knife, then. I'm sorry. Is that what happened? Is that why you were? I thought you were gone, Angela said, her voice hitching with emotion, tears spilling down her cheeks again. Sokka gritted his teeth, an inevitable rush of guilt surging inside him. I really thought he'd be, but he didn't. He didn't win, you tricked him. You lied, I really was a terrible influence on you, you lied so well that I actually bought it. I didn't mean for you to buy it, though, not you. Oh, goodness, I'm so sorry. Sokka grimaced, hugging her so tightly she felt breathless for a moment, but she didn't care. If he wanted to give her a bone-crushing hug, he could do so. If he wanted to toss her into the sky and catch her as she fell, he was free to do that too. He could do anything he wanted, so long as he remained real, so long as he stayed alive. Don't. Oh, I should have fucking thought about it, I'm an idiot. Angela laughed now, shaking her head as she pressed even tighter to him. It's so like you to do something like this. I wasn't thinking clearly, I was ready to give up if you were gone. But you're not. You're still alive. I'm here. I'll always be here. I'll always be with you, Sokka whispered, embracing her so tightly it seemed as though he wanted to take her into himself, to bring her with him to wherever he was right now, and she would have let him, if only it were possible. If only she could go with him, if she could, she'd do so without a second thought. Our energy, it's connected no matter what, Angela. You and I, we're bridged together for eternity. The greatest illusion in this world is the illusion of separation. You're very poetic all of a sudden, Angela said, with a watery smile. It's true, Sokka said, pulling back only to cup her face and smile just as well. If you let go of your guilt, if you let go of your fears, your shame, your grief, the lies you've told yourself, you'll see it too. You'll realize it's no figure of speech, it's true, I'm always with you, just as you're always with me. So, whenever you don't feel strong enough, remember I'm still here. Remember I'll never give up on you, no matter what. I still fight for you with my every breath, with every new step I take. I'm still yours, all yours, in every way that counts. This is only temporary, distance can be cut short again. Sooner or later, we will find our way back to each other, just as we swore we would. I hope so. I'll try to hold on, I'm not as strong as you thought I was, though. I'm not. Angela whimpered, Sokka shook his head, tilting hers upwards. Her tearful eyes met his, and he stole a new kiss from her lips that tasted of miracles to the heartbroken princess. You're so much stronger than anyone knows, than even you know. I see it, even now, Sokka said upon pulling away, smiling warmly at her. Feeling weak, feeling bleak, and sorrowful. I get it, Angela. I know why you feel that way, because I felt that way too, for as long as we've been apart, but I will find you again, no matter what it takes. I will be with you again, just as we are now. Our paths may have split apart, but they will flow together once more, and the next time they do, the world will be damned if it tries to make me let go ever again. Angela shivered in his arms, his words seemed to have infused no end of life back into her broken soul, and yet she flinched, lowering her head in undoubtable shame. I don't know how to shake off everything you said I should, she said. My choices, the consequences keep haunting me, they keep hurting me. I'd already lost so much as it is, just by losing you, and yet he never stops. You were right all along, Sokka, you were right, and I was a fool. No, you weren't one, Sokka whispered. You aren't one. But, you did what you had to do. What you believed was right. But it wasn't right. Angela sobbed, clutching at him. If it had been, then all of this. It wouldn't hurt as much as it does. I wouldn't be so devastated, I wouldn't be so broken. The right path isn't always the easiest one, love, Sokka said, clasping her arms gently. Angela flinched, lowering her head. You've done so much to protect others, you've carried this whole damn rotten world on your shoulders. You've fought until you couldn't take it any longer, right? So now you can stop fighting, Angela. Now I'll do what I always have. Now I'll be the one to fight for you. It's the destiny I chose, it's the destiny I'll always choose, no matter what. But if he finds out what you've done, if he discovers you're alive, Sokka. Angela whimpered, but Sokka shook his head. The right path isn't always the easiest one, he repeated, earnestly. Her heart clenched. I know you're scared. I know you don't want me to get hurt. I know you're worried, but don't be. Believe in me, just as I believe in you. Trust me, because, girl, I need you too. I need you more than I can ever explain. My heart is yours, it always has been, and I can feel it beating 1,000 miles away, where I left it with you. I can't live on in this damn world either, not knowing if you're safe. Not knowing if he's taking out his wrath on you. I can. She tried to lie, she truly did, but she shattered again, tears spilling down her cheeks when her honesty broke through. I can't take it. I can't, it's too much. He was the true monster all along, Sokka, Yeah, he was. And I'll be damned if I let the woman I love lose her strength and her will to live because of that monster, Sokka hissed, cupping her face again. Angela shivered, pulling closer to him, feeling his warmth as best she could. I failed to protect you from what he's done to you so far, but I won't fail forever. I'm coming for you, Angela. And this time, I'm never letting go. Never again. It was wrong, she knew, to encourage this. It was dangerous, deadly, and yet her selfish, hopeless, impossibly honest heart suddenly pounded with such strength, flooding her system with a certainty, a joy, a hopefulness she hadn't experienced ever since they had been torn away from each other. Again, the thoughts she'd had earlier rushed through her mind, thoughts of how much he loved her, how much he'd done and would continue to do for her, if she let him. No one had ever cared about her in this way. She doubted anyone else ever would. He had truly taught her how to love by loving her in the overwhelming, inflaming, heartfelt way he ever did. He gave her his all, and so, she accepted everything he offered her with a slowly growing smile. I know it's crazy, all right. Sokka continued, with a sad smile of his own. I know you might think I shouldn't come for you at all, but damn it, I've known a life without you, Angela, and it tasted like, I don't know, like regurgitated ashes. Regurgitated? Angela repeated, with a soft laugh. He smiled and nodded, letting her press her face to his chest. I have no idea how to put it, really. I just know it's not right. I just know I can't. I can't do it anymore. Pretending I can live my life without you, it's not possible, love. I really can't do it. There's nothing you can't do, you goofball, Angela said, with an earnest smile. Sokka pouted a little, and she laughed warmly at the sight of the familiar, childish expression on his face. You taught me a million things, in our time together, and that's one of them. You can do anything, you most definitely can. For you? Yeah. Sokka said, though Angela shook her head. Not just for me, whatever your motivation may be, the truth is, the power to achieve everything you've done is already within you. It's your own strength, Sokka, it's your own heart. If I've done anything good in this world at all, then I hope it's having helped you see that for yourself. His heart clenched upon hearing those words, though the pressure was quickly replaced by that warmth that only she could evoke within him, that only she could elicit with such strength inside him. Unable to reject the words, unwilling to do so, too, he pressed his brow to hers instead, as though to bind their minds and hearts together all over again. It was almost as though they had never been apart at all, as though no time, no distance, had torn them away from each other. Yet there were differences the two of them could see, changes since the last of what they'd seen each other. Sokka's fingertips trailed over her cheekbone, and he gazed at her with heartfelt sorrow. "You're thinner," he said, softly. She winced at his remark. I've been careless. I'm sorry, she said, gritting her teeth. Sokka smiled a little and shook his head. "Don't beat yourself up about it, not with me, anyway. You scolded me for not eating like 1,000 times, didn't you? Whenever you were too miserable to do it." "Yes," Azula smiled, clutching at his nape gently. "I won't pretend I haven't done it too, a bit, but we can do better from now on, right?" he said. His fragile smile almost tore her heart to pieces. "The two of us. Whatever comes next, we'll take better care of ourselves. This hasn't been easy for either of us, but whatever the hell is happening now, however we've been able to connect in this way, Azula, there's still hope for us, somehow. We won't be apart forever, I'll see to that, so. I'll try. I'll try my best, Sokka," Azula whispered, clawing at his arms desperately. The metal plates of his armor, the fabric over his skin, all of it felt so vivid, so real. "I don't want to give up either. I'm just tired," Sokka guessed, and Azula nodded. "Scared, too," she admitted, raising her gaze to his. "Everything's felt so bleak, so hopeless, but if you're still alive, if you're still here, then I can try. I can. If I've done anything good in this world, I hope it's having given you hope so that you can keep going, even if it's not easy." Sokka echoed her previous words and sentiment. His heartfelt smile brought a similar one to her face, across her tear-streaked cheeks. It was Azula who pulled closer now, pressing her lips to his powerfully. The initial despair shifted into tranquility, into a warm, tender emotion. Gold fire. Her inner fire flared, burning passionately and rearing its power as wildly as it possibly could, rejoicing in the newfound strength Azula had drawn from their bond, from their unbreakable partnership. In this strange state, her body appeared to become a powerful channel for emotions, for she felt all of them more vividly than she had in far too long. She conveyed each of those feelings to him through the joining of their lips. Her arms looped around his neck, much as his went around her waist, and in this strange, pale, and ethereal world, their very souls seemed to merge together, their energy mixed, blurring every boundary, ensuring to renew their connection to each other in doing so. A blast of energy, a shot of power, suddenly burst within them, shaking them thoroughly. The world was no longer that strange, bright environment in which they'd found themselves at first, for it transformed into a landscape of swirling colors, of a sky that shifted and changed, of stars that danced above, of lands that rose into the heavens, of seas that slammed into coasts, of bursting volcanoes, of swirling storms. They were connected through it all. The universe changed and shaped itself around them, and they remained connected all along. Picking up on the quick-changing surroundings barely fazed them once their kiss ended. A powerful breeze appeared to blow at them, an unpleasant tug, perhaps calling them back to their bodies, but they wouldn't let go. Their tender, earnest eyes remained latched onto each other, as they shined the brightest smiles upon gazing into the familiar, loved face of the one they had chosen to be bound to for eternity. "Sokka!" Azula called him. He clasped her hand in his, once she cupped his face with it. "Whatever this is, however we've found each other in this way. It's something spiritual, I'm sure," Sokka answered. "And it won't last forever," she continued. Sokka's smile waned, but he nodded. He knew as much, as well, no matter if he didn't want to think about that yet. This connection, well, whatever its nature might be, I need you to know you've saved my life with it. Saved our lives, with it. Azula. His painful remorse upon hearing those words seemed out of place, for he didn't understand what her words had meant, but he would. Before this ended, before it did, even if she wouldn't have enough time to tell him everything thoroughly, she'd tell him this. She took the hand that held hers, bringing it close to her body. She pressed his fingers to the center of her chest, and his palm settled against it too as she slid his hand lower yet, until it rested on her abdomen. On the small, scarcely noticeable bump still perfectly concealed underneath her clothes. At first, Sokka had thought that she simply sought his touch, craving it after being deprived of it for too long. His eyes widened when she stopped his hand where she did. He knew her body just as well as she did. He knew every weak spot, every curve, every ridge. He recalled every single detail he had memorized across the years of their intimate love-making. He knew, immediately, instinctively, that something was different in the area where his hand rested now. His breath hitched, and Angela offered him a tearful, earnest smile. Now he seemed utterly breathless, and the buffeting breeze only seemed to make it even less likely that he'd take in any air at all. Angela, however, could draw in a powerful breath and share it with him through a new kiss. A kiss he intensified at once, wrapping his arms around her body with such ferocity, with such need, such fears. Her sorrow, her anguish, was this the reason why she'd felt so much of it? Because she carried his child, along with so many more hardships she was facing? He barely could let the thought articulate inside his head, so unbelievable as it still appeared to be. He kissed her harder yet, as thunder and lightning struck around them, as rain poured just as the sun glowed mercilessly upon them, too. The wild storms continued to rage around them, and yet the ones inside them finally seemed appeased as their lips continued to bridge their souls together. There was so much they still needed to say, so much they still wanted to share, but the illusion in which they'd regained their anchor to reality, the dream in which they'd finally opened their eyes, seemed to be close to its unfortunate, far too quick conclusion. I love you, Sokka, I love you, Angela managed to blurt out, lips trembling against his when their kiss was interrupted. Sokka gasped, still tearful, still shaken, still unwilling to let her go. As powerful as the wind might be, it seemed his grip on her wouldn't yield at all. I love you too, Angela. I'll come for you. For the both of you, for the both of you. He declared his conviction with such firmness Angela could only smile for it, as tears poured down her cheeks again. Don't ever let go. I'm coming, Angela. I'll find you, no matter what it takes. I'll wait. I'll wait however long I have to, Angela smiled, nodding. Her hair was blowing powerfully in that wind, same as that of his long wolf's tail. I won't let go. I won't give up again. Our souls are bonded together, our energies. We are one, Sokka confirmed, cupping her face as he smiled warmly again. We belong by each other's side, forever. You'll never drop me. And you'll always catch me, Angela echoed, perfectly. Sokka's smile gained strength, fierceness, so much of it that the tears couldn't keep Angela from delighting in it. Your heart keeps mine beating. You're my every sunrise. He continued, his palms cradled her face delicately, smoothly, holding her as closely as he possibly could. My guiding light. And you're my gold fire, Angela said, her tears merged with his as she leaned closer, their brows pressed together. My inner flame. Your gladiator, he finished for her, and a soft laugh left her lips upon hearing him finish for her, with the passionate conviction and pride with which he always spoke his title. They joined in a heartfelt kiss anew, one so powerful it seemed to shake the world around them, the very foundations upon which they stood. The wind tried to yank them away still, out of each other's arms, stubbornly uprooting them when they refused to let go, just as they had sworn they never would. Even if the storms in their hearts had been soothed upon seeing each other again, even if the strife they had scarcely been able to endure had finally let up, they couldn't let go, not even then. A thunderous roar, the wind buffeting harder yet, their embrace tightening, for nothing could ever tear them apart. Their tears danced in the air with their gentle sobs, their hearts raced, their souls collided in full, blended into a permanent, full connection, forevermore. Tears still burned in her eyes when Angela opened them with a start. The same ceiling she had been looking at earlier remained above her, yet it was brighter than before. It took her a moment to reason with her surroundings, with the tears streaking across her face, with the slightly scorched blanket where she, unconsciously, had smothered the very fire she had been ready to set upon herself and this precious haven. She rose to a sitting position, chest heaving, the necklace still firmly held against her heart, her free hand's fingers rose to her cheeks, and she couldn't know, if those tears were her own or his. She was still here, still in the Fire Nation, still in Sokka's old house. The sun was rising by now, the world would be waking too, but no one else would have woken the way she had. No one had suddenly snapped back into consciousness for what felt like the first time in months. Her hand trembled as she lowered it, as that strange phenomenon cycled back through her mind. She had seen him. At her very lowest point, when she had been ready to give up completely, she had found him. And it was certainly no dream, no, she recalled far too well how that strange, meek Sokka had acted in her dream when they had been near that swamp in the Gladiator and sponsor race. Sokka, as she had seen him tonight, had been different if just in a few respects, but he had still been himself in every way that mattered. He had filled her heart with courage, with strength she had direly lacked, even if she hardly understood how their connection had come about at all. But the one thing she did understand, the one thing she took away from what had happened that night. "He's alive," she blurted out loud, and a genuine, heartfelt smile lit her face as she brought her trembling hand to her mouth. He's still alive. He had tricked her father. He had deceived him, somehow. This dark and rotten world hadn't lost its one true light yet, the one true chance of purification it had. He was still out there, he was still alive, he hadn't given up, and he had asked her not to do it, either. He meant to come back to her. She should have rejected it, she knew that now. She should have told him to stay away safely, but she missed him, curses, she missed him so badly she couldn't think, couldn't reason, couldn't be anything but completely honest, wearing her every emotion on her sleeve, upon finding him in that strange spiritual space. Seeing him again had soothed her aching, desperate heart, for she never had thought she'd be so lucky, she had never thought she'd deserve to see him again. After everything she'd done, after every terrible choice she'd made. She gritted her teeth, there was so much she should have told him, so much he should have understood before they were torn away from each other. That hadn't been enough time, it felt like they never had enough time. How she wished she could go right back to that strange place and tell him everything. Maybe he'd want their souls to link once again, just as badly as she wanted it, but she suspected that strange state of mind was gone now. Upon closing her eyes, she could still feel that warmth, she could feel him. But perhaps her newfound peace, the bridge between them, had strengthened sufficiently after tonight. If she had only reached that strange spiritual landscape due to her anguish and despair, perhaps now that she had broken free from the darkest moment of despair she had ever faced, she wouldn't be able to access it anymore. Then, if there was no going back, then she had to hold on to hope, just as he had asked her to. She had to believe in him just as she knew he believed in her. That would be enough, that would suffice until he finally came back for her. Everything else, every explanation, every regret, she could convey them afterwards and hope he'd still find her worth his while, in spite of it all. The idea of Sokka rejecting her should have terrified her, and maybe one day it would. But for now, she rejoiced in his survival, she could breathe properly again knowing he lived. Even though the sheets had other signs of burning, fiercer ones than the one she was responsible for, even though the wooden planks on the floor were stained with blood that had dried so long ago, Sokka had survived every act of cruelty her father and his men had attempted to inflict upon him. He had endured, he had stood strong against challenges that anyone else might have crumbled at, but not him. Not Sokka. If her determination wavered again, if she hesitated anew, she would remember that. She would remember the blood staining the floorboards, the charred sheets, the pain of the man she had reunited with in the prison tower, the will to fight of the one and only Gladiator who had defeated Combustion Man. To think that, to this day, he still dared credit her for his incredible achievements, a soft laugh left her lips as she shook her head. Sharing their victories had always been part of their partnership, and yet she was not as easily blinded by those shared victories as he seemed to be. She knew how strong he was, she knew there was nothing he couldn't overcome. So, when he said he'd come for her, she knew he'd fulfill that vow, come what may. Her eyes fell upon the necklace, where it had been but the final keepsake she had left of him. Now it was a promise anew, a promise she intended to abide by. She would wait. She would be ready. She would hold on, for every moment she had left until they met again. She didn't know what would happen by then, he'd likely have a plan or many. Believing that he did, that he'd continue making the right choices to save his family, to protect those they loved, ensured that the pleasant, burning feeling in her chest would continue to fuel her, to encourage her to rise, and, for now, to return to her room. A slow breath left Angela's lips as she gazed about herself, tears still blinking in her eyes. She'd be back, eventually, no matter if it was unlikely that Sokka would come back to his old house anytime soon, but she'd return here and keep this place alive for his sake. For the sake of her true husband, the life partner she had chosen, whose energy remained so powerfully intertwined with hers that she thought she could feel his heartbeats accompanying her own, right now. With a calm smile, and a sensation of peace she hadn't experienced in far too long, right after circumventing a storm of emotion and distress that had nearly driven her over her very last edge, Angela gathered her strength with far more ease than she ever expected to. She stepped forward, past the room's threshold, and she set out on her way back to the palace. He dropped hard on his knees when the world regained its shape around him. Sokka gasped, chest heaving, face streaked with tears, trousers soaked in the muddy puddle he had wound up in, without his awareness. His head spun, his mind remained fuzzy and scattered. He hadn't imagined any of that, this hadn't been the strange, vague spiritual imagery the swamp had showed him in the past. No, he had reached Angela somehow, when she had been at her lowest point. When she had thought, due to his oh-so-clever plan, that he had been slain in battle. Guilt threatened to rise again over having scared her so badly, and yet her later delight upon realizing he had lied, her surge of pride upon knowing he could deceive even her, nowadays. The whole surreal experience could have seemed to be nothing but a dream, an odd vision that made no sense altogether, but it made enough sense to him. His heart felt tender and raw as it pumped blood throughout his body, but it didn't seem as though he would snap out of his shocked daze yet. After about 5 minutes of catching his breath, of closing his eyes in the futile hopes of reliving what had happened just now, Sokka finally dared push himself up. The temptation to seek a white mist like that one again, if just to see her one more time, almost overtook him, but mist wouldn't be enough. A vision, a chance to connect with her, no matter how real it might have been, couldn't suffice. He was coming back for her for good, he had sworn as much, and he would be truthful to that vow. He was coming back for her, and for their child. A shudder rushed through his body as that thought materialized inside his head, a child. There was no way she had meant anything else, no way the slight changes he had sensed in her womb could mean anything else. "You're shitting me?" he blurted out, with a soft laugh, slipping the necklace back into the safety of his pocket. Sure we were reckless, damn it, but, oh, hell. He covered his face with his hands, as tears poured down his face again. Yet now his sobs were combined with laughter, the gruesome, unbearable sensation that had plagued him since he had woken that morning was gone now. His fingers ran through his hair as he continued to lose himself to a visceral, raw reaction, shoulders shaking with each shudder of tearful laughter. A child, their child. He had let himself imagine that possibility from time to time, he had daydreamed about it on occasion, even, but it had always seemed so far away, something that would only happen in a distant future, if at all. Even when Angela had started to become more receptive to the possibility of starting a family, he hadn't expected it to happen until she was well and truly ready for it, and he didn't intend to push her for it in any way. But she never drank the tea while they traveled back to the South Pole. He didn't recall her brewing it at any point, likely because she had run out of herbs for it. And while they hadn't been intimate every night, it had happened enough times, it had happened in prison, too. From that point onwards, she might have forgotten entirely about the tea, and all bets were off, if that was the case. "A child, our child," Sokka whispered, with a heartfelt, tearful smile. I should have told you you'll be a great mother, damn it. Should have told you so many things, so many things. It had ended too soon, happened too fast, even though he had the distinct feeling that hours had passed, rather than the instants he had felt them as. Even if their hearts had lightened, as had their loads, there was so much more they should have spoken of, shared, but there was no time. Would this ever happen again? Would he have a chance to say everything he hadn't been able to, if it did? For now, though, for now he felt the new peace that dwelled in both their hearts. For now, he closed his eyes again and evoked her image, her scent, her smiles, the taste of her lips, the sound of her voice, and for once, he found genuine tranquility where he had found mostly grief, before. They had survived that day's chaotic, dangerous ordeal, they were still alive. There was still a fighting chance for them, and he'd be damned if he failed to make the most of it, both for her sake and for their child. You won't face this alone. I'll do my best to reach you, to help you through it," Sokka vowed. He could only hope speaking the thoughts, feeling them, would serve for Azula to feel them in her own body, in her own energy. Whatever it takes, whatever it takes. He opened his eyes, finding he remained in the swamp, and the white mist hadn't returned yet. No chance of a second visit, then, a shame, he knew, but this one chance to speak with her, this possibility to meet her, even if it happened on a plane of existence he hardly knew what to make of, had been nothing short of a miracle. Okay. I stand corrected, Sokka said, stepping towards the nearest tree. He patted the trunk gently, doubting the plants could understand his intent, but caring very little if they didn't. You're weird as heck, you swamp, but maybe you're not that terrible. Sorry if I offended you, earlier. There was no answer from the swamp, of course, and Sokka could only smile for that. Whatever had happened had to be the swamp's doing, amplifying the existing connection between their shared energy and matching chi. He had no idea what the particulars were. Perhaps Azula had been somewhere special, or spiritually charged, too. Whatever the truth might be, though, he couldn't have felt a deeper gratitude for this. How he had missed seeing her face, how he had missed hearing her voice. She had been through so much anguish, but even so, her sorrows had seemed to fall to the wayside upon reuniting with him. His own had done the same as soon as he had gazed upon her face. I'm coming back for you, he said again, smiling anew, with determination. Well, that is, once I find my friends and get out of this swamp, somehow. He breathed out and stepped out of the muddy puddle. The lightning of his heart had certainly done wonders for his ability to move, even. Her overpowering grief had been so devastating that, had he been attacked by a wild creature, he might not have the chance to repel the threat at all. Right now, though, there was only perfect tranquility, both inside his heart and outside it. All right, you can take me to my friends now. I'm pretty sure this was what you were trying to do, right? Sokka said, carelessly. I'm grateful, don't get me wrong, but Azula needs me, in more ways than this one. The sooner I can get out of here, the faster I can reach her, so. He guessed he had to wait for a sign of some sort, for a clearing to open up spontaneously, for he wasn't sure how to summon anything like that. He suspected the necklace had helped build the connection between his energy and Azula's, but he certainly had no such keepsakes from his friends, let alone was his chi attuned to theirs, so reuniting with them through spiritual means would likely require further aid by the swamp. He didn't expect his ruminations to be interrupted by the sound of a voice different from his own. For a moment, he winced upon wondering if the swamp itself was doing the talking. He had bitterly chided it before, yes, but for a swamp to be capable of speech? Well, plenty of strange things had happened, he supposed, like giant owl librarians, monstrous chi-corrupting spears and ethereal, spiritual encounters between two people torn away from each other by the utmost cruelty of the world around them. Hello. He called out, still unsure of what to make of the voice. You'll help me. The voice spoke again, moments afterwards, but it didn't seem to respond to him at all. Sokka frowned, resolving to follow it to its source. He traversed a few bushes, approaching a thick cluster of trees when the voice's words finally started to make some sense to him. We'll play with you, when she's older. Sokka frowned. The voice sounded deep, yet unequivocally female. It felt strained, dry, as though whoever it belonged to was utterly parched. His feet brought him closer to the cluster of trees and he rounded them slowly, cautiously. The woman now hummed something, so half-heartedly it seemed she barely could carry the tune at all. By the time Sokka had a proper view of her, her deep voice had dwindled into silence. She sat against one of the trees, eyes closed. Her hair was covered in filth, much as her face and common attire were. The dirt in her hands convinced Sokka she had been digging in the swamp's soil, for whatever reason. Perhaps the reason was the small rock that sat beside her, around the length of the woman's forearm. It looked dug out, going by the line of filth around its base, and the position of her arms suggested she had been clinging to it, but it had slipped out of her hands at some point, weakened as she was. Hello. He called, stepping forward. The woman managed a soft hum, as though to acknowledge him, but he couldn't be sure if that was her intent. I'd ask where you came from, or if you're okay, but doesn't look like you'll answer me. He knelt before the woman. The closer he came, the clearer it was that she was no spiritual mirage but a real, living, breathing person. Sokka frowned heavily. She was much older than him, evidenced by the lines of aging upon her face and the graying, chaotic hair that surely had seen better days, or at least, Sokka hoped it had. He couldn't see her face properly, not in the dark, unpleasant swamp, let alone when she was covered in filth, but whoever she was, and whatever she was doing here, she'd likely be moments away from passing out, if not anything worse. Had the swamp wanted him to save this woman? Or had it only meant to connect him to Angela? Perhaps it had planned for both things to happen? He couldn't know the answer to that question, for the swamp's cryptic behavior and apparent sentience certainly escaped his understanding, but he did know that the only thing he could do was offer this woman his help, even if it seemed she would be unable to accept or reject it, mostly unconscious as she was. Well, then, whatever this is, I'm not about to leave a woman to starve in the middle of a swamp. Especially when I'm in a better mood now, Sokka decided. Hope you don't mind my boldness, considering we've never met, but I'll have to carry you, lady. There was no chance the woman would walk on her own, he had to hoist her on his back, at the very least. Thus, he switched his sword's position so it would join his club at his right shoulder. He knelt before the woman, took her weak arms carefully and wrapped them around his neck. Then he picked her up by the thighs and hoisted her in one movement. Her head rested, inert, on his left shoulder, her cheek against his armor. He dared venture one more glance at the woman, finding, to his utmost confusion, that she didn't seem so unfamiliar now, though he was sure he had never seen her before. Even under the dirt that stained her features, even with her graying hair in such state of chaos, something about her felt eerily familiar, although he wasn't sure why. Suddenly it was Sokka who was filled with an unsettling, foreboding feeling. How he hoped he wouldn't send his misgivings to Angela through the bond of their shared energy. She already had more than enough to worry about to add Sokka's problems to her own load, but he didn't set the woman down, regardless. When he turned his head forward once more, intending to focus on tracking down his friends anew, he glimpsed a small light fluttering ahead. As inexplicable as it was, Sokka knew better than to question the swamp's strange powers and the unbelievable miracles he had witnessed in it. That bright light meant to help him find his way, and so, he followed it without hesitating, with the older woman still hoisted over his back. The light, to his slight disappointment, didn't seem poised to guide him back to another mysterious white fog where he might return to Angela's arms. He guessed it would be difficult to do so while carrying someone with him anyway, but the thought still brought a smile to his face. Even if it hadn't been as physical as it had felt, for he didn't know, even now, how they had bridged their souls in that strange, spiritual plane of existence, his heart had been appeased profoundly by the experience. For the first time since before they had parted, since before they had been discovered, there was a small kernel of hope inside his heart. It wouldn't be easy to cling to it, he suspected, but he relished in this light respite for now, in this chance to breathe in, even if what he'd breathe was the strange, stale, and charged air of the swamp. Even if his stomach growled, begging for sustenance, even if his soaked, aching feet continued to discomfort him as he trudged onwards, across the many puddles of mud, his heart's new contentment remained as strong as it had been before. He had seen her again, and that was enough for now. He would cling to the feeling, he would hold on to it as firmly as he could. But naturally, his resolve would be threatened rather quickly, as his unfortunate luck would have it, when the first sounds of brewing chaos ahead reached his ears. He had no idea what it was at first, the sound of shouting, male voices as some splashing noises reached him, too. None of the voices sounded familiar, though, so not his friends, he reasoned quickly, even if the speck of light continued to move onwards in that direction, or what was left of the speck, anyway. Hey, now, don't fade on me here, will you? Little spirit firefly, or whatever it is you are. Sokka grimaced, hurrying towards the dwindling light as hastily as possible. What was left of his luck seemed to be at an end when the spark finally fizzled out completely. He sighed, shaking his head and shifting the weight of the woman on his back. She seemed so out of it she didn't even react to his motions. Sokka grimaced at that realization, hoping she wasn't too far gone to be saved, as he continued to march towards the strange voices, the only potential hint he had left to follow anymore. An inhuman, fierce roar reached his ears next. His eyes widened, and his lips parted over a gasp, recognizing the sound immediately, it was the same sound that had scared him instinctively when he first heard it in the South Pole. Appa! Oh, thank fuck! He exclaimed, speeding off further towards the bison. He rushed towards the sound, skirting across the clusters of vegetation, past the thick trees, skipping over large roots and ducking below dangling vines. His footsteps splashed across the muddy puddles, but he no longer registered any discomfort upon finally hoping that he'd reunite with the rest of the group. Appa seemed to be in motion, though, for the next time he heard his echoing roar, it came from deeper in the swamp than before. Should have caught up to you already. Sokka reasoned, chest heaving against his breastplate. His eyes fell upon a nearby stream, finding the vegetation near it appeared rustled, swept off. Some branches were broken, and some puddles had dropped unnaturally outside the riverbank. Was Appa fighting the people he'd heard before? Though who his opponents were, Sokka had no idea. Was it the White Lotus? The thought sent bad shivers down his spine. He hastened to follow the trail of wrecked plants, as well as the occasional prints of Appa's paws over the unstable ground. Whoever was attacking Appa, Sokka would have to set down the woman to help him fight back, he suspected. He clenched his jaws, hoping the danger wouldn't be that serious, though he feared otherwise. Appa might be a gentle-mannered creature, but no one would assume as much at first glance. His large size and his intimidating growls should have scared away anyone who lacked the power to stand up to him, so perhaps they didn't lack it at all. Curses! Sokka huffed, speeding up as best he could. Despite all that chaotic motion, the woman didn't wake. When the voices and roars finally seemed closer than before, though, a new one had joined them. Get away from Appa! Such was the fury of the Avatar that his shout, unlike those of the enemies, was perfectly comprehensible for Sokka. While he shouldn't have been relieved to confirm Appa was in trouble, knowing Aang was there too helped, somewhat. Though, why hadn't he helped all along? Aang hadn't been with Appa either? Still, if he had reached him now, perhaps he would be able to help his bison escape the clutches of whoever had been chasing him. The woman on Sokka's back groaned lightly suddenly, and Sokka grimaced as he glanced at her. Would he have to sit out this fight? Maybe, once Appa was safe and sound, he could set her down on the saddle and leave her to rest there while they handled the fighting. Katara could check her afterwards for wounds, he hoped. Come on, let's go, Sokka breathed out, hoping his voice would sound reassuring to the woman he had rescued. She didn't respond, though, perhaps she was simply making noise in her sleep. Whatever it was, Sokka rushed with her in the direction of the fighting. The splashing sounds had become even more violent now than before as the Avatar joined the fray. Whoa! That's some bending you got there. Take it easy, fella. The voices were more intelligible now. They made sense, so Sokka wasn't far, he wasn't. Sokka? Sokka! For the second time that day, a female voice had called for him, and while the relief he felt this time seemed small compared to the strong emotions evoked by his reencounter with Azula, Sokka still had it in him to smile when Katara's voice reached him. He raised his head in her direction, finding Kino and Zuko were following her. Everyone was together, then, well, everyone but the lemur, as far as he knew. Maybe Momo wasn't that far away anyhow. Aang would likely turn the swamp upside down to find him, if he were. You guys, oh, hell, finally, Sokka breathed out as he rushed towards his sister. Kino and Zuko continued onwards towards Aang. The former spared Sokka a quick glance upon hearing Katara calling for him, but he continued running anyway, following Zuko into the clearing where Aang and Appa battled their mysterious enemies ferociously. Oh, Sokka, we were so. Wait, what's this? Katara had meant to rush in for a hug, but she froze on the spot with arms outstretched. She hadn't processed the full sight of her brother until he came closer into the light, and her relief was promptly replaced by utter perplexity. You mean, who's this? Beats me, Sokka huffed, heaving the woman carefully. But I think she needs help. Healing, food, water, anything we can do to save her, as far as I can tell. Wait. She must be the woman, the one Hugh talked about, Katara reasoned, frowning. Sokka raised an eyebrow. Hugh? Who is Hugh? Damn, his eyebrow twitched at the similarity of the words, and Katara smiled at his irritation. It's a waterbender we met, just a moment ago. He kind of helped us understand our way through the swamp, but... Katara said, glancing in the direction of the battle. Sokka's eyes widened, but he decided he'd ask about Katara's discovery of other waterbenders later. Aang took off to save Appa when he finally located him, and we probably should help him, too. I guess, but... I can't fight like this, Sokka grimaced. Katara nodded, patting his forehead reassuringly, as his shoulders were out of the question right now. I'll try to give us some cover, maybe. I don't know if we really were supposed to do something important in this swamp, but we're better off getting out of it as soon as possible, right? Katara said. Right, Sokka nodded. Katara responded with the same gesture and they marched into the clearing where the fight appeared to be taking place, in a river within the swamp. Aang had climbed on Appa's saddle, from where he bent air funnels to push the enemies back. Sokka noticed 2 overturned canoes, as well as some strange, near-naked people flopping about in the water. Some, however, would return to their feet quickly and they'd bend the muddy water skillfully to sabotage Aang's bending efforts. The Avatar had to jump frequently to dodge the retaliation by the enemy, and it wasn't long before Sokka understood why. Not only did Aang attempt to hold back his strength, as he ever would in most fights he partook in, but the enemies outnumbered them considerably. There were 3 more canoes behind the overturned ones, and as strange as the apparel of those waterbenders might be, they seemed well versed in waterbending and fought back in perfect synchrony. The swamp was their territory, thus, they knew and understood it completely. Even the Avatar's bending superiority couldn't win out easily in such a situation, especially if he held back from fighting at his best out of fear of genuinely harming the enemy. Aang. Sokka called for him. He reasoned, too late, that he shouldn't have done that, for the Avatar was immediately surprised to hear his voice. Sokka. He glanced back from his position on Appa's saddle. A water whip slapped him across the chest, sending him backwards. Oh, hell. Sokka snarled, as Kino dashed up the bison's tail to help Aang however he could. Zuko launched potent fireballs at their enemies, taking the opportunity to do so once Aang wasn't airbending anymore. The waterbenders were distracted by his attack but hardly fazed by it, dousing it quickly. It seemed his firepower had improved after the opening of his chakras, but his renewed strength wouldn't suffice when outnumbered by what appeared to be waterbending masters, with a bending style quite different from Katara and Aang's own. We can't win this fight. Sokka exclaimed. Zuko snarled but nodded. Can we get out of here, though? He asked. Is Momo on the saddle? Kino grimaced, glancing across the saddle as Aang returned to his feet, shooting another burst of air at the waterbenders ahead. I don't see him. Shit. Zuko gritted his teeth. Can you locate him, somehow? He's in a dark space. Like, I don't know, a bag. A bag. Aang repeated, turning towards the enemy with a scowl. It took him but a moment to pick up his staff, which, to his profound relief, had remained safely tucked away with their many bags in the saddle. He shook it so the 2 flaps would spread open, and he leapt up into the air, astonishing his opponents, though they remained willing to fight him regardless of his airbending skills. They're not even fazed by fighting an airbender. Sokka realized, rushing up Appa's tail quickly, on his way to the saddle. God damn it, this trip is just disaster on top of disaster, shouldn't have brought that flying rat with us after all. Don't say that. Kino grimaced, glancing at Sokka with unease as he set down the woman slowly. Kino's eyes widened as he gazed at her, perplexed. Is that the woman some guy told you guys about? I don't know, maybe, Sokka said, finally placing the unconscious woman on the saddle. She was still breathing, but her pale, thin complexion certainly didn't suggest she was fine. He grimaced and shook his head before turning to Kino. You're the one tracking down Momo? Where do you feel him, exactly? I don't really know, but it's somewhere dark, for sure, Kino answered, glancing at the canoes again. One of them must have captured him. And they didn't have enough with him, they came after Appa too. Sokka frowned, glaring pointedly at the canoes ahead. He could only hope the lemur hadn't been in the overturned ones, if nothing else. Can you try to pinpoint it more accurately, or? I guess. Kino grimaced, closing his eyes. It's just too noisy and messy here right now, so I might not be able to do it, but He breathed in, sitting cross-legged on the saddle, attempting to focus. Katara joined the fray by then, and Sokka brandished his boomerang as he glared at the waterbenders pointedly. If Momo had been captured and kept in a bag, somewhere, then... It's the second one, to the left. Sokka's eyes moved in that direction quickly. He couldn't get a good angle from here, but he would if Appa could move with them. Appa! Yip. Wait, what? Sokka! Kino's cry was followed by a few surprised, then furious shouts by Katara and Zuko, who were still on the ground. Sokka clasped the bison's reins, leaping onto his neck, his boomerang firm in hand. All he had to do was find a better position, that was all. Sokka! Aang cried out, and he almost paid for his brief distraction with a water whip to the face. He angled his glider properly, though he glanced at Sokka with confusion anew instead of focusing on attacking their foes. Sokka, however, was perfectly focused. He held the boomerang carefully, and soon he glimpsed a brown fabric hiding behind one of the waterbenders. Aang! Get that one! Sokka shouted. The Avatar frowned but obeyed, closing his glider and invoking a gust of wind by swinging his glider in an arch. The canoe in question spun in its axis until it rammed into the shore. Sokka tossed his boomerang powerfully then, and its sharp edge cut across the fastening of the bag when it finally reached its target. Before the boomerang could do its lap right back to Sokka's hand, Momo shot out of the bag, flying right into Aang's chest. The Avatar caught his small new friend with one arm, summoning another gust of wind to hoist them both onto Appa's saddle. They weren't high enough to escape the attacks of the waterbenders, however, but they wouldn't need to be. Ready. Go. Katara's voice resounded loudly as she brought forth as much strength as she could muster in a massive bending demonstration. The water flowing downriver suddenly curled up into a powerful wave that seemed poised to crash into the swamp's dwellers. The danger it represented gave Bison a small respite, and said danger only increased when a sizable fireball shot right into the wall of water. Not only was the water attack fearsome on its own, the fire heated the water so quickly and effectively that their opponents would be in genuine danger of sustaining scalding burns unless they focused all their efforts in defending themselves against the joint-bending attack. Busy as they were dealing with the combined fire and water bending, they couldn't do anything to keep their quarry from escaping anymore. Sokka guided Appa back to Zuko and Katara, who were helped up on the saddle by Aang and Kino. As much as a quick glance suggested everything was in order at last, Sokka still needed to confirm it was the case. Everyone here? He asked, brandishing his boomerang once again. Yeah. Let's just go. Zuko shouted back, clutching the saddle's railing tensely as Aang brought Katara close to his chest. Momo chirped at her, and the waterbender flashed him a fond smile before glancing across the saddle. Everything looked a little rattled, but it seemed their bags had stayed safe and sound, tucked under the proper fastenings that kept them in place while they traveled. Everything's all right, Sokka. Let's go. She cried out. Sokka nodded, yanking Appa's reins and directing the creature into the sky. Appa barraged through the treetops, colliding with branches that slapped against his riders until the last of the green fell behind, giving way to a wide blue sky, soon to be tinged orange once the sun began to set. Even though they had put enough distance between themselves and the hostile waterbenders from the swamp, it took a good, long moment for the whole group to finally relax after their considerable ordeal of the day. Sokka's chest heaved as the bison flew, still hastily, as far from the swamp as he could possibly go. Sokka didn't think Appa was headed in the right direction at all so far, but he couldn't care less, not just yet. For now, he simply relished in their survival, and in the miracle he had witnessed in the swamp's mists. Hell, we should get up to less weird nonsense sometimes. We really should, Kino blurted out, breaking the silence with words spoken both carelessly and honestly. Sokka, by Appa's neck, snorted but nodded in agreement. I have no idea what the hell happened, even now, Katara admitted, rubbing her forehead with her fingertips as she pulled away from Aang. He seemed even more shaken than she was. He rubbed gentle circles over her back, likely hoping to calm down too by soothing her. Those guys looked like you, but he didn't attack us. He wanted to, remember? Zuko pointed out. When he thought we would attack the swamp, somehow. We weren't attacking the swamp just now, though. They were the ones after Appa, Aang pointed out, with a frown. Maybe they're not the same people, even if they dressed alike, Kino shrugged. Maybe we could have talked them down from fighting, if they really were like you, but... well, I guess you have a point. But I was afraid of what they'd do to Appa, Aang said, grimacing as he reached a hand over the saddle and caressed the creature's fur gently. I'm sorry, buddy. I hope they didn't hurt you. Appa responded with a simple groan, as though conveying Aang had nothing to worry about. A smile spread over the Avatar's features, and he caressed his animal companion's fur gently once again. I'm glad you're okay, Appa, he said, glancing at Sokka. Thanks for figuring out how to get Momo back, Sokka. I know you're not fond of him, but... if someone's going to eat that thing, it'll be me, he said, glancing at the Avatar with a lopsided grin. Hey, no one's going to eat Momo, I said, Aang decreed, and Sokka chuckled, a sound that, while not unpleasant, caught Katara by surprise. Sokka. She called her brother, raising an eyebrow. Are you feeling better? I mean, you were really weird this morning. You're acting like yourself again now, though. Well, I'm better now, yeah, Sokka said, nodding as he turned forward again. It's a bit of a long story, and to be honest I doubt any of you guys will believe it. Why wouldn't we believe it? Kino said, blinking blankly. Zuko sighed. If you saw my sister in the swamp somehow, trust me, nobody's going to be weirded out by it, he said. We all saw things, but they weren't real. That's the thing, though, Sokka said, with an awkward smile, as he glanced back at the group. I think it was real. The words were followed by silence. As Sokka had anticipated, his sister and the other three stared at him as though his nose had transformed into a turnip right before their eyes. They wouldn't believe him at all, he supposed, especially if the swamp had given them visions that they knew couldn't be real, much as it had once showed Azula a very strange dream that could never come true. He swallowed hard, turning forward again before sighing in defeat. Anyway, I'm alright, on the most part. Tired, hungry, could use a fair amount of time to really think about what happened at the swamp, but I'll be okay. Though. Katara, that woman. I found her after my vision ended. She wasn't that far away from where I was. She was somewhat conscious when I found her, I think, but she's been totally out of it the rest of the time. You think you can help her? I guess. Katara said, biting her lip as she approached the woman. She nestled quietly on the saddle, breathing slowly, as evidenced by the rise and fall of her shoulders, lying with her back towards the rest of the group. The waterbender slid closer to their newest passenger, turning her over slowly so she would lie face up. Aang bit his lip, suspecting the woman's presence meant Appa carried far too much weight by now for a comfortable trip, though with how thin she seemed to be, perhaps she wasn't much of a burden for the bison. Then, you just found that lady lying there in the swamp? Kino asked Sokka, as Katara started on her process to aid the woman, washing her face gently with water from her pouch. I saw a lady too, but she wasn't real. You really are lucky, Sokka. Lucky? Sokka repeated, raising an eyebrow. Kino shrugged. Well, you said your vision was real, wasn't she your vision? He asked. Sokka scoffed and shook his head. No, my vision was Azula, like Zuko said. The woman jolted. Everyone fell silent immediately at her reaction. Sokka frowned, completely distracted from guiding Appa upon sensing the woman had moved of her own accord for the first time since he'd found her. Was Katara's waterbending that effective at healing and soothing her, even if she had only used it for cleaning her, so far? Zuko had eyed the woman with uncertainty upon seeing her lying on the saddle, once he climbed it. Then, he had watched as Katara washed her face, even if the waterbender's body covered the woman's features from view. Now, though, Katara pulled back, uncertain about what had brought about this sudden reaction. And only then did Zuko have a chance to detail her face. Did I do something? Katara said, glancing at Aang in silent panic. The Avatar shook his head. I don't think so. Maybe she's having a bad dream, or she's coming to her senses. He said. Katara grimaced, glancing at the woman again. Then she frowned, perplexed, upon hearing a rustling sound when Zuko clambered over to where she sat, by the woman's side. Katara, he said, failing to ask her to give him space with proper words, yet Katara understood anyway, pulling back at once upon glimpsing that strange, new expression on Zuko's face. Zuko? What is it? Kino called, blinking blankly at the exiled prince's odd behavior now. Zuko wasn't the type to approach strangers quickly, always keeping everything new at bay unless he had good reason not to. Unbeknownst to Kino, however, Zuko very much had reason not to, this time, for the unconscious woman, laid across Appa's saddle, twitching lightly again when Kino spoke, wasn't a stranger for him. His heart had raced plenty of times that day, but now it seemed to threaten to burst from his chest as he trembled, a gasp leaving his open, trembling lips. Tears blinked in both his eyes as he tried to shake off this mirage, because this wasn't possible. It had to be another mirage by the swamp, there was no way this made sense otherwise. Yet he knew that face. It was older, marked with age, still somewhat stained with filth from the swamp, but he knew that face. Her earlier reaction was no fluke, no random moment for her to respond to their conversation, she had only jolted at all upon hearing Azula's name, upon hearing Zuko's. The realization saw him covering his mouth with a hand, then running the other through his hair, then his hands fell upon her shoulders, shoulders that had seemed so much larger so long ago. His hands hadn't been that big, either, the last time he had touched her, goodness, he was touching her. She was real, she was no mirage from the swamp after all. The waterbender had told them of a woman, and he had immediately, instinctively, found himself unable to shake off thoughts about her, let alone long for enough to locate the White Lotus's headquarters through his bond with Iroh. He had no idea why she had distracted him so much, so effectively, not until now. Now, instead, he found his instinctive interest in her might have been correct in far more ways than he had imagined possible. The swamp had summoned them into its very entrails for various purposes, but it had led Sokka to her. It had chosen Sokka, somehow, to save her. How had she wound up there? Why? None of it seemed to make sense to Zuko, and yet the tears slipped past his eyes as he cupped the familiar face he hadn't seen in 19 years. Everyone watched Zuko in confusion, in astonishment, struggling to understand Zuko's unexpected burst of emotion, yet he cleared up their confusion upon speaking a word he had used joyfully, carelessly, throughout his childhood. A word he hadn't been able to speak with that same excitement ever again since she had vanished, just so, the only word that came to mind now, upon seeing her again. Mother. Chapter 283. Family Reunion / Strengthening Bonds. 1. Ariai's eyes barely felt tired, regardless of the bags below them, as they followed the frantic Wen's restless pacing through the princess's no longer empty room. The third and last occupant of it, Renkai, stood by the door, his face bare, a hand trembling as it held his helmet in an unsteady grip. Ariai herself crouched against a bare wall, unable and unwilling to so much as find a chair for herself right now. I shouldn't have left, Renkai said, breaking the silence after what felt like hours. The sun was already rising, and none of them knew what to do yet. If I hadn't. Maybe you shouldn't have, but... Wen replied, shooting an uncertain glance in his direction. It's not like you were gone for long, you came to get me right after she sent you away, didn't you? Yes, but, it wasn't enough, Renkai gritted his teeth. You didn't see what she was like. Believe me, I can imagine, Wen said, sternly. Especially if the Fire Lord said what he did. It can't be true, though. I refuse to believe that it could be true. But if she did believe it, I don't know if she'd hold back from doing the worst possible thing she could have. I really don't. Rei winced, hugging her knees to her chest as a pang of dark denial burst inside her. This time, she knew, the princess's choices couldn't be her fault in any sense, but a swirling feeling akin to guilt still spread inside her gut. If she'd been nicer, if she'd been more helpful, if she had learned faster, would she have been able to at least give the princess a reason to live on, regardless of her countless, painful misfortunes? The love she had felt for her gladiator had been a driving force in her life, to the point where Wen and Renkai clearly feared she might have lost her will to live now that he was gone. The idea of a love so overwhelming and devastating floored Rei completely. Was it truly possible to love someone to the extent where death was preferable than living without them? She didn't quite feel that way, right now, but perhaps the emotions she felt at the moment, the vacant sadness that permeated her upon dreading she might never see the princess again, were but a small sample of what the princess had felt upon learning the man she loved was gone. Wen remained convinced that the Fire Lord had to be wrong, and again she showed that unusually stern, serious side of herself that Rei had seen only in the most complicated or tense of circumstances. It was her real self, Rei suspected. Her certainty of the gladiator's survival, however, almost had a personal component to it, as though she couldn't accept that the gladiator could have died, no matter what the Fire Lord said. Now that Princess Azula's many mysteries were mostly clear to Rei, Wen herself had become the bigger riddle among the three of them. Such thoughts were a weak, pointless distraction from the anguish caused by the princess's disappearance, though. It had been clear, from the start, that she had escaped through that trapdoor on the floor, which she had left uncovered, but nobody seemed to have a proper idea as to where she might have gone. Rei herself was entirely new to the city and had no notion of what anything was like beyond the palace's walls. Renkai had never been all that close to the princess before, and as much as he and Wen had discussed the potential places the princess might have gone to, neither one was fully convinced of any of their guesses. There were two friends of the princess that she might have sought out for comfort, they thought, or perhaps even the temple, with the head sage. But then Wen had mentioned another place, from what Rei understood, the gladiator's old house. She had been apprehensive about the idea, unsure if it would be far too painful for the princess to return there or not. With the grief Renkai said she might be feeling, though, it was entirely possible that Princess Azula would have leapt headfirst into the most painful place possible, as far as Rei could tell. Shouldn't we at least try to find her? Wen said now, breathing out slowly as she glanced at Renkai. You can open the trapdoor, we can try to find the tunnels to each place we can think of, though I don't even know where they might be. Unfortunately, I'm not well versed on the patterns of these tunnels, myself, Renkai confessed, lowering his head. I may be able to take us to a few places, but, do you even know where her friends live? Well, only one of them, Tai Li, Wen said, with a frown. Though I barely remember the route there, to be honest. I didn't go there directly, and I was in a carriage, so. Of course, Renkai sighed, shaking his head. I wasn't part of the groups sent to bring them to the palace either, when they were questioned. Do you really expect the princess would put them at risk, though? If she's caught running off this way, if the Fire Lord tracks her down in either of her friends' houses, she would endanger them. Well, yes, and that's exactly why I thought maybe she went to the old house, Wen said, biting her lip. It's further away from everything else, so it would take us longer to get there, but it's the safest place to look and the least alarming one, too. So, how about you receive her breakfast tray, bring it in here, we pretend she's totally here, and then we take off through the tunnels and look for. Her words faltered when the sound of rock scraping against more rock rumbled within the room. All their eyes shifted to the trapdoor. In a matter of instants, Wen had rushed to kneel by the hidden doorway, anxiously hoisting it delicately, carefully, as someone pushed it from below. When a relieved gasp, and a slight smile broke through her face, Rei almost fell over in relief as well. Renkai, too, appeared to have remembered how to breathe at the sight of that expression on Wen's face. You. She gasped, pushing the trapdoor carefully upwards. Sorry. Sorry. Azula's voice finally resounded in the room, and Rei slumped against the wall. In the center of the room, though, Song reached into the tunnels to help Azula climb out and back into her room. Her sleeping gown looked crumpled, and her hair was disheveled. Her voice seemed frayed, sounding much like it had on the day she had broken down in Rei's arms, and Song could easily see the redness in her eyes, an unequivocal sign of the grief that had poured out of her through a torrent of tears. Yet there was a strange calmness in her voice, even in her grip once Song wrapped her arms tightly around her friend, once again discarding her false persona completely. She had spent the whole night so worried she couldn't even remember to keep up her pretense. She was too relieved to find Azula hadn't done anything quite as terrifying as what Song had dreaded she might, but still. I'm the one who's sorry. Song said, gritting her teeth as she tightened her grip over Azula. Renkai told us what the Fire Lord said. Angela, I'm so. I don't believe it. I can't believe. I know it's stupid of me to be so stubborn, but he can't be. No, he really can't be, can he? The way she delivered that question carried a strange, familiar sensation with it. Song pulled away, looking at the princess with uncertainty, finding she was looking at the princess indeed. At the same woman who had been fierce and indomitable, who had struck down her nation's foes and fought her hardest to save the life of the man she loved. The woman who had achieved the impossible, the unthinkable, time after time, and yet she always seemed ready to reach higher heights than she already had. Song shuddered as she held Angela's gaze. Angela agreed with her, then. She had come to terms with Sokka's death by denying it. A dash. Angela. Song called her name with uncertainty. The princess smiled weakly. I'm sorry, all of you. I'm back now, though. She said, turning to glance at the other occupants of the room. Renkai appeared utterly floored by her easygoing, uncanny demeanor, while Rei only seemed relieved, tears blinking in the corners of her eyes, upon seeing her again. I know I acted like a madwoman, so, sorry, Renkai. You didn't. You were in pain, Renkai said, though he frowned upon uttering the last word. Though, aren't you still in pain? I will be, for a very long time, as far as I can tell, Angela admitted, with a nod, tugging her robe out of the tunnel before closing the trapdoor. But I think I won't feel the need to run away from the palace anymore. At least, not in this manner. Either way, you would have been better off returning by morning. As you can see, I came back. I couldn't know you would. I had no idea you'd leave in the first place, let alone that you'd come back, Renkai said, fists tightened. We were about to start searching for you, after we dealt with the servants bringing your food. Thoughtful, but you won't have to do that anymore, Angela said again, with unusual compassion towards Renkai. Thank you for, well, all your efforts. You can breathe easy now, you can even take a day off if you want, to compensate for this mess. The same is true for the two of you. Angela smiled a little at Song, then glanced at Rei. The young girl seemed moments away from breaking out in tears, and Angela smiled fondly at her, shaking her head. Don't worry anymore, Rei. I'm fine. Or as fine as I can be, under the circumstances. Are you sure? Song asked, clasping Angela's shoulder gently. Angela, you don't need to force yourself or lie to us if you. I'm not lying, Angela said, the clarity of her gaze, the replenished strength in her voice, even the slight smile on her face, all of it seemed to slap Song so suddenly, so harshly, that her every attempt to thaw out what she believed were Angela's true feelings faltered entirely. It's hard to explain, especially after everything that happened, but you've come to terms with it? Song asked, uncertain. That seems unlikely. I mean, I'm looking at you, and you look like, well. Like I once did, maybe? Angela asked, with a weak smile. I doubt it, to be honest, but I am at greater peace now than I have been in months, if it counts for something. And now, it's not that I'm trying to mislead you, or act calm when I'm falling apart inside or so. I seriously feel better. I do. Well, okay. I'll believe you. Or at least I'll try to, Song said, cocking her head sideways. Angela smiled as Renkai sighed heavily. If everything's better now, then I guess I'll go stand by the door as always, Renkai whispered. Angela raised an eyebrow in his direction. I wasn't joking about giving you the day off, Renkai. You look exhausted, well, all of you do. As do you, Renkai said, though Angela smiled and shook her head. I suspect I got more sleep than any of you did, as far as I can tell. You've been up all night worrying about me, haven't you? Maybe, Renkai said. Rei smiled guiltily when Angela's gaze turned to her. I'll do my best to make sure this never happens again. Angela spoke the words earnestly before rising to her feet, with Song's help. I doubt it'll sound all that reassuring to any of you, but I mean it. Might not be easy to believe it just like this, but you do seem, well, different, Song said, glancing at Angela with uncertainty. The princess smiled, Song had helped her rise to her feet by keeping a hand upon her arm, and Angela gave her fingers a gentle squeeze. "I'm feeling better, for sure. I never thought I would, but I suppose I should have started to expect the unexpected," Angela smiled. Renkai let out another relieved breath before bowing his head and marching towards the bedroom's door. Slowly, Rei rose to her feet and stepped closer, suspecting Angela might be at further leisure to disclose whatever had happened, wherever she'd gone that night, once she wasn't in Renkai's presence. It was how things had been so far, and it seemed that Renkai even preferred to keep his distance, so long as the princess and her companions were safe and sound. Song let out a breath as the door closed behind Renkai. She couldn't hold back the urge to hug Angela properly by then, and the princess welcomed the embrace gracefully. Song trembled in her arms, no matter how many reassuring gestures Angela might offer her. Strangely, it was almost as though the one in the deeper grief and mourning would be Song now, instead. "Angela, what happened?" she asked, pulling away and gazing into the clear golden eyes with her troubled, chestnut ones. Angela let out a deep breath, breaking their eye contact as her eyes drifted to the floor. "Well, after you two went to your rooms yesterday, Zhao returned," Angela said. Rei flinched immediately, and the princess reached out to rub her shoulder reassuringly. The younger woman appeared profoundly apprehensive, though she still dared speak her immediate question. "Did he do something to you?" she asked, uncertain and uneasy. "Did he try to hurt me with his words, mainly," Angela said, gritting her teeth. "He was all too proud to disclose that he had helped my father send a battalion down to the South Pole, to kill Sokka. He knew that whatever strength I'd regained would vanish if I feared for his life, so he took advantage of that weakness. I rushed to my father's study, confirmed Zhao was telling the truth, and then I meant to plead with him, ask him to call back his forces, only for him to say that it would be too late for Sokka anyway. He said he was already dead. So I lost control, quite badly. Renkai tried to help, but I just couldn't take it. I took off when Renkai left to find you two, I suppose. I went to Sokka's house just to feel him again, because I'd just succumbed to my grief mindlessly. I thought that maybe giving myself to all the painful memories would be the right way to mourn for him." She refrained from explaining her ultimate purpose. Song would be distraught and horrified, and Rei might be genuinely mortified to learn she had been ready to surrender her life right then and there. Perhaps they already suspected that deeper layer of truth, but Angela wouldn't share it, not if she could help it. "But then, when I was lying there, on our bed, I closed my eyes to visualize him better, and," Angela said. Her two companions were startled when a smile spread over the princess's face. "And I did. I saw him, and he was real, no matter if it was a dream. He was right there, it was him, I know it was and a dream." "You think you communicated with the real Sokka through a dream?" Song asked, puzzled. Angela nodded weakly. "It sounds stupid and ridiculous, I guess. I have no idea how it happened, but I've never felt so real inside a dream before. I've had dreams about Sokka, but he's usually not quite himself in them," Angela explained. "Not unless it's memories rather than dreams. Sometimes my mind just flies back to the times when we were still free to be. Oh, well, we never really were free to be together, but you know what I mean. But then, this Sokka felt too vivid to just be a dream." Song asked. Angela nodded with more strength now. "Then, it was the real Sokka? You saw his spirit?" "No," Angela said, with a slow smile. Or maybe, yes. But, not in the manner you think I did. He's still alive, Song." That she spoke the wrong name didn't even register in her head, let alone in her companion's own. Song's eyes flew open wide, just as her lips parted. Angela offered her a reassuring, comforting smile as a gasp spilled out of Song's mouth. How? I mean, this is weird. It's great. But it's weird. Then, a dream told you he's not dead?" Song repeated. "Well, no. Sokka himself told me so," Angela said, with a light laugh. "Ah, I know, it sounds utterly mad, and yet it felt far too real for it to be a desperate woman's dream, frankly. I heard his voice, damn it, I touched him with my hands, he really held me, I don't have any clue how, but he did. You heard his voice? Song repeated, smiling a little. What did he say, then? Could you talk with him properly at all, or? Somehow, yes, Angela smiled. I was practically falling apart in his arms because I couldn't believe it, though he wasn't doing much better than I was, either. He said many things, all the right things. He asked me to stay strong, and to wait for him. Just as I swore I would. I might just have to wait a lifetime, but he's still fighting for me, he said. He's surviving whatever my father throws his way, no matter the cost, so that we won't be apart forever. So, it means I have to fight, too. Just as I couldn't fathom living in a world without him, he can't fathom living in a world without me, so. I'll do my best to survive, for as long as I can, until we meet again. I can't let him go through what I did last night. I can't. But then, you're sure he was really there, Song said, gazing at Angela intently. So this wasn't just some strange escapade in the spirit world in your dreams or so. Well, I don't know if it was that, but, he was there for real anyway, Angela said. From what he told me, he found a way to trick my father into believing he's dead. Oh, hell. Song gasped, eyes wide. Ari's mouth fell open. He can trick the Fire Lord? She asked. Angela flashed her a quick smirk. Well, he certainly tricked him for a long time. If anything, he has plenty of practice at that particular craft, she said. I have no idea where he is now, or what he's doing, but, he survived. He protected his people, even when I couldn't do anything to stop my father. But Sokka triumphed to such an extent that my father is still savoring a non-existent victory while Sokka lives, breathes and keeps his people safe. I don't know what he'll be up to now, exactly. I guess, if this weird connection ever works again, I'll ask him and find out by then, but for now, it's enough knowing he's alive. Rei finished, with a gentle smile. Angela nodded in agreement. Whatever he has in mind for the future. I'll do my best to be ready, Angela said. Whatever his next move may be, I'll try to anticipate it and prepare for it. But, for now, right now, knowing he's not gone is enough for me. Obviously, neither of you should tell anyone about this. We won't, Rei said, firmly. Song smiled a little. Pretty sure nobody would believe us if we tried to convince them that you talked to him in any capacity anyway. Not when it seems to have been such a strange, ethereal connection, even. Indeed, but my father and his people are happy to suspect me of being up to no good even when I'm not. It'd be worse yet if he thought I've communicated with his chosen archenemy, Angela said, with a light roll of her eyes, and yet she smiled. Anyway, you two, if you want to take the day off, that's fine. I guess you were awake all night waiting for me. We weren't sure what to do, Song admitted. Rei smiled weakly. We just hoped you'd come home. She whispered. And we're glad that you did. I was scared, but you're here again, so. I am, Angela said, her hand reached out to caress Rei's hair gently. Before she knew it, the young woman had lunged forward, wrapping her arms around the princess in an affectionate hug. Song froze in place, much as Angela did. The princess smiled again after a moment, though, returning Rei's gesture with one arm. She expected Rei to flinch away and break off their hug over bashfulness, but it didn't seem she'd do so. I'm glad. I'm glad you're back. And that you could talk to him, however you did. I'm glad. She whimpered. Angela could feel the maid's tears pouring on her shoulder, and she smiled tenderly for it. It's okay, Rei, everything's fine now, she whispered, caressing Rei's hair reassuringly. You and Wen are stuck with me for the foreseeable future, like it or not. Be as grouchy, as miserable as you want to be, we'll love being stuck with you anyway, Song retorted proudly. Angela laughed before another arm wrapped around her body. Oh, damn. And now it's a group hug, Angela laughed, letting her free arm encircle Song's waist. You two, really, anyone with sense would be angry about the stunt I pulled. Oh, I am furious. Believe me, Song said, sniffing as she tightened her grip around Angela. "Don't ever do this to us again, all right?" "I won't. I promise," Angela whispered. Rei nodded. "I'm not angry, but I am happier now because you're back." "I really am," she said, dabbing at her eyes weakly, all before noticing Angela hadn't flinched, even though Rei had been pressed against her injured shoulder. "Oh. Sorry, Sorry about?" "Oh, my shoulder," Angela asked, once Rei raised her head. "Huh. Funnily enough, it really hurts less today." "No surprises there, huh?" She laughed, shaking her head as she reeled in both her steadfast companions in for a warmer hug. She couldn't believe she felt like smiling, like laughing, like rejoicing in this world and the countless miracles it could offer. Albeit because he was still out there, because the necklace that still weighed in her pocket seemed to connect her to him, just as much as their shared energies did. The attunement, the strength of their shared chi, had healed more than just her broken heart and aching soul. If she had hoped for further proof of how real her experiences from last night had been, the sudden, welcome improvement in her shoulder certainly spoke for itself. She would have even thought, perhaps, that she could evoke blue fire all over again at last, perhaps even gold, going by how strong her inner flame felt right now. But perhaps later, and even if she failed, it didn't mean it would never happen again. Her energy, merged with his, would imitate Sokka's, and it would seek to right the wrongs in her chi until she was finally back to her full strength. Even now, in miraculous ways, Sokka continued to help her, to inspire her, to encourage her, and the best way to honor him, the best thing she could do to return the favor, was to live up to her own potential, that of the woman she had once been, who had seemed to have been left behind in the past until now. It would take time, she knew, even after this, before she could feel like herself again, before she was fully comfortable in her own skin once more. But the memory of that timeless moment they had shared, of every vivid sensation he had evoked inside her, would certainly comfort her in her lowest points and reinforce her courage in the highest ones just as well. She would raise her head again, revitalized by every glorious moment she had spent by his side, by the knowledge that, even after all the tragedies that had struck them time and again, Sokka was still with her, and he always would be. The crackling of the fireplace typically spread comfort and ease among them whenever the traveling group chose to stop for the night. All of them had lived in the South Pole through long periods of their lives, and the warmth of a hearth often soothed every sorrow and eased every unpleasantness. Today, however, the tension among them couldn't be dismissed with just the growing warmth of a fire. Katara had taken care to wash as much of Ursa's body as she could, with her face fully clean, and hair brushed properly. Zuko had taken care of the latter, struggling with the messy knots he found almost in every strand. She still hardly felt like herself to her son, though he reasoned, too, that perhaps he had seldom seen his mother sleeping during his childhood. The proper, perfect wife of Prince Ozai had never been caught off guard, always the picture of ideal elegance. And now she wore ragged clothes, with rips and tears in each layer of fabric. She hadn't cleaned up in a long time, she probably hadn't eaten anything for days, either. Zuko grimaced as he watched Katara tilting his mother's mouth open, ever so slightly, to bend water into Ursa's system. As she didn't swallow naturally, Katara's bending aided her body to accept the water. Silence reigned in the small cliff overlooking the western Earth Kingdom Sea, the direction in which they'd flown after escaping from the swamp. They remained near a thicket of trees, underneath the shade of their branches, and they had settled down there for the night. Aang had eased Appa gradually after his dangerous encounter with the waterbenders in the swamp while Kino looked after Momo, but none of them could focus properly on anything else when Ursa's presence, as silent as it had been so far, seemed to overtake everyone's attention, even if she was still unconscious. "I think that's enough water for now," Katara whispered, gazing at Ursa with uncertainty as she stopped bending. "She's stable, I think. I didn't find any urgent injuries, mostly minor scrapes, so she's probably just very worn out after spending far too long out in the swamp." "I guess so," Zuko responded absent-mindedly, stroking his mother's hair affectionately, much as he knew she had done often for him, when he had been young. Nobody said anything else after that. Katara let out a breath and sat back, leaving Zuko to watch his mother anxiously as she nestled in Zuko's own sleeping bag. Every set of eyes fell upon the slumbering woman, save those of Momo, who simply took to climbing all over Kino, Yet even that wasn't enough to distract the former soldier from the woman who, under any other circumstances, would have been leading the Fire Nation alongside her husband. Nobody knew why she was here. Instead, why had she left, let alone why had she been in the swamp? I had a lot of expectations for this trip. Kino finally broke his silence, startling his traveling companions. He hugged his knees to his chest, before shaking his head as he finished his thoughts. But none of it held a torch to reality, to be honest. It has been a very strange journey so far, Aang agreed, biting his lip as he tore his eyes off Ursa, and glancing towards the most somber and silent member of their group now. It wasn't as though Sokka meant to be so distant right now, he truly hadn't intended that, but he felt out of place, deeply uncertain as he watched Azula's mother sleeping soundly, with no idea if she'd wake up again at all. Azula's mother, a shudder rushed through his body whenever he let himself think of that. Memories of Ursa had sent Azula in a downward spiral once, a spiral Sokka himself had broken by proving to the distressed princess that she was no monster, that she deserved to be loved wholeheartedly. Time hadn't erased that wound, not completely, Sokka feared, but it had scarred and healed until Azula had finally found the courage to love, and to let herself be loved just as well. Yet the princess had been anguished that one time, when Oze had forced her to pray for her mother in the temple. Sokka had held her as she unloaded her baggage, as she let her fears take over again, and then he had spoken earnestly to her, hoping to help her find peace with her mother's memory, one way or another. And then she'd had that dreadful, heinous dream near the swamp. Back during the race, she'd panicked terribly upon being overtaken by a dark dream where Ursa had been as monstrous as the real Oze was, where she had commanded Sokka's death, where she had taken down her daughter's every dream and aspiration. It was so difficult to imagine that frail, gaunt woman committing any crimes of the sort, and yet Sokka knew, too, that Iroh had seemed to be a perfectly inoffensive old man to anyone but Azula. He had been wary of the old man from the start because Azula herself had always kept him at bay, and she had been right to do so. Iroh had been yet another of countless monsters in the Fire Nation's royal family. As far as Sokka could tell, was Ursa one of them, too? Even Azula had found the swamp dream utterly exaggerated, she had said as much to Sokka. Yet there was one thing Azula had always been convinced of, Ursa would have never approved of Sokka, let alone of his relationship with her daughter. Watching the convalescing woman now, Sokka's heart churned with an unwanted feeling of fear, of worthlessness. Unless Ursa's experiences in the years since her disappearance had colored her world quite differently, and considering how much Sokka had changed in less than a decade, Ursa certainly had plenty of time to change indeed. It was entirely possible that Azula's certainty regarding how Ursa would dislike him on principle alone might still prove true. Considering everything he had cost Azula, he wasn't sure he'd even have the strength to rebuff any accusations Ursa might throw at him, if she cared to fling any at all. "How long has she been missing?" Aang asked Zuko, softly. "I never really wanted to pry. I figured you'd talk more about your mother if you wanted to, but you didn't think she'd still be alive," Zuko finished for Aang, who winced and eyed him sympathetically. "Don't worry, I didn't know if she would be or not. I imagined 1,000 possibilities, but I didn't think I'd find her again. Let alone did I think it would happen so suddenly, almost easily. Though, well, maybe it wasn't easy at all." He glanced at Sokka now, and everyone's attention turned to him. Sokka raised his gaze, feeling slightly like a hunted animal staring in the face of multiple predators, no matter if the others didn't mean him any harm. "You just bumped into her?" Zuko asked, puzzled. "Or did your vision guide you to my mother, by any chance?" I don't know why it led you to her rather than me, though. The rest of us, we wound up at that big tree at the center of the swamp." "So I heard," Sokka nodded. I have no idea why it singled me out, but I don't know. Maybe it really didn't. Though, it's hard to believe that I found her by chance, isn't it? Do you think the swamp sent that tornado at us so we would find her, somehow? That maybe that was its actual intent?" Kino asked, glancing at Zuko uneasily. Zuko shrugged, gazing at his mother anew. "It didn't need to split us up that way if that's what it wanted. Appa and Momo were in danger for nothing. We could have just found her together and fled with her, just as we did." Zuko whispered, though he turned to Sokka again. So, what happened? You said you did have a vision, didn't you? I did, though. I don't think it was like the ones you guys saw, Sokka said, rubbing his forehead gently. Sokka, whatever you saw in those visions can't be more shocking or unexpected than finding my malnourished, helpless mother in that place, Zuko said, eyeing him skeptically. You could tell me you saw a vision of my father dancing while dressed in the outfits of those swamp benders and I'd believe you immediately. Might have been a funny image under other circumstances, but even if he were just making a fool of himself, I'm pretty sure I'd want to cut your father's head off if I lay eyes upon him again. Sokka sighed, then shook his head. My vision was much better than that, though. I guess that's why I think you guys might find it so weird. Well, you said you saw her, didn't you? Zuko asked. Sokka gritted his teeth and nodded. It's what we expected. I saw Suki, Mari, Nzi. And Kino, and I saw some lady, or maybe two different ladies, that we didn't know, Aang explained. While Katara. I saw Mom, Katara said, eyeing Sokka almost remorsefully. Sokka swallowed hard, eyes hopeful as he raised them towards his sister. Did you get to talk to her at all? He asked. Was it really her? I think she was just a mirage, not her actual spirit. She didn't talk, no, Katara said, frowning. Neither did the fancy lady I saw, Kino said, turning to Zuko. Yours? Zuko shook his head, as Aang stroked his chin slowly. The one I saw laughed. To be honest, her laughter didn't really seem to suit her appearance, but still, that's as far as it went. He glanced at Sokka again, raising an eyebrow. Then, is that why you said it felt real? Did your vision talk to you? Well, yeah, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. And that's the weird part, I guess, like I told you guys before, I think it wasn't just a vision. You said it was real, yeah. But, real how? Asked Kino, puzzled. Real as in? I think I saw the real Azula, Sokka finished, letting out a deep breath after he spoke the name of the woman he loved. Zuko frowned, though not over Sokka's words, strange as they were. Had Ursa twitched again? Just when Sokka had spoken Azula's name. He bit his lip before focusing on Sokka anew. Why do you think you saw her? He asked, calmly. The real her, I mean. I'm sure what I saw was just a vision, Suki, then glimpses of Mari and Nzi once they're older, but you say she spoke to you. She did, yes, Sokka said, swallowing hard. I just walked into this white mist that started spreading before me. I had no idea what it was, or if it would take me anywhere, but I did it anyway, and, eventually I saw her, just lying down in the middle of that bright white, ethereal place I wound up in. She couldn't believe it was me, just as I couldn't believe it was her. She said things that I don't think a vision could have said, or would have said. Really? Like what? Aang asked. Like, that she thought I was dead, Sokka mumbled, guilt surging inside his gut again. The others stared at him in surprise as he glanced at Kino. Your forged letter, seems like it fooled the Fire Lord just right. He really thought he'd killed me. And the bastard must have gloated about it to her. Remember, I woke up this morning, feeling like a mess, really. You were acting weird, yeah. You were all anxious and whatnot. Kino said, eyes wide. From the sound of it, it was her anguish that was reaching me, Sokka said, running a hand over his hair. She'd only just been told I was supposedly dead, and it devastated her. Just the way her father would have wanted it. Sokka. Katara eyed him in anguished chagrin, and her brother shook his head in her direction. I told her what happened, though. Told her we sent that knife because I hoped she might see it and realize it was a farce, and she was relieved, Sokka said, biting his lip. I felt that awful sensation the whole time I was in the swamp, the same feeling I woke up with this morning. After the illusion ended, it was completely gone. Instead, I felt closer to her. I felt more stable and much calmer than I have felt since I said goodbye to her. I know it has to sound utterly insane to you guys, but I'm sure it wasn't just an illusion of the swamp this time. Sokka, you've been involved in so much weird stuff that even I can't pretend to be fully skeptical about this, Katara said, smiling a little at Sokka, who grinned back, if awkwardly. It is weird, but so is pretty much everything that's happened to you since you two first crossed paths. You ought to be used to it, if anything. I would be, but it took me by surprise anyway. It surprised her, too, Sokka sighed. She didn't elaborate much about the things Oze's done to her. Another shift. This time, Kino noticed it as well. Zuko frowned. His mother had moved her head, if just slightly. But it seems to have been dreadful, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. She apologized for not having been able to do anything to keep him from sending troops to the South Pole, so. I guess he's either more stubborn than ever, or more of a bastard than I even imagined possible. Ages ago, I thought Azula's safety and happiness were the only things he and I would ever agree upon, but. Zuko? Did she just? Sokka's train of thought was cut off by Aang's voice. A burst of anxiety reared its head again inside Sokka's gut upon realizing the mysterious woman he'd saved in the swamp seemed to be coming back to consciousness. Zuko, sitting beside her, placed a hand on her cheek carefully, delicately. Mother! He called, to no answer. A sigh slipped past his lips as he glanced at the rest of the group. She's reacted to names. Every time we speak their names, she seems to be about to wake up. Really? Katara asked. Zuko nodded promptly, turning to Sokka again. Nothing about what you saw with Azula had anything to do with our mother, though, did it? He asked. Sokka noticed it this time, too. Ursa's brow drew together, if only for a moment. I get that you're Azula's other half and all, but I'm still her son. I don't know why it wasn't me. Might be it had to do with our past swamp experience, I don't know, Sokka said. Zuko frowned, as did the others. Well, Azula had a dream about her mother when we first were near the swamp, is all. It seemed like everything was nonsense that day, but then we found the library, and we had our skepticism pretty much beaten out of us after that. Worse yet, my dream about Roan practically came true, so maybe the swamp has stronger powers than we realize. Maybe the connection between me and your mother comes from my connection with your sister, in a way. I have no idea if that makes any sense or not, Zuko confessed, with a sigh. But maybe it's a little more reasonable than I want to admit it is. But whether or not it makes sense, thank you, Sokka. I didn't really think this was possible, but if you had chosen to just leave her, you'd have never known her fate? I know, but I wouldn't have left her there, whoever she was, Sokka said, shaking his head. When the vision ended, I just wanted to find a way to enter it again, frankly. To find Azula once more, but, instead, I found her. She said some things that made no sense to me, then she just fell silent. Too tired to keep going, I guess. The things Hugh said about the White Lotus people entering the swamp to find a woman, though. Katara said, bringing up the main problem that Zuko wasn't sure how to address, a problem Sokka had been unaware of until now. Wait, what? Sokka frowned. Katara glanced at him with unease. That's what the one non-hostile waterbender from the swamp told us, Katara said. We thought, well, maybe we'd been taken into the swamp so we could find our way to the White Lotus base properly. So, we asked him, and he said their people weren't far, but they only entered the swamp looking for a certain woman. He also said that he had the feeling she was in the swamp again. Just then, Zuko cut in, his gaze falling upon his mother's face anew. But the swamp hadn't directed him towards her this time. He said, maybe someone else would be the one to help her. I guess he meant you. Sokka swallowed hard but nodded. He didn't regret helping Ursa, although he wasn't sure what consequences he'd face for doing so. He had no intentions of holding back from speaking his mind if Ursa dared say anything outrageous about Azula, but the fragile woman, languishing on Zuko's sleeping bag appeared inoffensive, at least for now. Looks could be deceiving, and Sokka certainly had no intentions of lowering his guard, but he would be careful while trying his best to understand how the woman who had once been married to the ambitious Prince Oze had wound up in the depths of a forsaken swamp, relying on the spiritual powers of the location so someone could find her and save her life. I think she might wake up any moment now, Katara said, approaching Ursa again and kneeling beside her. We'll do best to feed her some of that soup once she does. She looks like she hasn't had anything to eat in months, even if I know that's not likely, but I know. We'll do it once she's awake, Zuko reassured her. It's weird, being the one taking care of my mother when she was the one protecting me before, but think of it as returning the favor, then, Katara said, with an unusually friendly smile that Zuko answered with one of his own. I'll try to do that, he said, cupping his mother's face again. Mother. Maybe she'd recognize you if you called her mom, Aang suggested. Zuko blushed slightly, but he had to concede the Avatar had the right idea. He'd grown used to referring to Ursa with a more formal term over the years, but when she'd last seen him, he had simply called her mom. He breathed deeply, stroking strands of hair out of Ursa's face before speaking the simple word, the first word he had ever spoken as a child. Mom. A sudden shudder shook the body of the woman before him. She gasped for breath, raising a trembling hand awkwardly, in no set direction. Zuko flinched but clasped her hand in his. Ursa had yet to open her eyes. Mom, it's me. It's Zuko, he said, earnestly, his heart beating so wildly it seemed moments away from bursting from his chest. She was moving, she had just tried to find something, she was alive, and she was here, again, before his now very tearful eyes. Mom. Ziziu. Zuko. Ursa managed to speak, her deep voice surprised those who hadn't heard it, though no one was more surprised than the man for whom it was a familiar, nostalgic sound. Zuko. Where's your sister? Mom, Zuko nearly sobbed, startled by the question, but setting that thought aside for now. I'm here. I'm right here, okay? You're awake now. You're safe. Me and my friends, we'll look after you now. Maybe we should. Katara asked, gesturing at the pot above the fire. The rest of the dinner they'd enjoyed already lingered in the pot, waiting until Ursa had woken up. Zuko nodded at Katara's unfinished suggestion. Please, Zuko said, swallowing hard before wiping his eyes with the back of his hand. My friend here will help you eat, Mom, all right? Just try to eat, okay? She'll help you with her bending. And no. Not again, not like that. Ursa mumbled suddenly, startling the group as she squirmed, inching closer to Zuko. I don't eat bees. What? Aang blinked blankly, and Kino glanced at Zuko with uncertainty. Is that some sort of inside joke in your family, or? I have no idea what that means, Zuko confessed, grimacing. Mom, it's okay. My friend here will help you drink soup. I'm a waterbender, Katara clarified, smiling empathetically despite the woman, with her eyes still closed, wouldn't be able to see her grin. I can help you drink some water too, if you'd rather. And not swamp water. It's filthy. Well, we have proper non-swamp water right here, so don't worry, it's not filthy, Katara said, reassuringly. Ursa hummed, even now, her eyes remained closed. Do you want to try that, first? Zuko. Yes. What? Zuko. I'm here, Mom. It's me, Zuko said, squeezing her hand gently. Let Katara give you something to drink now, okay? Why are you friends with a swamp dweller? Katara flinched, and her willingness to help Ursa suddenly seemed to freeze altogether. She thought she was a what, now? Aang and Kino grimaced, though it was Sokka who defused the situation. She mustn't have met any other waterbenders, he said, looking at Katara pointedly. His sister grimaced, quick to realize he had a point. And the last place she was in was the swamp, so she may just think you're so grown. Zuko frowned at the latest question, just as everyone else did. This time, it was all the more difficult to explain whatever had led Ursa to ask that question. She hiccuped softly, her hand trembling in his grip. Why you're a boy. You've always been a little boy, the swamp made you older now? Why? Mom, I'm sorry, Zuko said, unsure of why he'd apologize over having aged. Had anyone ever apologized for that before? We're not in the swamp anymore, though. We're outside it, by these big cliffs, and it's me. It's Zuko, Mom. Zio dash. Zuko. She repeated, and suddenly her face drew together with a slight frown. Zio, Ko. Katara, try giving her the water now, please, Zuko asked, glancing at Katara hopelessly. This first conversation with his mother might not have been terrible, all around, but there were far too many alarming signs in it, far too many small things that were causes for concern already, even before he learned anything about the circumstances that had made Ursa a resident or frequent visitor of the swamp. Although Ursa didn't seem to appreciate it much, Katara bent a small stream of water into the woman's mouth. She flinched and made faces, but she swallowed after a moment, breathing out slowly after the liquid made its way through her system. It's not swamp water, Katara said, softly. We found a stream nearby, it should be way cleaner than their water was. We're not in the swamp anymore, Mom, Zuko said again, cupping her face delicately. You're not there anymore. You're safe, and we'll look after you now. Don't worry about a thing, all right. And not the swamp. Ursa spoke again, her voice sounded clearer now, as though the water she'd just ingested had helped clear her mind, if just slightly, or so it seemed, at first. And not the swamp, but you're still here? Zuko. Mom, I know we all see visions in the swamp, Zuko said, swallowing hard. But it's really me. I'm really here, and I can barely believe it's you, but I'd know your face anywhere, Mom. No matter how long it's been, I'd never forget you, Jay, just as you told me to never forget who I was. I didn't, Mom, I haven't. If anything, I've done my best to grow up to become someone you could be proud of. Ursa shuddered against Zuko's touch. It was clear she was more conscious than before, and that his words were affecting her, but Zuko couldn't quite know to what extent. He wasn't sure if he was helping or harming anymore, so he fell silent instead. Much as he had warned Sokka that the Azula they'd rescue might no longer be the same woman he had loved so dearly, it seemed Zuko now faced the very same anguish he had expected Sokka would be confronted by eventually, the woman he had loved since his earliest memories, the mother he had treasured and whose approval, affection, and care had long proven to be his strongest lifeline in a hostile home, the only soothing memories when all else failed. She might simply not be the mother he remembered anymore. It dawned on him slowly at first, then at full power, she had changed, whether she had intended to or not. Her graying temples, the light wrinkles across her face, the thinness of her body, the torn clothes, the numerous knots in every strand of hair, all of it reminded him of the unpleasant, conflicted feelings and sensations the Fire Nation had elicited inside him upon returning after 10 years on the road. He shuddered as his hands fell upon Ursa's shoulders, as tears overflowed his tightly shut eyes. She was his mother, and at the same time, she was a stranger who had endured countless hardships in almost 2 decades since they'd last seen each other. Hardships that might have changed her, shaped her, molded her into someone he could barely recognize, and maybe she hadn't come out of those hardships as a stronger person. Maybe she had been broken to a point where she couldn't be anything but a pale shadow of the woman he remembered. The graceful Lady Ursa, who should have ruled the Fire Nation alongside Fire Lord Ozai, didn't appear to exist anymore. Her eyebrows twitched, and her breathing rhythm seemed all over the place as she squirmed in Zuko's hold. It seemed as though she were fighting something inside her mind, but no one, not even Zuko, could help her do so. Instead, they sat in wait, nervous and uncertain, as a myriad of emotions appeared and disappeared in the once regal woman's face. She flinched and winced, snarling, then she whimpered, and then her face would return to peacefulness. What was on her mind? For if it was anything like what was on Zuko's, he couldn't fault her for failing to find the strength to face this sudden reencounter. He had never truly thought he'd see her again. But he had never, not once, considered that she might have become someone else entirely if their paths ever crossed anew. His mother, the protective woman who had taken care of him for as long as he could remember, the first woman he had ever loved, with whom he had built a bond that he had clung to so tightly, for so long. After another spree of deep, heavy breaths, Ursa's hands started to move on their own. They rose slowly, so very slowly, until they found Zuko's own upon her shoulders. Zuko gritted his teeth, trying to retain the tears as Ursa's fingers, no longer as soft as he remembered them, no longer sporting perfectly manicured nails, brushed delicately against his own. He trembled violently, letting his mother feel his hands, her thumb brushing slowly over the marriage scar upon his right hand. Her breath hitched upon feeling it, and Zuko wondered if she understood what it meant, or if she'd assume he'd been hurt by an enemy instead. Her lips seemed to tremble now too, as she opened them to speak with a new layer of doubt and fear. Zuko. When she had called his name earlier, she had been so certain, not doubting for an instant that it would be him. Yet she had questioned him upon realizing his voice sounded older, and only then had she seemed to retract into this strange, mostly conscious state, perhaps even fully conscious state, in which she seemed to refrain from opening her eyes out of fear of what she'd find once she did. It's me, Mom. It's me. You're Zuko, he said, his voice fraught with tears as he raised her hands to his lips, pressing a soft kiss to her fingers. A gasp turned into a whimper. In instants, twin streams of tears poured past her closed eyelids, as her chest heaved again. Her fingers stretched out, past Zuko's mouth, meant to cup his face delicately. Yet Zuko sensed her right hand appeared to hesitate, to touch the left half of his jaw carefully before rising, slowly. She didn't seem to feel the damaged skin right away, but she did, after a moment. Zuko held back the urge to wince, to tear his face away. Hell, she'd never recognize him like this. Damn it, why hadn't he thought of it? Why had he been so foolish as to forget his damn scar, the brand his father had etched into his skin mercilessly? If his mother wasn't fully in her senses, if her mind was broken in any way, surely she would refuse to believe he was truly here, or that he was who he said he was. I am Mom. He whimpered, pitiful, knowing he would be ashamed of acting quite so emotionally in front of all his friends under any other circumstances, but he couldn't hold back right now. Not when the gruesome burn in his face might just destroy his chances to reconnect with Ursa. Another whimper followed his words, but this time it had come from Ursa's own lips. Her body was racked with even stronger shivers as she shook her head slightly, as her fingers continued to trail over the ridges of her son's scar, over the burnt eyelid that he closed when her fingers approached it. His tears fell upon her thumb, spilling into her palms, and a sob shook her next as she shook her head more powerfully. No, 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 oh, please no. She begged, though it was impossible to know what her words meant. Zuko snarled, clinging to her hands even now, no matter how painful this might be. It could be the very last time she showed him any affection, for all he knew. He wouldn't be all that surprised if she rejected him over this dreadful scar, and yet... I didn't believe. I couldn't believe, he didn't. Please, it can't be true, it can't be. Zuko gritted his teeth. Was she aware, then, of what had happened to him? Of the burn Ozai had inflicted upon him? Had she been in denial about it for years, by any chance, only to be confronted with the unbearable reality of her husband's actions now? Zuko shivered still, daring open his eyes as his mother's hand moved to his burnt ear too. She sobbed far more powerfully than before when her eyelids began to flutter in an awkward way. It seemed as though she wanted to open her eyes, yet at the same time, she didn't wish to do so at all. As though denying this reality, rejecting it, was a tempting offer, so tempting she nearly took it. Nearly. The kind amber eyes that had always gazed upon Zuko in that doting, affectionate manner, were riddled with tears and heartbreak this time. And yet he met her eyes with his own, as best he could. Zuko. Ursa managed to say again, shaking violently as her grip on her son's face strengthened. Her fingers had slid through his dark hair, so much shorter than how he'd worn it in his childhood. Oh, my boy, my. I'm so sorry. Oh, Zuko, I'm so sorry, And no, Mom, you don't have to be, Zuko whimpered, shaking his head. You don't have to be sorry at all, please, don't. Zuko. She gasped. The tears poured even more heavily down her face when Zuko was overcome with the impulsive need to embrace his mother properly, fully, for the first time in what felt like a lifetime. He raised her slightly with the strength of his arms. No matter how weak he felt deep inside, Ursa's own arms encircled his neck as she broke down into sobs as well, face pressed to her son's shoulder. He rubbed her back, whispered softly in her ear, hoping she'd understand he didn't blame her. How could he? And yet, my boy, my Zuko, you. I'm so sorry, how could he? I never thought he'd, oh, I'm so sorry, Zuko, I'm so. It's not your fault, Mom. It's not your fault, please, it's not. Zuko responded, sobbing against her, unable to contain the overpowering emotions that her every word, her every tear, elicited inside him. I'm still me, okay? Even after that, I'm still your son. Still your Zuko. It didn't seem as though Ursa questioned that reality anymore, though. The way she clung to him, the firmness of her arms around Zuko's neck, the mournful wails that burst from her lips whenever she couldn't speak proper words, all of it suggested the devastating reunion was taking an even worse toll on her than it already had on her son. Where she had held him as a child, embraced him when he had been so drowsy during their very last exchange, now it was Zuko who held up his trembling mother. The ordeals she had endured might have started on that very night, for all Zuko knew, and now, as he held her firmly, he resolved to set her free from all the guilt, from all the anguish she had endured since then. No one would ever tear his mother from his side again, not that way, not as long as he drew breath and could still fight back to stop them. He had no idea what she'd been through, but right now, he didn't think he needed to understand. All he needed to do was comfort her, ease her sorrows and reassure her that she would be fine, that she would be safe with them, come what may. Goodness. Kino swallowed hard, hugging Momo to his chest. The lemur, ever a force of chaos, seemed to have settled into the embrace pretty easily, capable of reading the atmosphere to a degree. We should get some more food, Katara suggested, glancing at the other three. And firewood, maybe. Yeah. I guess it'll be a long night. Aang said. Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Or a long tomorrow, maybe. I don't think she should be in any condition to explain anything, let alone to hear any explanations, as she is right now, Sokka said, unsure that Zuko would hear him. No, surely he wouldn't hear anything at all, wound around Ursa as he was, crying into her hair. It almost felt as though the mother and the son were in a whole different world as the rest of them, and Sokka couldn't have felt more out of place for it. He had no idea how long it would take before Ursa was ready to confront 1,000 truths she might not have been aware of, going by what little she'd said so far, but for now, it was clear her heart was far too battered to face anything else yet. Not only had she reunited with her son, but it seemed she either hadn't quite known about the scar he now sported across his face, or she hadn't wanted to believe it was true if she had heard of it before. Sokka suspected the second option would be closer to the truth, going by the words the woman had spoken. He breathed out and rose to his feet, glancing at the others with uncertainty. You guys can stay, if you want. I'll do a quick run nearby, find everything I can bring back for food or tinder. We can go with you, if you want. Aang said. Sokka shrugged. Maybe, but someone ought to stay here, just in case they need anything, Sokka said, gesturing at Ursa and Zuko with his head. I'll stay, Katara said. Kino bit his lip. Me too, he said. It's already pretty dark, so I won't be much help out in the woods with you guys, I bet. All right then. I'll go with you, Sokka, Aang said, with a small grin. He rose to his feet, caressing Appa's snout gently before making his way to Sokka. The gladiator loaded himself with his various weapons before taking off with Aang in tow. Only Zuko could tell his mother had stiffened when the Avatar had spoken the gladiator's name. What, exactly, had been her circumstances? Was he right to say the White Lotus had frequently sought Ursa in the swamp? Had she been with them, for all this time, somehow? It seemed so unlikely to Zuko. Could she have been part of a group of strong opponents to the Fire Nation's campaign of warfare? If so, why would she have vanished frequently in the swamp? Did she take advantage of the spiritual connections in the location to gather information for the White Lotus, or was he looking too deeply into it, and she simply had taken to running off to the swamp because she felt better, happier, there? Happier amid visions and illusions. Zuko swallowed hard, pondering if that was the truth. If Ursa's unwillingness to believe that he might have grown might have come from having spent years, presumably, seeing illusions of the young prince-eling she had left behind. But if she knew Sokka's name, and it seemed to Zuko that she did, it meant she had to have heard it someplace before. The White Lotus, if everything both Sokka and Azula had explained was true, they had wanted Sokka to join them, once. When he hadn't done it, they had tried to kill him. He had sabotaged their operations enough times that he would be a most reviled enemy in the eyes of most the leaders of the White Lotus, and Sokka himself knew so, but that meant he would be discussed frequently, same as his bond with Azula. Did Ursa know about that yet? Was that why she had seemed to react in a strange way upon hearing Sokka's name? Did she understand more of the world and its latest happenings than Zuko understood about Ursa's circumstances? He could ponder these matters for hours, he knew, for days, if that was what it took for his mother to settle down. But he wouldn't know for sure until Ursa talked and explained things, and as she carried on sobbing against his chest, Zuko doubted it would happen anytime soon. Still, he embraced his mother now, he held her again, after so many years. He was taller than her by now, he was stronger, even so, he felt like a child once more just upon being near her again. She needed time, perhaps she needed space, too, and he meant to give her anything she asked for. His mother had come back into his life at last, and he would do his damnedest to ensure she would stay in it for as long as possible. Finding food in the forest they had taken refuge in would prove no easy feat in the darkness, but both Aang and Sokka knew the gladiators' reasons to step away from the scene might have obeyed motivations beyond the call of hunger. While their food reserves were certainly thinning out by now, they could have easily foraged by morning instead, but Sokka picked through the vegetation, collecting fruit and nuts that he handed over to Aang, nonetheless. "This is hard for you, isn't it?" Aang asked. Sokka grimaced. He had just found a big, fallen tree branch, and he drew Space Sword to hack at it effectively, rendering it much easier to carry back to their camp. "I don't really understand what's going on, though. But, well, you never really talked much about their mom either. I guess you didn't know her, but I didn't. She disappeared just before Ozai was crowned," Sokka explained, chopping the wood with timed, perfect swings of his sword. "I guess Zuko really didn't tell you guys much about her, huh? Did Azula tell you about her, then?" Aang asked. "She seems so, well, so sad. It's hard to believe she was married to the Fire Lord." "To the second prince, not to the Fire Lord," Sokka clarified. "Like I said, she vanished before he was crowned. She never did become Fire Lady." "Ah, I see," Aang bit his lip, running a hand over his head, scratching his nape nervously. "Was she, a good mother, then?" "The way Zuko reacted, I'd think so, but..." Sokka frowned, unsure of whether he ought to answer that question or not. Again, the memories of the days he'd shared with Azula returned to him in a rush, and he swallowed hard as he tried to contain his urge to answer Aang with words the Avatar might not wish to hear. "I don't know," he answered, with far more honesty than he thought he could put behind those words. Aang grimaced, eyeing Sokka remorsefully as the gladiator turned towards him. "I don't think there's anything quite like the perfect parent, but those two weren't only unlucky because of Ozai, as far as I know." "Really?" Aang asked, softly. Then. "I'm not saying she was as bad as him, not at all. I don't think that's even possible, frankly," Sokka sighed, shaking his head. "I didn't want to explain it, all right? I don't want to, not in front of Zuko. But the dream Azula had in the swamp, her mother was the true nightmare in it. She woke up shaken and terrified because it had been Ursa, rather than Ozai, calling for my death in that dream." "Really?" Aang gasped. Sokka shrugged. "I'm not saying she would have been capable of that. Maybe she's not, and the swamp was messing with Azula well beyond reason," Sokka said. "But Azula didn't see her mother at her very worst just by chance, all right? They had a very complicated relationship. It's even possible Ursa doesn't understand just how much her choices and actions impacted Azula, but, to be frank, I don't think Azula would even resent her that much anymore. Not after the much worse shit Ozai has done to her, at this point. She used to think Ozai wasn't as bad as Ursa." Aang asked, puzzled. You just don't have the full picture," Sokka said, with a grimace. "And I don't think it's up to me to show it to you." It's not up to me to determine whether Ursa is right or wrong, good or evil. I don't know that much, Aang. I just know that Angela spent years believing the very worst things about herself because her mother, whether intentionally or not, put many dark thoughts and ideas in her daughter's head. It took a long time for me to help her overcome it, and I don't even know if she really did get over all of it, to this day. At the very least, she seemed to accept she was worthy of love, but who knows if she's even had moments when she doubts that these days, after what Ozai has done. Still, it's complicated, Aang. Families can be very complicated, and theirs, it's by far the worst one I've seen. Yeah, no kidding, Aang said, wrapping his arms around the bag where their so far small haul of fruit and nuts lingered. I've been thinking about it, you know? About how she wound up in the swamp and the things Hugh said. The White Lotus? Sokka asked. Aang nodded weakly. We suspected Zuko's uncle is part of them. If he is, then, does this mean he knew Ursa was alive, for all this time? Maybe he even knew where she could be found, and he didn't tell Zuko. Likely. Guess Zuko will be less forgiving of him if that's the case, Sokka said, frowning. Not that I think he'll be eager to forgive Iroh for the harm he did by destroying Azula's life, but it's not just Azula anymore, at this point. If he's even slightly complicit in keeping Ursa away from Zuko, hell, he could have helped them reunite in the years of Zuko's banishment, if he had wanted to. Why didn't he? You'd be more likely to know than me, frankly. I don't know anything about Zuko's uncle. Aang said, and Sokka nodded in his direction. Right, sorry. This is all a lot to take, all around, he said, shaking his head. The circumstances in which Ursa disappeared were weird enough already, terribly suspicious. I doubt Zuko has told any of you about it. He told me not even Suki knows. But Azula told you. Aang guessed. Sokka nodded. We did share most things about our past. If there was anything we didn't share, it was because it slipped our mind, if anything, Sokka whispered. No wonder you guys were so attuned, Aang said, with a weak grin. It's like your relationship had all its chakras cleansed and opened, somehow. That's one way to look at it, I guess, Sokka said, smiling too. Though we definitely did fail at the final stage, no matter if we intended to abide by it. It was part of the balance we tried to obtain but failed at. In the end, we couldn't let go of our attachments. Well, if all goes the right way, from here on out, you won't need to let go at all, Aang said, stepping forward to clasp Sokka's shoulder firmly. I hope so. Though. I'm probably being stupid, huh? Thinking that Ursa's bound to take one look at me and decide I'm not good enough for her daughter, Sokka said, with a skeptical smile. Not that it would change anything, really, but you saved her life. Both their lives, actually, Aang said, raising his eyebrows. The swamp helped you know what was coming when Azula was attacked by that horrible spear, and this time, it gave you a vision that led you close to where Ursa was, and you saved her. So, she has very little right to complain or think lowly of you, I think. Maybe. Though, to be honest, I feel it's irrational of me to worry about that, Sokka confessed, with a sigh. She looks like she's been through hell. Even if she didn't like me, I'll still need to truly know who Ursa is before wanting her approval or regretting not having earned it. Maybe she's not the strict, tradition-abiding mother who tried to restrain Azula so much anymore, maybe, just as we have been through so much crap, so has she, and none of those things matter to her as much as they used to. Heck, as it is, I shouldn't be thinking about all this, should I? She needs to recover fully first, and then it'll probably still be a while before she's ready to explain her story and tell anyone about what happened to her. And then it'll still be a while before she hears all our stories, too, Aang said, biting his lip. If she knew about Zuko's burn, you think she did, right? The way she reacted, she wasn't surprised about it, just, really, really sad. Yeah, she probably did hear about it before. With the White Lotus, I'd guess, Sokka whispered. Aang sighed. Then maybe she'd also know he was sent to find the Avatar. So, well, explaining to her that he found me, and yet didn't turn me into the Fire Lord, might be a little tricky if she were a Fire Nation loyalist, to any degree. I wonder if she still could be one, at this point, Sokka mused, shaking his head and returning to working on the wood. Though I suppose she might be, if she thinks the alternative, as in, the White Lotus, is worse. Do you think they are? Aang asked. Sokka sliced another chunk of the large branch, cutting some of the lingering, thinner branches at the end of it, to make it a more reliable log. They did awful things to you, to others, from what I understood from all your stories, both in the South Pole and in Whaletail Island. I honestly don't know, Sokka whispered, working on the rest of the branch gradually. But I admit, Ursa's sudden reappearance, and the likelihood that she had something to do with them, doesn't reassure me in the least. Aang nodded, uneasy. The longer this war extended, the worse both sides would get, it seemed to him. Their small group seemed to rise up as a third option, to a fault, though they would have no choice but to join forces with the White Lotus, anyhow. Could they ensure the organization returned to the right path? Could they inspire them to fight for justice rather than revenge, if that was what guided them? Or were the chances to redeem the White Lotus as hopeless as any hopes to reform the Fire Nation now appeared to be? Either way, we'll just have to give matters some time now, Sokka said, gathering the many logs he'd prepared far more quickly than he'd meant to. He really didn't want to return to the camp yet. I doubt we'll be able to get back on the road right away, not when we'll be bringing Ursa with us now too. Do you think Appa will have a lot of trouble carrying so many people? Well, not a lot, but some trouble, maybe, Aang admitted. Though with how thin she is, I don't think she's that big a burden for Appa. Well, we're not going anywhere for the foreseeable future anyway. Not unless anything dangerous comes our way, Sokka sighed. Until she's calmed down, until she manages to patch things up with Zuko, the likelihood is she won't be able to tell us anything. It may be dangerous to ask her to take us there, but she probably knows where the White Lotus's base is. Even beyond the fact that we saved her life by finding her and getting her out of the swamp, maybe we had to find her so she could take us to them. Maybe. Would make sense, if that were the case, Aang conceded, hugging his bag with fruit and nuts. We were so confused about why we were all split off, but, to be honest, I'm still not sure. If we were just supposed to find her, we could have all fallen where she was, kind of like you did. Oh, I walked a lot to get to where she was, believe me, Sokka said, shaking his head. Aang smiled weakly. But you have a point. I mean, well, my connection with Azula served a purpose, for sure. Even if I'm uneasy with Ursa now, it's not even a fragment of the horrible feelings that overwhelmed me this morning. I had to talk to Azula, and she to me, so that she'd share not only her fears and her uncertainties, but also the shocking news that returned to mind now. Her revelation had remained on the background, drifting in and out of focus while everything unfolded before his eyes. Yet that moment when she had led his hand to her womb remained etched in his mind, and he recalled it so vividly he almost dropped the firewood he was holding. She was with child, and he hadn't told anyone about that yet. Ursa's presence made it all the harder to tell them, too. Sokka. Aang called him, and Sokka's eyes rose towards him. The unease in his face had to be remarkably obvious if Aang could see it in the darkness of this forest. You were saying something. Well, never mind, Sokka said, with a weak grin. I was just dazed for a second. Nothing to worry about. Aang smiled and nodded as Sokka's heart sank. He had to tell everyone the truth, he knew he did. But upon returning to the camp to find Zuko rocking Ursa gently in his arms, as he tried to soothe the still crying woman to sleep, her hands clutched and clawed at his clothes, as though she couldn't believe, even now, that it was Zuko, Sokka wasn't sure how or when he'd bring this up. He still had to process Azula's revelation himself, and Ursa's return had brought up so many questions that Sokka couldn't quite tell the others about the most important tidbit of information Azula had given him. He watched Zuko and Ursa after depositing the firewood, placing a few logs carefully to ensure the fire would endure through the night. Perhaps he should have found the moment reminiscent to Song's reunion with Mayun, or Haru's with Ran. It was, by all effects, a child reconnecting with his long-lost mother. Yet, deep down, he couldn't quite stop thinking about how surreal it was that he'd encounter the would-be Fire Lady the way he had. As he took his seat by the fire again, munching softly on some berries, he couldn't help but wish Angela could be here, wishing that Ursa would have reacted just as explosively, as emotionally, upon reuniting with her daughter. Would he have the chance to bring the two of them together someday? He couldn't know, not for sure. Not until he really understood the truths, the countless mysteries, that surrounded the woman Zuko held, mysteries to which he only had a few clues, not nearly as many as he had thought he held, before. She's not in the Fire Nation, that's what I've always thought. Whatever she did that night, I'm sure it has some relation with my grandfather's death. Whether she's the one who stabbed him in the back, or simply aided in the process, I don't know. But it's no coincidence that she would have disappeared when my grandfather died. I don't know what brought on the downfall of their marriage, but I never did have any reason to believe she loved him. Not if the way she treated Zuko was the standard for how she loved someone. She never treated anyone the way she did Zuko. I had a bad relationship with my mother. If that's any precedent, then chances are I would be no good with a kid of my own. Angela pretended she didn't care, but for once she couldn't fool me. No matter how troubled their relationship was, she was still her mother just as she was mine. What mother would hate her own child? What sort of a mother could ever? She loved Zuko so much, so it's obvious the problem was always me. Everything about my life is better, has been better, ever since she left. If she were still around, she would have never allowed me to do anything, she would have held me back, held me down, she wouldn't. I wouldn't possibly have gone south, I wouldn't have met you, you wouldn't be here now, and what does it matter if she's gone? It doesn't. She's better off away from me. I don't want her. I don't need her. I don't deserve her. Sokka's fist tightened as he watched the woman with compassion and unease alike. It hurt to even look at her as she was now, even as she seemed to have calmed down, soothed in her son's arms, finally falling asleep again. As she rested in silence once more, the fire's light played games with her features, such wicked games that Sokka's chest ached whenever the shadows streaked across the woman's face. Angela might not be pleased to hear it, but Sokka couldn't deny, no matter how much older, tired, and emotionally drained Ursa might be, that there were more points in common between their features than differences. It almost felt like looking in a mirror of the future, of what Angela might look like once they were older. Sokka clenched a fist at the thought, resolved to ensure otherwise. She would never be so weakened, so thin, so lost in this damn, rotten world. She would never run through a swamp, chasing mirages, and fleeing from anyone who tried to capture her. She would raise her children all the way to adulthood without missing a single moment, without feeling the anguish her mother felt now, upon finding the little boy she had left behind had become a fully grown man, facing dreadful ordeals at Oze's hand. And Angela would never spend so many years of her life alone, the way Ursa had. Sokka had set out on this journey to return to her side, and once he found her, no one would take him away from her ever again. Chapter 284. Family Reunion / Strengthening Bonds. 2. It was such a comfortable mattress, so smooth and fluffy. Surely sleeping on a cloud would feel much like this did. It was the most comfortable mattress she'd ever. Rei gasped and sat up with a start, eyes wide, chest heaving. Beside her, Wen groaned, no doubt startled out of her nap just as Rei woke from her own. Yes, what a perfectly nice bed, the princess's bed, in fact. Rei's wide eyes took in the fact that she had been lounging carelessly on that bedding, crumpling the sheets underneath her, much as the still drowsy Wen had. Oh, this was completely out of bounds. It was bad, it was terrible, she shouldn't have. Awake so fast? Here I thought you were finally relaxing. The princess's voice sent shivers of the bad kind down Rei's spine. The younger woman trembled, turning her head slowly towards the desk. Angela sat there, her back on both her companions as they rested on her bed. Rei wasn't sure she remembered how they'd wound up there, though now she recalled that they had the princess's permission to take a nap. She and Wen had worked together that day after the princess's nightly escapade while Angela took care to clean up properly, perhaps more thoroughly than she had for as long as Rei had known her. She had even dressed in a casual outfit, rather than the sleeping gown she had favored unless anything urgent required her to dress up properly, but there was no such urgent situation taking place now, as far as Rei could tell. No, the princess was simply fine. Perhaps, for the first time since Rei had known her, the princess was fine. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to," Rei mumbled, only for Angela to interrupt her with a dismissive snort and a wave of her hand. "You're sorry for following my advice that you should simply relax and take a nap after I forced you both to stay awake all night with my antics?" she asked. "I guess I'll have to make it a proper order next time, rather than a suggestion." "Why, you don't have to, but this is your bed, and, well. And it's so comfy." Wen groaned next to Rei, rolling onto her back and dropping her hand on her forehead. "But now I'm awake too. You two talk too loudly. Ah, shall I fetch you some incense so you can sleep more soundly? Maybe you'd like a few sweets and tea to enjoy, while you're at it," Angela told Wen, with a smirk. The midwife grinned and nodded. "How diligent of you." "Thanks, Angela. Always here to serve, of course," Angela said, making an exaggerated reverence in Wen's direction, which saw the midwife cackling with laughter, her previous displeasure fading quickly. Just so, Rei's apprehension dwindled too. She smiled at the two women, her frantic heart easing into a much tamer rhythm. How these two had managed to forge a bond as tight as the one she sensed between them, Rei had no idea. Well, she had one idea by now, one that she wasn't completely certain of, so she'd keep her mouth shut unless she saw enough evidence to back up her suspicions. Yet it was always amusing to hear their banter, good-mannered as it was, especially when Wen was shameless and the princess retorted with her sharp tongue. Their friendship had somehow helped Rei feel much more comfortable in this regal world in which she still felt like an outsider, but after moments like this one, she couldn't help but feel she had a place with these two simply because they seemed to want her there. "Ack, it's getting kind of late, isn't it?" Wen groaned, sitting up too and glancing out the window. The sky remained blue, but streaks of orange had started to color the clouds by then. "I should get your afternoon tonics ready, princess. Maybe you should stop being so proper and just bring the ingredients here permanently, you know," Angela asked. She had turned again to her work, her ink brush fluttering in quick, timed motions over the paper before her. Rei realized then that the princess was writing one of her unsent letters again. She usually didn't do that when Rei was around, not even after Rei had learned of the existence of those letters, or after the princess had told her about Sokka. It was a startling change, just as her sudden, renewed confidence and clarity had represented a remarkable change, too. What had happened last night certainly had a powerful effect on the princess, and so far, Rei couldn't see any downsides to it. If she was at peace, and no longer as miserable as before, if she had truly been able to see Sokka, if their souls had somehow bridged across the miles that distanced them, Rei could only be relieved for it. "What, and stop having to walk back and forth between my room and yours. I'll end up putting on tons of weight because I won't exercise at all that way." "Angela, don't be silly," Wen said dismissively, climbing off the bed and stretching her arms. "Wow, that was a good nap. Anyway, off I go, though. Hey, speaking of which, you need to take your walks too, Angela." "I'll go after you're done with the tonics, I guess," Angela said, simply. "You're still sure you have nothing that can help with the stupidly greasy hair? Short of washing it lots and lots." You already said that, so I guess it's hopeless." "Don't despair, it'll stop being so weird soon," Wen laughed, stepping towards the door. "Bet you'll get used to it after a few more weeks and then you won't even notice as the greasiness starts to fade out." "Sure thing," Angela scoffed, waving a dismissive hand in Wen's direction as the midwife opened the door. "Be back in a bit, all right." Angela nodded in response, and Wen closed the door behind her just as Rei climbed off the bed. Angela had finished writing her latest letter, it seemed, for she blew into the paper, to make the ink settle faster. "No worries, I'll clear up the desk right away. You can work on your math problems now, if you want to," Angela said. Rei flinched and shook her head quickly. "No need. If you're using the desk, I can just do that in the dining room, or so." "I guess you could, but you don't have to if I'm already done, do you?" Angela said, smiling at Rei as she turned around, already rolling the letter onto itself. was writing this one, right before that mess happened yesterday. It's definitely going to be the weirdest of the bunch, what with the complete and utter change of tone after everything that's happened. Ah. I see, REI blinked blankly as Angela stepped around the bed, approaching her closet. Though, well, nobody is supposed to read them, right? Not really, but that doesn't mean I take literary coherence for granted, Angela smirked, and REI crooked an eyebrow. Even if I'm doing this for myself, there's no reason to do it mediocrely. But I don't think the result itself is mediocre, if that makes any sense. If anything, as strange as it might be, this one feels right. Surprisingly so. She stepped inside the closet, fussing over the box in which REI knew Angela kept her secret writings these days. She turned her head quickly. She didn't think there was anything inherently wrong with what the princess was doing, but REI remained convinced she had no business reading the princess's personal writings, and the less she knew about them, the better, no matter how curious she was, even now, over the princess's past experiences. Say, REI? Can you fetch me a hair tie? Lost in thought, REI nearly missed the princess's words. Her eyes widened at the question, and she nodded affirmatively right away, only for her gaze to move towards the dresser, with uncertainty. It's just too much hair. I have the feeling it's growing out at 10 times the rate it already used to. If this keeps up, I'll be able to fashion rope out of it, Angela said, rolling her eyes as she glanced out of the closet. Only then did she notice REI's distress. Oh, the cabinet to the right, in the topmost row of the dresser. Ah. Right away. Angela glanced at the young woman with a tender smile as she rushed to fulfill her request. It really seemed uncanny that Angela would have grown so used to REI's presence in the short time of their acquaintance, but even her nervousness seemed to be changing in nature by now. No longer did REI appear completely lost when she didn't know what to do. She still wasn't in the habit of outright asking for better instructions, or for help, but Angela herself knew that learning how to ask for help was no easy matter. It always took time for someone to start relying on others when they had spent far too long handling all their challenges alone, but at least REI didn't seem so punishing of herself whenever she didn't have all the answers in hand right away anymore. Will this do? REI asked, raising a crimson ribbon in Angela's direction. The princess raised an eyebrow but shrugged, still smiling. More ornate than strictly necessary, but it's not a bad choice, she said, nodding. REI smiled, picking up Angela's hairbrush too and returning to where the princess stood. Angela had closed the closet's door by then, and she took the hair tie and brush with a gracious nod. Thank you, she said, REI's eyes and smile brightened. All right, then, work with me, now, you dastardly, irksome hair. REI giggled softly as Angela brushed the greasy strands with utmost displeasure. She even rolled her eyes at the unpleasant sensation, utterly baffled by how quickly it seemed to have become unmanageable when she had washed and rinsed it properly earlier that day. Unbelievable, honestly. It wasn't this bad after I spent a whole week without a single bath, walking non-stop through a seemingly never-ending forest. Angela grumbled, gathering most her hair into a fist. I can help, if you want. REI suggested, but Angela shook her head. No need, your hands would end up so oily you might end up risking becoming a human lamp because of it. That's not possible, REI laughed. Angela smirked weakly in her direction. Maybe it is a bit of an exaggeration, but it honestly barely feels like one, she said. She spun the ribbon over the hair quickly, tying it up as best she could into a tall ponytail. It wasn't her favored hairstyle, but she hardly wanted to play the regal part of Crown Princess Angela right now, anyhow. One day, maybe, she'd feel like brushing her hair the way she used to, but for now, the ponytail she typically had worn for bed, in the past, would have to do. For that matter, you're a firebender, so you're more likely to be an oil lamp than me, REI smiled, and Angela hummed. Fair point there. I wonder if I'd set my hands on fire if I tried to start bending right now. She said, biting her lip with a devious smile as REI laughed beside her. Might be funny, if nothing else. Please, don't, REI said, shaking her head. Ah, come on, now. I'd put it out before it could really burn me, I would. Angela teased her further, and REI giggled. You're not a bender, are you? Strangely, I take for granted nobody is one unless I'm expressly told otherwise, but I don't think I ever asked. Oh, no. I mean, I don't think so. I've never bent anything. Rei said, blinking blankly. Angela smiled. Well, considering your parents weren't exactly in the business of helping you find your life's calling, might be you'll be the latest bloomer of all late bloomers with bending, if you happen to be one. Your father is a bender, at the very least. Yeah, but I've worked with fire and lamps before, here and there. I don't think I've ever done anything weird around fire, Rei said, with a shy smile. Fair enough, then. To be honest, I'm doing much more writing than bending lately. I'm probably better suited to teach you the first thing, these days. You'd be a great teacher, princess. But I don't think there's much to teach me with bending, anyway, Rei shrugged, smiling. You've said something about a week in a forest. Ah, yes. I typically remind myself of those days whenever I want to feel better about my current circumstances, if you must know, Angela said, with a dry grin. Rei raised an eyebrow. Almost a whole week away from actual civilization, and I mean it, it was just trees, a big river, then a porcupine who looked ready to maul us if I stupidly attacked it, as I nearly did. Good thing I was lost with Sokka, of course. I know for a fact I wouldn't have survived that madness without him. Oh? You weren't alone, then? Rei said, smiling upon learning something new about Angela and her gladiator. I barely ever was, feels like, Angela said, with a tender smile, as she lowered her hands slowly. It could have been strange that I got used to having him around so quickly. I used to be far lonelier before I met him, but maybe I just get attached to people pretty fast. I've known you for what, 3 months? And I'm already so used to having you around that it's almost like you've been here all along. Really? Rei asked, eyes wide with delight. Angela smiled and nodded, raising a hand to pat Rei's shoulder, but she didn't dare do it, in the end. Before she could touch Rei, she withdrew her hand, glaring at her palm with distaste. Sorry. Should wash my hands before touching anyone's clothes after dealing with my hair, she said, with a skeptical smile. Honestly, what a pain. Was it really not this bad after a week in a forest, though? Rei asked, amused, as Angela walked to her bathroom's basin. It's hard to believe. Well, maybe it was, and maybe I was just so filthy all around that I didn't even realize the hair was particularly bad, Angela acknowledged, with a weak grin. I did want to take a bath, terribly so, and there was a river right there, so I absolutely was tempted to jump in, but, heh. I wasn't exactly in the habit of taking my clothes off often, back then. Oh. I guess, you two weren't together yet? Rei asked, as Angela washed the unwanted greasy feeling off her hands quickly. She snorted and shook her head. Oh, no. Definitely not. Things between us were a bit chaotic at the time, but, to be honest, looking at it from where I stand now, all these years later, that whole debacle we had looks like a playground scuffle between toddlers, compared to everything else. Petty, ridiculous nonsense. Huh, Rei eyed Angela with uncertainty as she wiped her hands clean. Well, then, you want to hear about it? Angela guessed. Rei blushed. I shouldn't pry, I think, but I'm sorry. Your life sounds like it was very exciting, Rei said, with a weak grin. Angela laughed and shrugged, leaving the bathroom to join Rei at the center of the bedroom. It was. I suppose it sounds like I'm boasting, to a degree, but it really was, she smiled, absent-mindedly. Had Rei asked to hear about the forest 3 days ago, maybe Angela wouldn't have explained matters, but today, after today, it seemed like nothing could possibly hinder the peace she had regained after that encounter with Sokka. Where to start, though? She took a moment to ponder that, to wonder how much context the young woman might need. Just then, the door swung open, and Song strode back inside the room, carrying a few vials and powders in her hands. The annoyed expression on her face, however, suggested she wasn't all that happy with her haul of goods just yet. I forgot one of the mixing cups because I'm clever that way, she said, flashing both Angela and Rei a dry grin. Angela laughed, shaking her head as Song rushed to the nearest cabinet, setting down the ingredients carefully. See? Leave your things here, you'll be better off, Angela said. Song sighed and rolled her eyes. The worst part is I might end up doing it in the end. You're promoting a very lazy and unhealthy lifestyle for me, princess, she scolded Angela, pointing at her with a finger. The princess smirked and shrugged with no sign of remorse. I'm afraid I'm not the one in the business of taking care of anyone's health, in case you haven't noticed. As it is, I can't even take care of my own, she declared, beaming. Which is precisely why you were brought here. And it's precisely why your wise health advice shall go ignored by your health advisor, Song retorted sarcastically, to which Angela laughed as Song returned to the door. She smiled too, delighted by Angela's better mood, by the vast improvement she'd seen, not only compared to the alarming behavior Renkai had even sought her and Rei over, but over everything Song had seen of Angela during the last months. She was so much stronger now, in such better spirits. When Song pulled the door open anew, however, her personal state of relaxation and silent celebration over Angela's improvement threatened to fall to shambles. Renkai no longer stood alone in the corridor. Zhao, disheveled and disgruntled, was with him. The leisurely, casual mood in the room shifted all over again, Angela's brow furrowed upon recognizing Zhao. Renkai seemed tense, as he ever did, but Zhao sorted his way past him and stepped into the room with a snarl. Well, well. Looks like the gang's all here this time, he said, his eyes raking the three women with distaste, as though he'd smelled something unpleasant, though the one who smelled rather unpleasantly was Zhao himself, Song realized, inching away from the stench of liquor that also reached Angela and Rei, before long. Well, well. Looks like you decided to show up 2 days in a row, Angela retorted, immediately stepping forward, garnering Zhao's attention and deliberately drawing it away from Song and Rei. To what do we owe the momentous occasion? Did my father call you back from your very serious duties of, what, guarding a brewery, maybe? Or is it you got kicked out of a tavern and you had nowhere else to go? Rei winced, ever dreading that antagonizing her father could prove a terrible choice for the princess to make. Song, as well, eyed Angela with uncertainty. Was she sure about provoking the man? He certainly had been drinking, whether on that day or the day before. Angela glanced at Song as Zhao scoffed at her questions, and she jerked her head in her direction. Go on, when, she said, simply. Song gritted her teeth but nodded, resolving to be as quick as possible, to avoid leaving Angela and Rei with the Admiral for too long. And what if I'd been kicked out indeed, ah? Zhao asked Angela, raising his eyebrows. Song had already taken off by the time Zhao asked his question, which Angela answered with a scoff. What's it to you, huh? Nothing to me, for sure. But if it means you can at least greet your daughter for the first time in months, I suppose it's a good thing that taverns decided not to have you when it's not even sundown yet. Mighty reputation you must be building for yourself by getting exiled from anywhere of the sort well before night falls, Angela said, with a dry, unpleasant smile. Zhao scoffed in her direction. He ambled awkwardly, as though even remaining upright was a complicated chore at the moment. Angela followed him with her glare as Rei fidgeted behind her. The young woman didn't particularly care to witness a confrontation between her current protector and her father, but after what he'd done yesterday, Angela had very little compassion in her heart left for Zhao. You're in an awfully good mood today, aren't you, Angela? Zhao scowled, glancing at her from the corners of his eyes. Over it so quickly? Here I thought you were so distraught over the fate of the man you so claim to love. Oh, I am distraught over it. But there's no point in dwelling on it any longer, Angela said, her voice charged with disdain. My father has seen to that. Your father? Zhao asked, turning towards her fully. Angela scoffed again. You decided to share information of that magnitude with me while assuming I wouldn't ask him about it directly. Angela said. You really underestimate both my lack of common sense and will to live, don't you? You went to him. But you don't ever leave this room. What a shameful display you've coaxed out of me, Admiral, Angela said, with an unpleasant, sarcastic smile. And I suppose you seem so unsteady and disturbed not only because of the drinks you've had, but also because you must have known that my father didn't intend for me to learn about this, and yet you went and blabbed, and now you're, predictably, terrified out of your britches because he knows, of course, that I only learned about it from you. Ah, so once again you hope to turn us against each other. And your brilliant father will allow it, won't he? Zhao huffed. It's incredible how you manage to paint yourself as the victim under any circumstances, truly, Angela said, raising an eyebrow. Quite the uncanny talent you have there. Instead of bonding over what you two pulled off, over having killed him, here you are, groveling in your own filth and whining over. What, killed? Wait, he's dead. Ah? So you didn't know? Angela asked, raising her eyebrows, hands on her hips. Why, now, did you truly expect your fabulous scheme to go so poorly that his death comes as a surprise to you? He really must have lowered his guard considerably if you expected your strategies to fail you, then. You're lying. You're messing with me, you. Don't believe me? Angela asked, smiling in disbelief. Ah, I bet it's because you think that, if he's truly dead, I should be bawling my eyes out and torn over my misery. Yes, well, I've been doing that for months to no avail, and now that he's gone there's nothing left for me to do, is there? I have even less to lose than I already did, you could say, so I don't particularly care for minding my words, whether with you or with my father. Truly, though, go on, ask him to confirm it himself, or better yet, to show you the message. I bet he'd rather show it to you than to me. He's quite proud of his achievement, just as you should be. How remarkable that the force of a Fire Nation army miraculously proved sufficient to kill a single man. Zhao stood in place, staring at Angela with a strange mix of emotions playing across his face. Was it guilt? Was it remorse? Or was it fear, perhaps? Perhaps her act didn't convince him, but he'd have no objective reason to believe Sokka still lived, not when the only information available in the Fire Nation indicated otherwise. Angela herself had no solid reason to believe he did, none that anyone would consider credible anyway, hence, she hoped her pretense of normality, of having overcome the absolute worst of revelations, would shock both her father and Zhao sufficiently so they might not know how to respond to her unexpected behavior. It was entirely possible, yes, that they might suspect her apparent calmness over the idea of Sokka's death to be a front, but there would be no signs or evidence of foul play on her part. Hopefully, her regained strength would instill fear and uncertainty in her father and her alleged husband. You're not serious. You can't be. Not if you're, like this. No way, Zhao scoffed, shaking his head as he struggled, again, to balance himself as he stepped forward. His eyes glided over the room, settling on the uneasy, trembling Rei, nearly hidden behind the princess. And you're putting on this spectacle in front of Rei, too. Guess it's true you've lost all your shame. Though, you did that from the moment you leapt into bed with a savage, I suppose. A weak laugh shook Zhao, only to find a silent, skeptical response from Angela's crooked eyebrow and folded arms. You really must be badly drunk if that's the best you can do right now, she said. Zhao scoffed, his amusement receding quickly. Or maybe I should thank Rei for being here, if that's what's holding your tongue. Oh, please. Zhao scowled, shaking his head. She's just a tool to you, just like everything's a tool, like he was. Look at how you fought for him, and now you claim he's dead and yet you seem more alive than you have been in months. I don't even give a shit about him, and I think I'm more affected by his death than you are. Sure you loved him, heh, you're just as bad as your father. I should have shouldn't have brought Rei here at all. You'd have been better off away from this nonsense, back in the estate. The words Rei had longed to hear upon first arriving at the palace suddenly sounded like a death sentence to the young woman. Her eyes widened, and she stiffened behind Angela. An urge to reject Zhao's words surged inside her gut, and yet she couldn't voice it out loud. She gritted her teeth, interlocking her fingers by her chest as she repressed that urge, knowing she'd get herself, and Angela, into further trouble if she spoke against Zhao's words. I'd have been better off. Zhao continued, shooting a fierce glare at Angela, that was interrupted by an instinctive impulse Angela recognized quickly, for she had experienced it herself far too often over the past months. Zhao's eyes tore off Angela when he felt the unpleasant rush building up, twisting inside his body, surging upwards. He closed his mouth, ambling in place again when the surge of bile reached his throat. "Oh, hell, hold it back!" Angela shouted, with more authority than she had spoken with in the past months. "There's a bathroom right there, Zhao, just." He bent over, and the contents of his stomach spilled over the marble flooring of the princess's room. Rei winced, bringing her hands up to her face. It wasn't the first time the admiral had done something like this in her presence. It happened on occasion when he came back to the estate after his occasional nights spent drinking, but it certainly had to be the worst time it had happened. He wasn't particularly considerate when he was drunk, especially if he was in a bad mood, but Rei had genuinely expected him to behave himself better in the palace than he had ever before. All eyes of the nation, of the world, were supposed to be set on the events that transpired in this place, as far as Rei knew, and yet he acted out in a manner befitting a drunkard looking for a fist fight in a tavern. Going by the outrage poorly contained in the princess's tightened fist, he might just get himself a fist fight anyway, even if not in a tavern at all. "Oh, don't give me that look, damn you!" Zhao grumbled, wiping his mouth clumsily as he marched to the bathroom now, intending to wash his face. Angela's shoulders rose and fell upon every breath she took, fists so tight that Rei could only watch her in genuine fear of what she might do. However strong the princess presented herself, if this was the kind of behavior she'd been enduring from the admiral whenever Rei wasn't around to see it, Rei wouldn't be surprised to see her snapping sooner than later. "Not like you have any right to complain," Zhao rambled from the bathroom, splashing his face and rinsing his mouth. "Or weren't you puking all over the place over that brat you're supposed to be bearing, Angela? Are you going to pretend you're so far above us mortal folk that you don't even hurl and get sick when carrying a child?" Angela breathed deeply, hoping to still herself, though she doubted she'd succeed. The air was becoming stale with the stench of Zhao's vomit. How she wished she could pretend it didn't affect her, but it seemed the admiral's methods of insult had evolved into a more gruesome, pathetic form of protest, and as much as she wasn't as sick as she had been months ago, Angela still found herself easily nauseous over Zhao's behavior and choices. A hand clasped hers, and Angela frowned before glancing back at Rei. The younger woman gazed at her with fearful eyes, but she wasn't afraid of her wrath. No, what she feared was the man inside the bathroom, instead. "It's not worth it, you shouldn't," Rei started saying, but she fell silent just as Zhao stepped outside again, looking only slightly less disheveled than before. "Well, now, what is it, you actually like the new decor?" Zhao asked, shooting Angela another venomous glare before glancing at Rei. "Clean that up, will you? That's what I brought you here for, in the first." "No." Angela spoke with even more vitriol than Zhao had before. Her golden glare betrayed no mercy, no compassion, for the man who expected his own daughter to clean up his messes, much as another man often had, only to toss said daughter aside when she had stepped out of line, according to him. She refused to let Rei face the same fate without at least fighting back. "No?" Zhao asked, with a smirk. "Then you truly do want it there, is that it?" "Rei won't clean up after you anymore," Angela declared. Behind her, Rei stiffened again, as Zhao scoffed in disbelief. "Oh, because you get to give the orders now? Not only do I outrank you in every way that counts, but that girl right there is my maid and my daughter, as you damn well know, so. And that's how a father treats his daughter, is it?" Angela asked, with a dangerous, skeptical smile. "Doesn't even direct a single greeting her way, pukes his innards out and demands she cleans it? Quite the exemplary behavior you're offering us today. A magnificent display from the Grand Crown Prince. Oh, so that's what this is about now? Again, you pretend to give me lessons on parenting." Zhao scoffed, tilting his chin up. "You just don't learn, do you? Again, you're playing at championing the lesser folk." "Lesser folk, really? You think of her as lesser than you piece of—" Angela snarled, and Zhao snorted with derisive amusement. Everyone but your father, I suppose, is officially lesser than me. Crown Prince, remember," he said, raising his eyebrows. "But to think you'd end up taking after your mother in the end, a pity, with how much potential you had." You even took it further than she did. Of course, she married up, you tried your best to marry down, instead. You love commoners far too much for your own good. Charity cases to make you feel important, is it? Don't think for a second that she wants anything else from you, REI. Whatever she's doing with you, whatever nonsense lessons she's been giving you, oh yes, I do know about that, Angela. I've noticed it, and it's just more of your same drivel, isn't it? What, you expect to endear REI to you by playing the nice stepmother? Is she your training dummy for that thing growing inside you? Or maybe you want her to help you assemble an army of commoners to help you cry to Oze over the restoring of your birthright. Is that what this is for? Oh, goodness, that sounds terribly ineffective. Trust me, if I wanted to go about reinstating my position as crown princess, I'd go about it in a much more definitive manner, Angela hissed. Zhao snarled at her, shaking his head. You give as good as you get, or try to, is it? Well, good, then, Zhao snarled, glancing at REI. If you don't clean up after me, you're not to clean up after her either, not anymore. Leave the vomit there, and don't make the bed, don't clean the bathroom, let her fester in filth, just as she would have if I hadn't brought you here in the first place. Oh, what a low blow that is. Angela raised her eyebrows, almost amused at the weak retaliation from Zhao. REI, behind her, shivered with uncertainty, caught in the middle of Angela and Zhao's struggle for power, it seemed. The admiral scowled as he turned towards the door and almost flinched when he realized that not only Renkai had entered the room, but Lady Wen had returned, too, and by their body language, it seemed none of them wanted him here. Unsurprising, and yet. Guess she must have fed you all the same med delusions, huh? You're awfully good at that, even now. What charisma, Zhao said, spitefully, glancing at Angela sternly. Manipulating everyone to dance to your tune. Well, you're slightly offbeat, it's true, but I guess that's as good as I can get from you, Angela said, simply. He froze in place, was he, somehow, playing into her hand again? It was the last straw for the furious admiral. He snarled and stormed off, without so much as another word, leaving behind a princess who, while certainly stronger than the last time she had faced her legal husband, still felt an uncanny urge to slam a fist right into his face. To think she had resented him long ago for reasons that now seemed so simple, to think she had no idea of what kind of man he truly had been until all of this had happened, until her pregnancy had been revealed. She shook her head as Song strode up to her, while Renkai took up a position at the room's threshold, no doubt worried about what might happen if Zhao chose to return. What did he? Are you both okay? Song asked, reaching for Angela's shoulder again. The princess breathed out and nodded, rolling her eyes afterwards. He's being a pain, but it's nothing that can't be handled, Angela said, simply, before turning towards REI. Are you all right? I'm just glad he left, REI admitted, more honest than usual, her head ducked. I'm so sorry, princess, I thought he'd be better than this. I didn't think he'd act like this with you. I'm so sorry. You don't have to be, Angela said, reassuringly. It's not your fault that he's being such an ass, if you really need me to say so. But, you already have so much to worry about, so many things you've been dealing with, and... REI said, shaking her head, her eyes fell upon the puddle vomit anew, and she tensed up. Oh, I'll clean that up, Wait, what? No, Angela huffed, clasping REI's forearm when the young woman had been about to take off to pick up her cleaning implements. No. REI repeated, eyes wide. But. Princess, it's disgusting. It's unhygienic, and... Well, she does have a point, Song said, glancing at the puddle with utter contempt. What an ass. Couldn't he have held it in and gone to the bathroom? Yes. He chose not to, Angela said, with a shrug. I have no doubt it was a deliberate choice to spite me, and he expected to do that all the more by demanding REI cleans it up, but I won't allow it. Princess. I understand you want to help me, REI said, shuddering. I don't believe what he said, I know you're good and all you've done for me is genuine, but fighting the Admiral isn't going to help. In the end, he's he's my father. Even if I know you're right, every time he and you fight, I want to help you, but I can't even move, I'm paralyzed because. Okay, now, calm down, Rei, Angela said, raising a hand to cup the young woman's cheek. Rei flinched, tears burning in her eyes. You don't have to help me fight him. You don't even have to pick sides, I wouldn't ask that of you. Well, I already did. And I pick yours, Rei nearly pouted. Angela smiled at her earnest response. It's just. I know. Believe me, if someone understands how damn hard it is to stand up to your asshole of a father, it's me, Angela said. But that's exactly why I don't want you to make the same mistakes I did. Not to mention, why I don't want to become anything like him, so. So, what? You'll clean it yourself? Rei asked, mortified. Song flinched and shook her head. Not a chance. You're pregnant, she exclaimed, looking at Angela with utmost disbelief. I'd sooner be the one to do it than to let you. The longer we spend here wasting our time arguing about who will do it, the worse it stinks and the more we'll all want it gone, Angela said, with a dry, sarcastic smile. I don't mind learning how to clean up things, or how to make the bed, or to do all the chores around this place if it means you don't get to be his plaything, the bait with which he can further torment me, Rei. He's taking advantage of your obedience, of the fact that I've been trying to help you, just to bring you down and try to impose his authority over mine. Well, the truth is, I don't need you to be a maid. I don't need you to clean after me. He brought you here for those purposes, no doubt, but Rei, you're more than that. The only people who profit from making you believe otherwise are the ones who have taken advantage of you for as long as you've been in their lives. They want you broken, lost, compliant and meek, fearful of consequences because they think they get to control you that way. Well, I don't want to control you. I don't want to control anyone, no matter what mad delusions Zhao's gotten into his head. Well, good. But if that's the case, you'll let us clean that for you, because you're not trying to control us, Rei said, stubbornly. Angela stared at her skeptically before sighing and rolling her eyes. You've definitely learned a thing or two, turning my words against me this way, she said. Song, despite the tension in the situation, smiled weakly. I'll keep on doing it, Rei warned Angela, who stared at her skeptically. If he does these sorts of things to you, I'll keep helping you. I'll clean it, no matter how bad it gets. Maybe you're right, maybe I can be more than this. But I won't. I won't become more than this at the expenses of the one person who saw something worthwhile in me, when nobody else ever had. I want to help you. It's not because you order me to, it's because I want to. Angela gritted her teeth, letting out a slow sigh. She folded her arms over her chest, and Rei eyed her expectantly, waiting for the princess's answer. Fine, fine, she said, bitterly, though her eyes sharpened as she stared at the two women before her. On one condition, though. Oh, Song sighed, and Rei raised her eyebrows. Like I said. I have no intentions of being like him, Angela said, shooting a glare at the doorway. Renkai had left it open, although he stood outside the door now, once again. Zhao was already gone from the corridor. Maybe I shouldn't clean vomit, fine, but you'll teach me how to make the bed, at least. Whoa, huh? For real? Song blinked blankly, glancing at Angela in disbelief. The princess folded her arms over her chest as Rei laughed, softly. I expected something a little more along the lines of, I don't know, you'll steal a haul of mochi from the kitchens for me, or so. No. The stench is so bad that even mochi is unappetizing right now, but I'll let you know if I change my mind about that later, Angela said, with a skeptical smirk. Both Song and Rei laughed at her response, and the princess drew in a slow breath. Look, I don't know what the future holds anymore. I took 1,000 things for granted, I made unforgivable mistakes and now I find myself realizing that I really need to do better than I have, in more aspects of life than I realized. So, yes, I've as good as never done house chores, and I won't have a better chance to learn than now, will I? Maybe, but, you really don't need to do this, said Rei. Angela huffed, eyeing the girl skeptically. Maybe not. But much like someone else I know, maybe I just want to, she said, with a teasing smirk. Rei burst laughing again, and Angela smiled as she placed a hand on her shoulder. Come on, then, I've taught you to write and read, you can teach me to make my bed, right? We were the ones who messed it up this time, too. Rei groaned, covering her face with her hands. He couldn't have known that, of course, but it only needs fixing because of me and when. And how is that important? You've been making a bed you don't sleep in for several months now, Angela said, stepping towards the dais upon which her bed stood. I'll sleep on it later on anyway, so it makes even more sense for me to make it than for you to do it. Simple, right? Simple, sure. Rei sighed, smiling a little. Song patted the young maid's shoulder gently. Come on, you can teach her how to do that. I'll take care of the... Oh, no, Lady Wen. It's really gross, but I've done it before, so... All the more reason why you should just work with the princess instead, Song smiled, gently pushing Rei to join Angela at the dais. Come on, she has a point, you deserve better than this, Rei. Rei nearly stumbled over the steps as Song made her way to the bathroom. She hadn't needed to clean up anything quite like that puddle since her early years of service in her hometown's hospital, and it usually obeyed serious motives, genuine illness, back then. To think that the most uncivilized person she'd met appeared to be none other than the highly ranked and regarded Admiral Zhao. Angela waited by the bedside, staring intently at her mattress. She had certainly burned the sheets once before in a fit of rightful anger, but she didn't recall ever making the bed, not this one, nor any others. Even in Shujing, Sokka had been the one to take care of the matter, not that the bed had remained made for very long back then. She could remember having taunted him over his inexperience on the matter when they had first slept together, and the memory of his horror-struck reaction over her jab brought a fond smile to her face. She had countless failings and shortcomings with him, she couldn't help but acknowledge as much, yet the bright moments where they had matched each other beat by beat seemed to blur out everything wrong, to the point where she could barely evoke anything but pleasant memories anymore. After that confrontation with Zhao, it only seemed natural that thoughts of Sokka would serve as the perfect counterweight and relief to her previous outrage. All right, then, Angela said, returning to reality once Rei took her position at the other side of the bed. How do we do this? Well, there's not that much to do this time, Rei admitted. We only napped and didn't use the sheets, so we'd just have to stretch the wrinkled parts back into place. True. Then we should mess them up so you can teach me properly, Angela resolved, reaching down to yank at the blanket and sheet carelessly. Rei's eyes widened. What? I want to learn for real, Rei. Nothing more to it. Oh, goodness. Rei sighed, smiling a little before shaking her head. Well, then, all right. Then we'll start from scratch. The idea is to make sure there's no wrinkles, so you have to pull the sheets properly. They bend and wrinkle unless you're careful. Fabric will always do that, so, no, you shouldn't leave that fold there. We make that fold afterwards, and no, don't worry about the blanket yet, it's better to start with the sheet alone. And here I thought it'd be more efficient to keep them both together. Angela said, pulling the blanket out of the sheet. Truth be told, I'm used to sleeping with a blanket, but it's not entirely necessary in these temperatures. Might be I should just stop using it altogether. Oh, but it's more elegant with the blanket. Rei said. Angela blinked blankly, staring at the two different fabrics with a crooked eyebrow. It suits the room's decor better, so. Angela smiled. Admittedly, it does look better, but it seems like unnecessary extra work. I should just have red sheets, then it'll fit the decor perfectly. Maybe, Rei smiled. All right, then, the sheet. Take the corner, tug on it, and extend it as best you can. No, not that way, see? There's wrinkles in the center now, and now there's some on the edge. Why you have to, envelop the mattress? Oh, no, it won't fall into the right shape naturally, it's tricky to get it right the first time. Angela frowned, tugging the sheet in different ways, all to pointlessly wrinkly results. She had been quite set on learning how to do this, but it suddenly seemed to be an art of far more difficult apprehension than most she had mastered in her life. Why wouldn't the sheets be firmer than this? She snarled as she attempted to cover the mattress better with them, and again, the result was a wrinkly mess. Here, I'll show you, Rei smiled, at the other end of the bed. In a matter of instants, the girl had tugged at the sheets in a perfectly fluid motion, and in doing so, most the wrinkles vanished. Angela's eyes widened, as she raised a hand to the top of her head. Why did it just? She started, before laughing softly and shaking her head. Goodness, I think it defies any understanding I have of physics. Oh, maybe it does, Rei laughed. Was it even possible to study the formation of wrinkles on sheets? It certainly sounded amusing to try. It's okay if you can't get it right on your first attempt, though. It took me a long time to learn. Well, you're certainly an expert by now, Angela smiled, reaching down for the sheet again. I almost don't want to keep going because I know I'll mess up your work if I do. It's okay, I can fix my side if it's affected by what you do, Rei said, reassuringly. Try it again. Angela did try, and as expected, the fabrics wrinkled all over again as soon as she touched them. Worse yet, her absent-minded touch of her hair had once again resulted in an unpleasant sensation in her hand, where the irritating oiliness had settled once more. She snarled, trying to ignore the discomfort, frustrated over having messed up Rei's work, attempting to fix it without smearing the sheets with the unwanted substance released from her scalp. Immersed in such frustrations, her body seemed to gear up with a familiar impulse that Angela ignored at first. So instinctive it was, so simple and natural, that she didn't react when a spark snapped off her fingers, spreading over her palm before spilling onto the mattress. It wasn't every day that Angela failed to control her bending, but the remnants of displeasure at Zhao, the confusion over this new challenge of assembling the sheets, her lingering excitement over having seen Sakai again, all paired with her pregnancy's symptoms, had rolled together into a most dangerous package, and before she knew it, she stood with her palm on fire, as the sheet she'd been working with was knotted by slowly growing embers. Princess! Rei exclaimed. Angela blinked blankly before clenching her hand into a fist. That gesture alone was enough to muffle the fire on the sheets, though not so much with the one that clung to the hand in question. Angela scoffed in disbelief, swatting the flames away in the air before clenching the fist even tighter. She felt the familiar tingle of fire vanishing, the heat source cut off, all in the space of instants. Rei stood cold where she was, staring at her in utmost confusion. Angela raised her gaze at her, just as Song, finally done scrubbing the floor clean, returned from the bathroom, where she had disposed of the unpleasantness that had been smeared over the room's marble. What just? Song asked. She had heard the whooshing sound of fire, and she could see smoke rising from a stain of blackness upon the previously ivory-colored sheet. For a moment, the three women lingered in silence, two sets of eyes trained upon the princess. And those eyes remained on her when she snorted before being overtaken by a wild spree of laughter. Rei blinked blankly, watching as the princess fell on the unmade bed with the burnt sheets, laughing so much more freely than she ever had before, in her presence. By the bathroom's threshold, Song stared at the inexplicable scene before her with a crooked eyebrow. The stain on the sheets was visible, even when Angela laid atop part of it as she giggled uncontrollably. Did you burn the sheet by accident? Song asked, knowingly, with a smile slowly spreading over her face. Angela didn't answer directly, only by laughing harder yet. Angela, seriously? I'm sorry. The princess managed to blurt out between laughter that eventually infected the midwife, who came to stop right by the bed, staring down at the princess with unconcealed amusement. I didn't even notice, it just started, and I don't even know why it's so funny, but I can't. Oh, you don't know? Song smiled, as Angela rolled on the bed, covering her face with her hands as she continued to laugh. Those are called pregnancy mood swings, in my experience. I suppose it's great that they're lifting you up rather than weighing you down. Though, amazingly, now you're going to have to really learn how to make the bed with a brand new set of sheets because you messed these up. Nicely done. I'm a visionary, you see, totally did it on purpose, Angela snorted, laughing harder again afterwards. Song laughed too, shaking her head as she brought a hand to her forehead. I seriously thought it was impossible to be more hopeless at common chores than Sokka was, but you sure decided to prove otherwise today, didn't you? She asked, smiling at the still cackling princess, who struggled to catch her breath after the wild spree of laughter. Only then, only after she'd finished speaking the words, did Song's smile wane, upon realizing that the eyes of the last occupant of the room were set on her this time. Song froze cold, even though the expression on Ari's face was far from antagonistic. If anything, the cleverness in the girl's gaze, and the telling smile on her face, didn't seem to suggest she found any fault in what Song had just said, when Song had carelessly given away more information than she ever should have in front of Rei. She tried to say, struggling to find a way to cover it up. Could she pretend Azula had told her Sokka was bad at it? Would that sound like a believable explanation at all, or like a mere, ridiculous excuse instead? It would sound as nonsense, for sure, for the smile on Rei's face, as her gaze flittered between the no longer laughing princess and Song spoke for itself. You knew him, didn't you? She asked. Azula's amusement receded slowly when Song's own seemed to freeze over. So lost in her laughter as she had been, she hadn't grasped the extent of Song's slip-up until Rei had spoken. Rei. Song said, unsure of how to save face, unsure if there was any point in doing that. Rei seemed, by all effects, perfectly trustworthy and harmless, and yet the less she knew, the better off she'd be. She and Azula both knew as much. And yet, you two knew each other from before. I've thought so for some time, but... Rei said, biting back a slowly growing smile. You covered it up too well for me to know for sure, but I thought, it made sense, right? It did. So, you did know him. You knew the princess, too. Rei. Song said again, gritting her teeth as Azula pushed herself back to a sitting position, glancing at Rei from over her shoulder. The young maid suddenly froze, upon realizing she'd voiced her suspicions outright, much as Song had blurted out Sokka's name unthinkingly. The princess turned towards her, and a sudden rush of fear burst inside Rei's chest. Don't worry. It's not like I'll run around telling anyone. I figure you didn't want anyone to know, so that's why I never asked. You realized it, of course. Well, it's no surprise. I have a very poor history of keeping secrets properly, anyway, Azula acknowledged, and Song shook her head. You managed to do so for years. If anything, it's my fault this time, not yours, she sighed, looking at Rei hopelessly. Look, Rei, it's probably better if we don't explain everything just yet. I'm sorry we've, kept you in the dark about everything, but... You don't have to be, Rei said, smiling. I'm not upset, if you thought I was. I just thought. I thought there had to be more to it. And I was right, some would. Though I don't know why the princess would have met a midwife before, but... I'm not exactly, I'm not quite what meets the eye, Rei, Song confessed, lowering her head. If anything, you've always been a far more impressive person than Wen appears to be, Azula determined, rising to her feet. Song's cheeks flushed as Azula patted her shoulder gently. The princess turned her gaze to Rei next, who smiled with brimming excitement upon unveiling at least a smidge of yet another mystery and secret about the princess that she had picked up so far. And you are a very smart girl, probably much smarter than any of us. No, I'm not, Rei laughed, shaking her head. Oh, I'm not saying we were keeping it under tabs properly, Azula smiled. I'm under no illusions, like I said, of having any sort of ability to keep secrets, especially after the past months. I probably messed up 1,000 times and didn't realize it. But, your reaction to learning the truth isn't quite what I'd have expected. Well, if you thought I would be upset, I don't think there's any reason why I should be, Rei said, smiling and shrugging. Your lives are so much more exciting and complicated than mine. Even if I thought highly of myself, and I don't, there's no real reason why you should have deemed me worthy of learning all your secrets, right? I've only been here for a short time, and you've already shared much more with me than I thought possible. I'm grateful for that. See? Common people wouldn't have that much sense, Angela said, with a weak grin. Rei laughed and shook her head. Besides, I guess you'd worry, right? Since Admiral Zhao could, maybe, try to make me talk, she said, biting her lip. If he thought I knew anything that you don't want him knowing, isn't it better that I don't know anything at all? For your sake? I mean, I would definitely try to keep your secrets from him, of course I would, but I'm not really the strongest person there is, even if I want to be stronger. I don't know if he could make me talk when I don't mean to, or if I might make more blunders than you both have now that I know some things I shouldn't, so. Well, you wouldn't tell him anything of your own volition, would you? Song asked, and Rei shook her head rapidly. No, but I don't want to underestimate him. Not when he acted like that, Rei said, grimacing. He said many awful things. I'm very sorry that he did, princess. It's neither your responsibility nor your fault that he did. Angela started, but Rei shook her head. Even if it's not, I wanted to say something, to help you, she whispered. But if I did, I thought, well, even when I didn't, he said I should have stayed in the estate, didn't he? That maybe he shouldn't have brought me here at all. If he thought I'm too close to you, maybe he'll try to make me go back just to punish you. He really did isolate me from everyone, the way you said he did, princess. I do miss the dragon moose, but I don't want to leave. I want to stay with you, with the two of you, for as long as I can. I'm scared that he'll try to impede that. Angela frowned, as Song gazed at Rei hopelessly. The young woman, so delighted to learn more about the princess, was burdened heavily with the knowledge that these bonds she was forming, perhaps the very first true friendships she'd ever built, could be taken from her so easily by Zhao's choices. Rei, you're not a slave, right? Angela asked, and Rei shook her head. No, I told you as much. She whispered. Angela nodded. Which means, wait, how old are you, again? She asked, frowning. Rei bit her lip. 17, princess. 17. Angela repeated. She remained in silence for a moment, and Song, beside her, crooked an eyebrow as Angela's eyes seemed to glisten, narrowing slightly now that she was in deep, though likely quick, thought. I can hear the engines in your head turning all the way over here, Song said. To her surprise, Angela shot her a quick, mischievous smile. I just had a very strange idea, I suppose, she smirked, glancing at Rei. As much as my heart firmly refuses to accept it. I am, by all effects, lawfully married to your father, aren't I, Rei? Well, yes, Rei nodded. And he did mock me just now, for playing stepmother around you, didn't he? Angela said, tapping her chin with a slender finger. Rei's eyes widened. Why yes, and it was awful of him to. I mean, well. Rei said, blushing. It's not like he brought me here to be anything but your maid. He shouldn't have. Wait, you think I take offense to that? I don't. I actually, genuinely, don't, Angela said, amused. Rei blinked blankly. Wait, then, what are you saying? Rei asked, glancing at Angela with uncertainty. Song, beside the princess, raised an eyebrow as she studied her friend with undeterred curiosity. Yeah, Angela. What are you saying? She asked. The princess bit her lip, failing to fully hold back the smirk spreading across her face. It would be the last straw for Zhao, she guessed, but frankly, she was well past the point of worrying about soothing the man's ego. She had stopped hoping to do so long ago, when she had been younger than Rei herself was right now. He gets away with bossing you around, with using you as a commodity because he's your father, not your slave master, even if he acts like both things are one and the same, Angela pointed out. Rei flinched upon hearing the comparison. He gives you orders and expects you to serve him in any sense he requires it, no matter how demeaning the task, and he gets away with it because you've been raised to follow orders, to do as you're told, or face dire consequences otherwise. Right. Right. Rei said. Angela folded her arms over her chest. But Ultimately, you have to listen to him because he's your father, isn't that right? Yes. Well, then. I guess I would have a say upon the matter if I take certain measures from this point onwards, regarding you, Angela said, with a proud smile. Rei blinked blankly. There's one possibility that comes to mind, one thing I can do, for certain, to stand toe-to-toe with him when it comes to you. As you're still underage, all the easier for me to do it, even. Were you a year older than you are, this might be out of the question, but since you're not. Whoa, Angela. What are you saying? Song asked, eyes wide. Angela smirked, her gaze set on Rei. What I'm thinking is that, if he so wills it, I'll just make his worst nightmare official. He can keep pretending he has the final say upon Rei's life, her choices, her upbringing, and I don't see why he should so much as pretend he does, considering he's perfectly content to leave her alone for weeks, months even, without the slightest concern. Clearly, he's not doing a grand job as a father, is he? So, as my circumstances are slightly unique, now that I'm his very unwilling wife, the only question left to be answered is, how do you feel about becoming my legal stepdaughter, Rei? It wasn't morning yet, but Sokka couldn't sleep for another hour. He had spent the night waking up on and off, unsure of how to settle into proper rest when he was so profoundly aware of the new presence among their group. Ursa had fallen asleep in Zuko's embrace, the two of them resting against a tree. She still laid there, nestled quietly, subtly, and she was real. Sokka swallowed hard as he reasoned with that fact. She was no mirage, she was truly there regardless of how miraculous his discovery of the woman in the swamp's depths had been. She seemed to sleep peacefully, even now, but Sokka wondered, silently, if she would be of a sound mind when she came back to consciousness. The few things she'd said, perhaps the swamp had taken a worse toll on her mind due to how long she had spent in it, how long she had been affected by it. Some of her words had seemed rather odd, with no reasonable explanation just yet, such as her adamant declaration that she didn't eat bees. Yet. Zuko. Where's your sister? She had said those words, without a shred of a doubt. She had asked Zuko about Angela, and Sokka's heart drummed faster in his chest as he acknowledged that fact. He had dreaded otherwise, that perhaps Ursa would brush aside all thoughts of her daughter in favor of her son, seeing as Angela was convinced that Ursa had never loved anyone but Zuko. It was a slight relief to witness something that might suggest she cared about her daughter too, and yet it wasn't enough to persuade Sokka that Angela was entirely wrong about her perception of her mother. But he wouldn't know for sure until the woman woke again and, with any luck, explained herself at all, if she was ready to do so. Though there was still the question of whether Zuko would allow Sokka to talk about any of this with his mother, to begin with. While their time with Guru Puthak had seemed to change Zuko for the better, this sudden, unforeseen re-encounter with his mother might just bring out every protective bone in the exiled prince's body. Even now, as he slept, he appeared to hold on to his mother with the unquestionable determination to never let her go again. If Sokka said or did anything that could upset Ursa, it was entirely possible Zuko would shut down any conversation right then and there. Perhaps it would be for the best if he did. Ursa's circumstances were vague, strange, and profoundly confusing. There was no way they'd know what sorts of hardships she'd endured so far, not until she talked about them. Until then, Sokka had no idea if he had any right to judge her, to resent her, no matter how strongly he believed that Ursa had failed Angela. He lingered in silence over the course of a few hours of darkness. Zuko stirred when the sun began rising in the horizon. Aang, as well, woke by the break of dawn. After such a long period of uneven days and nights, it was strange to find themselves near the middle point of the world anew, where daylight and nighttime shared narrowly equal hours each day. The sun warmed them better here, and Sokka no longer wore his parka at all, much as some of the other members of the group had shed their thicker outerwear. A subtle breeze rushed through the trees. It was refreshing for the group, accustomed to the freezing winds that almost felt like daggers stabbing into the exposed parts of their bodies. Morning, you guys. Aang yawned, rubbing his eyes with his fists. Not far from his sleeping bag, Katara as well stirred back into consciousness, groaning softly. Morning, Sokka answered. Upon confirming the others were waking up, he made his way to their food pack, hoping to find something worth cooking for their breakfast. Slowly, everyone climbed out of their sleeping bags, exchanging casual greetings and asking each other in unusually polite ways whether they had slept well or not, still keenly affected by the lingering tension in their campsite. Zuko remained silent, and Sokka didn't partake in the good-mannered morning conversations either. Kino nudged Momo upon finding the lemur sleeping soundly beside him. Aang rose to check on Appa, and Katara joined Sokka at preparing breakfast. The noise they made, albeit not as loud as it might have been, it certainly had been much louder on the previous mornings, when they were still on their way to the Earth Kingdom, eventually interrupted the slumber of the oldest member of their group. Zuko's grip around Ursa didn't ease, though he eyed her attentively once she shifted in his arms. "Mom!" he called, softly, unsure if he should speak to her at all just yet, let alone if he should call her mom when that, presumably, had been one source of the torrent of tears his mother had unleashed the previous day. Ursa hummed softly, raising her head towards the sound of his voice. Again, she kept her eyes closed, as though she wanted to believe she was still dreaming, yet after her hands touched Zuko's chest, she frowned and opened her eyes far more quickly than the last time. Zuko swallowed hard, nervous again, when his mother's eyes met his own. Now, under the daylight, his gruesome scar would no doubt disturb his mother even more than it already had. "Zuko!" Ursa called him. Again, her trembling hand rose to his face, cupping it gently. Zuko bit his lip and gazed at her with uncertainty, eventually lowering his eyes as his mother's fingers brushed against the recently cut strands of his hair. "Yeah, it's me, Mom," he said, quietly, offering her a sad smile. "And it's you. After all these years, it's... You cut your hair?" she asked, suddenly, startling Zuko. He swallowed hard but nodded. I did. Well, some of it, someone helped me make it even, he said, shyly. Ursa's lips arched into a smile. You look handsome." "Oh, no. Mom, Zuko shook his head, smiling somewhat shyly as Ursa responded with a smile of her own, a smile that soured, inevitably, when her eyes fell upon his left side. "Why yeah, well, with this, I don't think I can look very..." "No, dear, don't say that. Don't say that," Ursa whispered, shaking her head before embracing him gently. Zuko sighed, hugging Ursa as well. "I'm just saying, if it's uncomfortable for you to look at me like this, I get it." Zuko breathed out, rubbing Ursa's back gently. "I wasn't like this, when we last saw each other." "Of course not, he wasn't like this, back then." He wouldn't have dared," Ursa said, bitterly, clinging to Zuko tightly. The exiled prince breathed out slowly, unsure of what to do, what to say. Was there any minding his words when it came to his father? Would Ursa want to hear it? Was she ready to truly understand how dreadful Ozai had been to him, to everyone in his life, to Azula? It's in the past now, though." "It's okay, Mom," Zuko whispered, tenderly. "I've learned to live with it, and it didn't stop me from doing lots of things I couldn't have imagined I could do, Mom. Good, but you shouldn't have to bear it at all. You shouldn't have been hurt," Ursa said, shaking her head as she pulled back only to gaze at Zuko again. "I'm sorry, Zuko, had I been there, maybe, but it's okay." "It really is, Mom," Zuko said, smiling sadly at her. Ursa bit her trembling lip, but she nodded, in deference to Zuko's words. "I'm okay. I've grown up as best I could, even if it wasn't easy, but I've done my best. Just as you always told me to. It's been a bit of a blur, and so much has happened, but I'm with you now. We found you, and I won't let anyone tear you away from me again. Okay." Ursa gasped, breathing heavily before frowning slightly. "We." Zuko blinked blankly. He had spoken without thinking, but he tore his eyes off his mother now to glance at the rest of the group, and so did Ursa. Everyone had been watching them, with varying degrees of shame and curiosity. Ursa's heart raced at the sight of so many strangers, and of the massive beast among them, too. She gasped when her eyes fell upon Appa, whose large, kindly gaze met hers, too. "You I guess introductions are in order," Zuko said, still holding his mother protectively as she took in the strange group of young people her son appeared to have been traveling with. Mere instants before Zuko began his explanations, Ursa picked up a strange, unexpected common theme in the attires of everyone before her. The two by the fire, the other two, with the animals, even Zuko, as well, wore a unique clothing fashion that evoked an instinctive thought in Ursa's mind. Were Zuko's friends from a water tribe? This is Aang, Zuko said, gesturing at the tall avatar, who smiled and waved shyly in Ursa's direction. And that's his sky bison, Appa. This one over here, he's Kino, and the lemur is Momo. Then, this is Katara. She helped heal your scrapes and wounds and she helped you drink water when you were unconscious. A waterbender, Ursa concluded, gazing at Katara intently. The younger woman blushed and nodded, slightly self-aware upon being introduced by Zuko in such a sober manner. And that one beside her, that's her brother, not a waterbender. Sokka, Zuko said, speaking the gladiator's name carefully. Again, Ursa flinched slightly upon hearing his name. Zuko felt the urge to ask about her reaction, immediately, but not yet. He couldn't dare do it just yet. We were in the swamp, we fell there, and Sokka's the one who found you. Sokka hadn't wanted to be in the spotlight in any way, but Zuko had placed it upon him nonetheless. He couldn't do anything but offer Ursa a tight-lipped grin and a light wave. The woman's eyes were darker than Azula's, but the suspicion she bore on them, it was eerily familiar, terribly similar to the princess's own expressions whenever she was making sense, subtly and silently, out of countless things inside her mind. The crease between Azula's eyebrows whenever she was in deep thought, even that was something she had in common with her mother, Sokka realized. Why were you there at all? Ursa asked, softly, glancing at her son again. Why would you? Well, maybe we should try to eat first. Zuko suggested, biting his lip. I think we both have lots of questions, Mom, so. You're dressed in water tribe clothes? But not the swamp ones, Ursa said, blinking blankly as she gazed at Zuko's azure attire. It looks good on you, but, why? It's a very long story, Zuko said, biting his lip. I think we all have long stories, really. I can't even tell you everything myself, but I guess I can start, if you really want to hear it. Ursa seemed to doubt, to hesitate before answering with a weak nod. Even Zuko grew to suspect she might not truly wish to hear this story, but it was better if she did. Please, while we eat. Zuko nodded, smiling gently as he tightened his grip around Ursa's waist. He helped her sit closer by the fire as Katara poured some stew in a small bowl, offering it to Ursa first. It's sea prune stew. Or, well, the most similar thing I could make to sea prune stew, Katara admitted, with a shy smile. We've been on the road for a few days now, not a lot of food reserves left. Thank you, Ursa whispered, as Zuko helped her take her bowl of food. I've never eaten this before. Well, hopefully it'll be better than bees, Kino blurted out. Zuko shot him a meaningful glare while the others gaped at him in judgmental silence. What? Anything would be better than that, Ursa said, softly. The silence that fell next seemed to alert Ursa that she had said something strange, unexpected, perhaps. She glanced at them, unsure of what had alarmed them so much from her words. Why you had to eat bees? Katara finally asked, gazing at her in confusion. You said something like that, when you were still mostly unconscious, last night? What does that mean, exactly? I suppose you really are nothing like those swamp dwellers, Ursa said, with a weak smile. All the better, if you're not. They have strange culinary practices. They made you eat bees? Really? Aang grimaced. Ursa nodded. Several times. They aren't picky eaters, she explained. Whenever I wound up with them, whenever they found me, I'd just run from them again as soon as possible. They aren't intentionally cruel, I know as much, it is simply how they have learned to live their lives in the swamp. It's a difficult, dangerous place. But you were there. Multiple times, from what Hugh told us. Aang said, biting his lip. Can we ask, well, why? Ursa didn't make any motions to answer, as Katara continued to fill everyone's breakfast bowls. Aang seemed to shrink in place over Ursa's silence, but Zuko cut through the sudden tension to spare his mother from speaking if she wasn't ready to do so yet. Okay, well, if you want, we'll start with our stories. Then, you can tell us yours, when you're ready, Zuko said, clasping Ursa's wrist gently before reaching for his own food bowl. She answered with a gentle nod, her gaze rising from her food to her son's face. He bit his lip and nodded too, shivering slightly as he held his meal. Truthfully, he hadn't expected he'd need to explain his life's story to anyone, but if he ever mustered the patience to do so, it would have to be with his mother. Well, then, yeah. Things weren't exactly good in the palace after you left, Zuko whispered. Though I didn't realize how bad it was all along. I became crown prince, and people started treating me differently because of that. I was seen as a man, pretty much, as my father's heir, though not by those in his closest circles. Not by him, to begin with. About a year after he was crowned, Uncle Iroh came home and took me under his wing. Sokka wasn't particularly hungry, though he wasn't sure he had been truly hungry ever since he had first parted ways with Azula. Perhaps that would have been poised to change after his vision of the love of his life, if Ursa's reappearance hadn't thrown a wrench in his stability all over again, but he felt even more revolted upon hearing Iroh's name, upon hearing he had taken care of Zuko in some sort of paternal manner. No doubt, the worst of Sokka's hatred was meant for Ozai, but even now, he couldn't set aside his resentment towards Iroh for manipulating matters in the shadows for a very long time, anyway. I was probably getting a little ahead of myself by then, Zuko admitted, biting his lip. I was young and I let myself dream about becoming Fire Lord and finally earning the respect I wanted from so many people, especially my father. I thought, well, maybe he was acting so differently, so coldly because you were gone. Maybe it had something to do with it, but my hopes that it wasn't anything personal, that my father didn't really hold a grudge against me, turned out to be unfounded. I convinced my uncle, one day, to let me join a war meeting when I was 13. I was too young, but I thought it'd be fine, and it wasn't. I said something that wasn't really wrong, but I spoke out of turn. It seemed a small fault, something minimal, but my father was furious. He demanded for an Agni Kai, and I thought I'd have to fight against the man I'd slighted, but he seemed to believe the true victim of my mistake was himself. Ursa had eaten slowly so far, but by then she'd set the bowl down, covering her face with her hands. No doubt, she had some knowledge of how Zuko's scar had come to be, and hearing the truth of it from her son's own lips devastated her. My father burned me, Zuko said, clenching a fist as his gaze shifted to the fire. He could still remember that moment with vivid clarity, how the flames had encroached around him, while he clung to nothing but the hope, the belief, that his father wouldn't do this to him. That Ozai couldn't possibly hurt his own son in this way, only to find otherwise when a burst of pain like nothing he had felt before was etched onto his skin. The fire had seemed to burn over his face for years, and even nowadays, on certain days, the pain returned, if on a lesser measure. To this day, I don't think he regrets it at all. Ursa sobbed then, pressing her face to Zuko's shoulder. He sighed, wrapping an arm around his mother, rubbing her arm gently. Whether she mourned over Zuko's pain, or whether she wept over how steep Ozai's cruelty had become, the exiled prince didn't know. He banished me, afterwards, Zuko said, softly. Because I had dishonored him by refusing to fight him, apparently. Even then, it should have been obvious that he was looking for just about any excuse to get rid of me, but I was too young, too naive, to really understand it then. So, I just took to the seas, and I hoped to prove myself to him when I fulfilled the only task with which he claimed I would be free to come home, finding the Avatar. The Avatar. Ursa repeated between tears, aghast. But the Avatar's gone. Zuko. He's not gone, but you're not wrong if you think that's exactly what my father was trying to say, Zuko said, with a grimace. Yeah, he didn't want me to ever come home at all. That was his brilliant punishment for my terrible misdeed of talking when I shouldn't have. He just wanted me gone. I didn't get it for a long time, but he wanted me gone. Why? Oh, how could he? Ursa said, gritting her teeth and shaking her head. You're his son. His son, and he. Mom, he's not the man you may have thought he was, Zuko said, tentatively. I don't know if you really had any high hopes for him. As far as I can remember, you two were, well, not on the best of terms when you left. But he's gotten worse, Mom. Even worse than when I last saw him, from the looks of it. And I don't mean when I was 13, I did get to go back to the Fire Nation, for a time. My uncle did something, I don't know, pulled some strings somehow, and persuaded the council to let me come home, even though I hadn't found the Avatar. I wasn't pleased. I thought I shouldn't have gone back at all if I had failed, but I hoped, maybe, that my father would have reconsidered my punishment. Yet, every time I tried to see him, to talk to him, he wanted nothing to do with me. He pushed me away, pretended I didn't exist until the very last moment, when I confronted him myself. When I finally faced the facts and accepted that he just wanted to get rid of me. He didn't deny it. If anything, he even mocked me for not having understood it soon. Mom. Ursa shuddered and shook her head, pulling away to bury her face in her hands. Zuko tensed up, unsure if he should reach for her. He glanced at the others, almost hoping they might be able to tell him if he'd made a terrible mistake, but it seemed the one most likely to understand his mother's sorrow was him. Zuko grimaced, raising a hand to his mother's shoulder gently, and she shook her head again. He couldn't have been so, he couldn't have, why would he? She blurted out, pulling at her hair until Zuko reached for her hands, making her ease her grip. Sokka's heart ached again, upon glimpsing yet another terrible similarity between mother and daughter. Mom, don't hurt yourself. It's bad enough that he's hurt so many people, as it is, Zuko whispered, softly. Ursa relented, but she continued to shake her head as she raised her tearful gaze to Zuko. He had no reason, and no reason, you're his son. Why would he? She asked. Zuko's stomach clenched as he dreaded he'd have to answer the question his mother couldn't seem to finish uttering. Well, he had a reason, even if we don't like it. And, well, even if it doesn't make much sense, because he's been terrible to her too, but still, he did it because. An empty bowl fell near the fire, Zuko fell silent, and now every set of eyes rose to find Sokka had risen to his feet. A dark shadow crossed his features, and his blue eyes were colder than ice. Didn't mean to interrupt, I just need a potty break. His childish terminology didn't even sound amusing, for once, when he appeared so distraught. He nodded in their direction, hands on his hips. I'll be back in a bit, all right. He said, simply. Sokka. Katara called her brother, but he took off, regardless of her pleas. The group by the fire fell into an uncomfortable silence after Sokka excused himself. Zuko breathed deeply, guessing he truly ought to continue, and yet. Do you think someone should go after him? Kino asked, softly. Katara sighed but shook her head. Pretty sure we all know why he's like that, Katara said. I guess maybe he doesn't want to hear, well. My version of things. Zuko finished, and Katara grimaced. Not like I wouldn't have let him talk, anyway, and he did fill Mari's head with all those tales about Jing and Wenta, and made me the butt of countless jokes there, too. It's different now, though, Katara said, gazing at him meaningfully. You're not doing this to entertain anyone. You're telling your mother the truth. And, well, you should. Even if Sokka doesn't want to hear it. Zuko sighed, guessing Katara was right. Ursa, beside him, had watched as Sokka marched into the forest, and Zuko glanced at her with unease. Mom. I know you don't want to talk about some things, and I get it, Zuko whispered, clasping her hand gently. But, well, Sokka's the one who found you in the swamp, like we told you. And as much as it doesn't make much sense to me that the swamp took him to you instead of me, it looks as if this wasn't the first time you've seen him or heard of him. Katara, Aang, and Kino glanced at Zuko in confused disbelief. He gritted his teeth, still holding his mother, still uncertain of his own suspicions, and her enigmatic silence did little to reassure him. Mom. He said, unsure if he should push at all, but then Ursa spoke. I saw him by the fire. Katara crooked an eyebrow at those words. Was she being cryptic about some sort of vision, maybe? Aang appeared every bit as perplexed as she was, though Zuko certainly was the more confused one out of the whole group right now. By the fire? Last night? Zuko asked. Ursa shook her head. Was it a vision? Katara asked. In a swamp vision. No. I wasn't in the swamp's range anymore, Ursa whispered. Or so I was told. I'd never seen him before, so he had to be real. But I wasn't ready, Zuko, back then. I just wanted. I wanted all of it to go away or just go back to the way it was. I shouldn't have, though. I should have been stronger, but I couldn't be, and not until now, not until I saw you again. I can't keep denying reality, the years that have passed, that my little boy has become a man. It's all real, so, that was real, too. By the fire, out of the forest, he sat there, with. She didn't finish the sentence, but she didn't need to. All their eyes widened as it slowly dawned upon them that Ursa wasn't talking about swamp visions indeed, even if they hardly understood what she meant, anyway. Yet. Mom, you do know who he is? Zuko asked, his voice soft, hitching at the end of his question. Ursa swallowed dryly, hands twitching nervously as her eyes fell upon the fire, so similar to the fire where she had first seen the tall water tribe warrior, clad in his armor, but bearing a much brighter expression on his face. An expression matched by the woman in gold who had stood by his side. Zuko had grown, changed, seen his share of sorrows and agony, all of which meant that, whether she liked it or not, so had she. Ursa shut her eyes tightly, trembling as she readied herself to accept reality fully, to speak words she had been told, words she had rejected from the first moment, much like the words that had sent her running to the swamp, one last time. His name is Sokka, and he's Azula's gladiator. Chapter 285. Family Reunion / Strengthening Bonds. 3. He woke with an unpleasant start in the dark room, ever twitching at the mix of all sorts of unpleasant odors barely masqueraded by a poor layer of perfume. No doubt, some of the stench had to emanate from his own body, from the bottles left by the bedside. 3 finished, 1 almost done. Finally awake? Was about damn time you got up. I'll have my first customers in 30 minutes. Meant to stick around and watch, did you? Zhao snarled, rubbing his eyes as he pushed himself to an upright sitting position. He most definitely didn't care to watch anything, let alone did he have it in him to become Aiko's first customer of the day, right after being the last one of the previous night, to a fault. I'd ask if you want to join in, but if you weren't up for it last night, can't see how you'd be up for it this morning, Aiko continued, her dismissive drawl ever grating on his nerves. It could be a charming sound sometimes, tempting even, not lately, though. Especially not last night, and not this morning, either. I'd think you're trying to stay loyal to the wife if only you hadn't visited Hongchu so many times after you were wed in the first place. Trouble in paradise sends you running for the nearest brothel, apparently, or the nearest bottle, maybe. It sends me running, outright. I had nowhere else to go but here, Zhao snapped. Aiko laughed, glancing at him skeptically from over her shoulder. She stood before an old dresser, already clad in suggestive clothes, fixing her hair. Because the tavern and the other houses won't take you anymore? She asked, amused. How I love knowing I'm your very last resort, Zhao, dear. The other girls don't talk as much as you do, Zhao grumbled. Well, of course. They're only there to get paid to play doormats for you, whereas I can turn your world upside down even out of bed, more so once we're in it, Aiko smiled, though the grin soured quickly as she shrugged in his direction. Though not when you're as pitifully drunk as you were last night. Honestly, what a sorry spectacle you made of yourself, crying and whining all over the place when we could have been having sex instead. I wasn't in the mood, and neither were you, Zhao said. Aiko snorted. You think I have to be in the mood? This is my bloody job, you idiot. You have to be in the mood to butcher northern savages whenever you're deployed by the Fire Lord? Damn unprofessional you are, Admiral Zhao, if that's the case. He scoffed at her mockery, and Aiko only let out a soft laugh. Of course she was in a good mood, his fee after spending the night would likely be monstrous. The one thing that truly moved Aiko was money, although she scarcely made any use of it. Lady Meili controlled everyone's income in her house, only occasionally allowing her girls, whether they were younger than Rei or scarcely a few years younger than Zhao himself, they were all her girls, a chance to waste money on frivolities. No one had savings in the Scarlet Oasis, no one could buy their way out of service, not after they sold themselves to the whorehouse in the first place. They wouldn't lack food, clothing, or a roof over their heads anymore, but they wouldn't own anything, not even their very bodies, for as long as they lived. What could have seemed an unacceptable trade-off for countless people, however, sat just fine with Aiko and some of the other women who had willingly entered those terms of employment established by Lady Meili. So stiff and humorless now, guess the rest really did you good, you were a whimpery whiny mess last night, Aiko said, shaking her head. I do like you better this way. Much manlier. Zhao frowned, averting his gaze from the woman, letting his eyes travel towards the window. Dawn had broken by then and he suspected he'd be chased by Lady Meili out of her fine establishment any moment now, unless he decided to invest further coin to spend time with Aiko. He could have done so just to spite the woman who had been his occasional lover for many years, keeping her out of business for the whole day, making her suffer through his complaints and rants over his current circumstances. She'd certainly have to eat her words about her alleged professionalism if he did that. Yet he didn't want to stay here talking with Aiko, he never did. The excitement she had once elicited inside him, back when they had been much younger, was well and truly gone by now. She was but a source of familiarity these days, someone he could turn to whenever nothing else would do. She didn't seem to have any particular affection for him, or for anyone, for that matter, hadn't since the early years of their dalliances, but that had been a very different time. Driven by lust and recklessness, Zhao had indeed invested a lot more money in this whorehouse than in the others, spending the days of his shore leave frequently entwined with the voracious woman who finally had finished fixing her hair to her satisfaction. Next came the jewelry, Zhao remembered, all cheap pieces, faking to be the real thing, intended to conjure an atmosphere of dignity that nothing in this house could truly evoke. Now, then, get lost. Unless you really want to revisit the good old days of staying cooped up in this room with me, which I suspect you aren't, as you were much quicker at shutting me up back then. Aiko said, raising her eyebrows expectantly in his direction. What if I were? Zhao asked, with another dismissive huff. If I paid you to listen to my endless woes. You wouldn't be so cruel. Not even you, Aiko said, mockingly. Zhao couldn't hold back a slight smile, shaking his head afterwards. Frankly, I don't understand why you came here in the first place. I'm not a counselor of some sort, damn you. Want someone you can pay to talk their ear off? Find them somewhere else. I came here because you're her mother, Zhao huffed. Aiko scoffed. Why is that supposed to mean anything to me? She asked, dismissively. Children are better off with their mothers, that's what people always seem to believe, he said. Aiko laughed, hands on her hips. No doubt that's what you thought when you decided to take her away to live in your golden palaces. She said, amused. Now you think she'd be better off with me? Why would that brat need a mother anymore anyway? She's bound to be fully grown by now, isn't she? She's 17, still, Zhao said, frowning. Aiko scoffed again. She's well past being a child, no matter what the laws say, she growled. I already told you so last night, and I won't change my mind, you're not bringing Rei back here. We're fully staffed. She's meek and plain enough that she wouldn't get much attention, but I'm not interested in sharing my workload with anyone else. Competitive even with your own daughter. Need me to ask again why that's supposed to mean anything to me? Aiko snapped. She's just another woman in the end, her parents don't matter one bit, just as much as my parents don't matter one bit. You're not bringing her back here unless you want me to kick her out to the street as soon as you take off. You could do that, I guess, Zhao mumbled, though a pang of guilt struck his gut when he uttered the words. He sighed, shaking his head. How about if I take her to another brothel, then? That'd be okay, if she's not competition under your same roof. That'd be none of my business, Aiko shrugged. Means nothing to me, I said. You'd be fine with it, then? With? Zhao asked, biting his lip. Oh, was he for real? Was he really thinking of doing this? The minute he had laid eyes upon the young teenager when he had first met her, his heart had nearly stopped upon realizing she was his daughter, the product of a long period of time during his shore leave spent in this very room. He had been dispatched too often afterwards, seldom visiting the capital for anything but official business, worse yet after Oze had become Fire Lord and Zhao had slowly risen into his fateful position as the leading officer of the navy. By then, spending time in such places should have been out of the question. But when he had returned from the north, he had an unexpected urge to visit Aiko. He had wondered if she'd still be there, hoping to dazzle her with his growth over the course of the 14 years they had spent without seeing each other, and he had certainly needed to unwind after a tiresome period of getting his personal business in order. He had asked Aiko to confirm his suspicions about Rei immediately after meeting her, and Aiko had been as dismissive and impersonal with Rei as she was right now. Imagining the woman had nursed Rei or looked after her in any capacity was, well, difficult to the point of impossible. Zhao suspected Lady Meili had been more of a mother to Rei than Aiko, and that wasn't the right term for it anyway. Rei had swept the floors, cooked occasional meals, and then been scolded for doing it wrong, washed piles of laundry, and she wasn't allowed any respite or complaints, for if she dared ask for any form of leniency, the punishment would be an even more unforgiving workload. He would have felt bad about seeing any child in such a position. That she was his child, however, his own flesh and blood. Aiko had said she wasn't even sure he was the father, that she had no idea who it might be, but Zhao suspected otherwise. It wasn't only the recklessness of their youth, it was the fact that Lady Meili had no doubts the girl was his daughter, much as Zhao himself believed so. She had refused to hand Rei over to him at first, intending to keep her in the brothel while demanding that Zhao paid for the girl's lodging and meals if he so cared for her. He had paid her a large sum instead, enough to make Lady Meili's eyes gleam with greed and make her forget her previous demands, and so, Zhao had taken Rei home with him, relieved not only over having removed her from the dreadful environment of the Scarlet Oasis, but over having ensured the young girl wouldn't be fully initiated either. If that had happened, even twice as big a sum wouldn't have sufficed for Lady Meili to let go of Rei, in all likelihood. Once they were initiated, once they had first served, they were stuck there forever, much as Aiko was, whether they'd done it willingly or not. All of it had brought Zhao to suspect that Rei's existence was no accident. He had been a cocky, up-and-coming official in the armies of the Fire Nation at the time. He hadn't been the only soldier to frequent such facilities, of course not, but the others didn't have a personal friendship with one of the Fire Lord's sons. Even if Oze was the second prince, nowhere near as admired as Iroh had been before, Lady Meili had spotted an opportunity when Zhao, so loud-mouthed and careless as he'd been, had confessed to being friends with the second prince. In all likelihood, she had commanded Aiko to forsake her birth control measures whenever Zhao came to visit, and after those visits of multiple weeks, it seemed only reasonable, only logical, that Rei would be his child. She was meant, back then, as a means through which they could blackmail as much money out of him as they could get, and they got a massive sum of it anyway. Where had the money gone, he wondered. Clearly, not into the improvement of the infrastructure of the place, or into supplying the prostitutes with better beds or even new sheets. Even during his occasional visits after taking Rei away to his estate, he had detected no difference in that respect, and it remained that way still. Perhaps Lady Meili simply had blown off the money on personal fun for herself, sharing none of it with her girls. Selfishness was this locale's policy, after all. Thus, it had always seemed a rather straightforward place to Zhao. Agreeable, even, until the consequences of said policy had finally affected him personally. Maybe bringing Rei back here really was a bad idea. But taking her elsewhere, that could do the trick. He would visit on occasion, to confirm she was doing well. If she had adapted to every change he had flung into her life so far, surely she'd do fine now, too. She'd be far better off than by playing the meek-mannered, dutiful, poor maid to the wretched woman he loathed to call his wife. She was using him, in countless ways. Not only was she using him as a smokescreen before she delivered her half-breed aberration, but she also used him as means through which she could endear herself to her father once again, after all this time. The more strife and dissent she sowed between Zhao and Oze, the better her chances at regaining power. No matter what she said, no matter what she claimed, that had to be her ultimate goal. Yet her blatant declaration that she would have gone about getting rid of him far more effectively, if that was what she wanted, it confirmed his only role in her charade was to play the naive brute of a husband who didn't realize his sleazy wife was carrying another man's child. She would have had him killed somehow already if he didn't serve that purpose, and she was already gathering forces to do so. The Demguard, Renkai, he had tried to hold back Zhao from entering his alleged room in the palace the last times he had visited. What right did he have to do such a thing? None, of course, but naturally, Angela had charmed him, too, just as she had charmed Rei with her pretense of worrying over the weak and downtrodden. Didn't even give a damn when I compared her to her mother. Zhao mumbled out loud, without his awareness. What was that? And nothing, nothing. Never mind, I. Did you even hear me before, damn it? Aiko scowled. You were staring into space with that utterly stupid look on your face again, Zhao. I said I don't mind at all. Do with the girl whatever you wish, she's none of my concern anyway. I didn't want her to begin with. Then you shouldn't have had her, Zhao huffed, rising to his feet. Aiko smiled. Yes, that we can agree on, I shouldn't have, she said. A true leave of my senses, or of Lady Meili's senses, if anything, making me keep her. Bet she just thought it'd be good to train her up in case any of the older ones went down with disease, but there's always newcomers. No point in wasting time and resources feeding a brat who can just get whisked away whenever her rich father shows up. Almost starting to sound like you want her here, after all. Quit twisting my words into your pitiful fantasy of a pretty, happy family if that's what you're thinking. If you want to play house, go back to your fancy, regal wife, why don't you? I don't have any fantasies of the sort, Zhao rebuffed, and Aiko grinned in delight for his words. Never have, never will. Hence why I'm here, rather than there. Well, then, if you really are done playing the sensitive bastard, make sure the next time you come you bring less of that, Aiko said, pointing at the bottles scattered by the floor. And instead, more of this. Aiko reached for Zhao's groin, her fingers were forcefully stopped only inches away from touching him, and Zhao glared at her pointedly as he held her wrist firmly. She, of course, was only amused. Still sensitive, I see. All the more reason you should get the hell out, then. You're no fun, she said, pulling her hand back. Make sure you pay Lady Meili, will you? Zhao rolled his eyes, storming out of the room and slamming the door behind him. His aggressive behavior usually was but a matter of bravado to amuse Aiko. Now that he was apparently serious with it, she found herself even more amused than usual. To think the great Admiral Zhao, now Crown Prince of the Fire Nation, had reached such lows. She could only giggle to herself as she gathered the bottles, already suspecting she'd see Zhao again soon enough. If he truly was sowing such discontent in the taverns he visited, in the other brothels he frequented, too, it was only a matter of time before he returned. Hey! Hey! You piece of shit, you bastard, get back here. You didn't pay for. Zhao. Aiko raised an eyebrow upon hearing Lady Meili's characteristic, hysteric screams. He hadn't paid in full? Or was it he hadn't paid at all? Well, then. Maybe she wouldn't see him again anytime soon, actually. Zhao huffed as he marched across the Bay Area's streets without looking back. Lady Meili wouldn't give him chase all the way back to the palace, he knew, he'd just pay her properly the next time he came. He had spent all the money he'd been holding on the drinks he'd purchased and taken with him to Aiko's room. He would have had more on him, but his latest chaotic visit to the palace had seen to it that he had failed to do any of what he'd intended to do. Instead of cleaning up, gathering clothes and money, he had marched to the Fire Lord's study after his clash with Angela, intending to ask if it was true, if Sokka was truly dead now, but then he had turned back, furious, realizing it made no difference whether he was or wasn't. What he truly wanted, what he truly needed, was to set himself free of Angela's web of manipulations for once and for all. He wasn't sure he'd succeed at it just yet, but taking Rei away from Angela, now that she seemed to be so attached to her, would certainly serve as a powerful blow against the arrogant princess. As for Rei's well-being, it was a shame, truly, having to return her to the world he had removed her from, right before she had laid true roots in it. But perhaps that was simply her destiny, in the end. Better a prostitute than becoming the princess's latest plaything. What little fatherly concern he could feel for the girl knew Rei would be worse off, far worse off, the longer she spent with that scheming, vicious, dangerous woman. So he marched onwards, brow furrowed as he strode purposefully to the main streets, his feet guiding him to the royal palace. Climbing the steps of the capital's temple was always a chore, but Angela felt slightly victorious upon finding she had done it more quickly than the last time she had visited the location, and without wearing herself out as badly as she had back then. Her chest heaved regardless, as the morning sun proved every bit as merciless as it did by noon, but she found she welcomed its warmth for the first time in what felt like forever. She swept away some of the beads of sweat that had trickled down her forehead before turning to check on her companions. "You two all right?" she asked. Song and Rei, breathing heavily, nodded and smiled. "That's a lot of stairs," Rei said, with a shy smile. "But I'm okay." "Well, you probably look better than I did the last time I climbed them," Angela said, with a weak grin of her own. "Guess Renkai can confirm that. He kept standing behind me, fearing I'd fall over while I climbed." Renkai probably blushed under his helmet, tensing up once Angela mentioned him. He cleared his throat before speaking, softly. If I am allowed to be honest, then yes. Compared to you that day, they certainly don't look quite so weak. Fragile. Angela finished for him. Renkai lowered his head. "I suppose Wen's latest walking regime has been good for me after all." "Good to know," Song smiled, stepping forward to admire the temple's entrance. "Guess you shouldn't need another walk after all this exercise today, but I think I'll take one anyway," Angela said, softly. "I'm thinking, well, regardless of how things go today, it might be a good idea to introduce Rei to Xin Long." "Ah? That sounds nice," Song grinned, and Angela smiled back. "T2, your dragon?" Rei asked, stepping forward, cheeks flooded with color upon hearing those words. "Are you sure? Am I allowed to?" "Well, for that matter, I'm not allowed to see him, myself, but if we can stop by the refuge, I'd think introducing you to Xin wouldn't be a terrible idea, unless you don't want to," Angela said, with a smile. Rei's bright eyes answered that particular question all on their own. "Definitely looks like you don't want to dash." "I do." "Oh, I do, Rei gasped, and Angela laughed softly, patting her maid's back gently. "Then the sooner we're done with this, the sooner we can get to it," she said, smiling kindly at the young woman before marching inside the temple's main building. Rei breathed out slowly as she stepped after the rest of the group. Wen lagged behind to keep up with her, though Rei was quick to realize that, unlike her, Wen's gaze wasn't charged with amazement over the grandeur of the building, far less unpleasant than the palace's daunting architecture, in Rei's opinion. "Have you been here before?" she asked Wen, softly. Wen offered her a pained smile but nodded. "Yeah, a couple of times. Feels like a lifetime ago, but it wasn't that long ago at all," she whispered. Rei bit her lip, and Wen laughed before shaking her head. "Don't worry about it right now, all right? I'll probably have to explain things properly to you in the future, but for now, we should focus on you, huh? Ready to become, well, a bit royal." And no, I'm not. I mean, well, I did say I wanted to do this, but me? Royal?" Rei blushed wildly, eyeing Wen with unrestrained panic. "Why, you don't think the Fire Lord will be upset about this?" "I have no idea, to be honest," Wen said, with a shrug. "But Angela seems so sure about what she's doing that I guess it'll be fine, somehow. I'm not sure how, exactly, but, hopefully." Rei bit her lip but nodded. They had entered the building by then, and as ornate and beautiful as it might be, Rei found the lack of lighting rather confusing. If this was the Fire Nation, why didn't these glorious buildings feature more lamps that, in a way, celebrated fire while letting people admire their surroundings better? It boggled the mind, though she did realize that the lack of lighting meant she wouldn't be so easily distracted from what was happening by detailing the building properly, Princess Azula had spoken to a sage by then, with Renkai standing beside her. The sage raced down the corridors quickly after the princess was done expressing her intent, just when Wen and Rei reached them. The head sage should be with us shortly, Azula announced, turning to Rei with another reassuring smile. Are you sure it's okay for us to do this, well, so openly? Song asked, softly. Azula raised an eyebrow in her direction. I kind of thought any random sage would do. Isn't the head sage kind of a dangerous person to visit without the Fire Lord's approval? Oh, sure, if I were up to anything nefarious, Azula said, with a smirk. But I'm just here to adopt Rei. If the Fire Lord demands an explanation about what I've done, where's the harm in telling him as much? Are you sure? Rei asked, gazing at Azula worriedly. He won't think you're doing something bad. Bad? Taking in my husband's daughter as my own is a bad choice, now, by any chance. Azula smirked. I'm not going to push for you to be inducted into my father's council, let alone to be incorporated into the succession line, if that's what you're worried about. He'll have no reason to complain about this. I'm doing something that, in his eyes, should mean I'm welcoming his newly chosen crown prince and his progeny into the fold of our regal family. But Admiral Zhao won't see it that way, Rei said, softly. Zhao won't have a stronger say upon anything involving you than I do, from this day onwards, Azula said, softly. Rei's heart sped up upon hearing those words. You'll be an adult, free to make your own choices, within a few months, right? Consider this your starting point of preparation for that moment in your life, if anything. I'll try, Rei smiled, nodding in Azula's direction. Azula grinned back. Moments afterwards, the halls of the temple echoed with the approaching voices and footsteps of a group of sages. Azula turned towards them to find the head sage led the group. He strode towards the visitors purposefully, though his face was riddled with confusion. His many assisting sages bowed down respectfully in Azula's direction, no doubt surprised to see her in their temple again, a long time after she last visited it without masquerading as a guard. Princess. I didn't receive any notice that you'd come today, the head sage spoke, with a smile that still didn't do away with his apparent confusion. Is everything well? Do you require another cheer-eating, perhaps? Not quite, though if you wish to do one for good measure, I'll appreciate it, Azula said, graciously. I'm here over another order of business today, in fact. Would you wish to discuss it privately? The head sage asked. We can speak personally in my study, if you'd like. We could, but it's bound to be unnecessary. I may need you to do some work for me today, so the sooner I explain myself, the better, Azula said, with a weak smile. I have a few questions, first, then, I'd have a request, if the answers are the ones I expect and hope for. Ah? Well, then, ask away, the head sage said, intrigued. As far as I've understood, though I've seldom witnessed it personally, children in Fire Nation settlements are presented at the local temple sometime after their birth, Azula started. The parents will present the child at the temple, traditionally, and the child's birth is then recorded in the Fire Nation's annals. Yes. That is correct, Princess, the head sage said, nodding. You saw some of those records yourself, remember? When you sought to track down the members of that initiative you started, the rehabilitation center, was it? I remember we received birds from you in the temple, requesting copies of some of those documents, though unfortunately, we couldn't find everyone right away. And then I had to track down the records of destroyed villages and the sort, as best I could, unless there were no records left altogether, lost somewhere or another, Azula finished, with a nod. The records served me quite well back then. But I meant to ask about this for another reason. If, for instance, a child loses one of their parents, or the parents negotiate a settlement for separation, and the remaining parent remarries, would it be possible for the new spouse of one of those parents to become a legal guardian for the child from the previous relationship? Would it be necessary to hold a procedure of any sort so that the new parent could, well, adopt the child fully, or is it taken for granted that the child is now their stepchild? Ah, well, it can be taken for granted, I suppose, but there are records of the sort, yes, the head sage confirmed, nodding. Adoption records are mostly used in the case of orphans, not so frequent when it comes to parents remarrying, but it has happened, too. Is this about an investigation you're doing, perhaps? Do you need me to look into anyone's files, in case? Well, I'd appreciate it if you could find someone's file, yes, but this isn't a matter of investigation at all, Angela said, with a casual grin. I want to adopt someone. REI, behind her, shrank in place as her face burned with the full force of her blush. Even her ears seemed to be set alight upon hearing the princess speaking to the head sage so easily about her adoption. Adopting someone who was so close to adult age was probably a very strange idea. Would that be a problem? She glanced at the head sage nervously, to find the man appeared mystified over the princess's words. Why you wish to, the head sage said, smiling a little. I did not expect to hear that at all. Are you certain of this, princess? Entirely, Angela said, nodding. Though all that remains is to ask if I can adopt someone who isn't an orphan. She does have parents, but you see, I happen to be married to the father, so. REI grimaced, biting her lip as she eyed the head sage nervously still. She hoped he'd say it was fine, that they didn't need Zhao's approval. Goodness, the princess truly didn't need to do this. She had no real reason to stand by REI and protect her this way, and yet she wanted REI to be an acknowledged member of her family, to this extent. No one had ever wanted her that way before. Never had she felt she belonged anywhere, and frankly, she didn't think she belonged in that creepy palace anyway, but she felt she had found a place by the princess's side, all the same. For once, she had been with people who didn't look down on her or put her down at every chance they got, and all she could want, truly, was to stay by their side for as long as she could be. She meant something to someone, at last, and even if it felt too good to be true, REI didn't wish to let go of that feeling of belonging, not for a moment. The father, then. The head sage finally said, glancing at Angela again. Admiral. Crown Prince Zhao. I understand it's an unconventional situation, yes. Angela said, raising an eyebrow. I don't even know if he'd be on the record as the father. He may not have been part of the presentation ceremony anyway, so. Well, even so, it's usually the local sage's duty to look up the identity of the missing parent, in any such case, said the head sage, raising an eyebrow. If he does feature as the father, though, you certainly would be, by all effects, the child's stepmother already. So, we don't need Zhao's approval to make it official? Angela asked. That's my main concern, to be frank. He married you. If he didn't wish you to be the stepmother of his offspring from previous relationships, surely he would have thought twice about it before agreeing to your nuptials, the head sage said, with a profoundly sarcastic voice. It's not a problem whatsoever, in that respect. But, we will need to find the child's records in order to make it fully official. We'll redact a document, add it to the file, we can even send a copy back to the local temple to make sure they know, too, that you're the child's legal guardian now. It may take us some time, but it can be done, princess. It can be done right away, today, if all goes well. Perfect, Angela smiled, nodding. REI gasped behind her, unable to hide her smile behind the hands she brought to her mouth a moment too late to masquerade the grin. I take it this is the child in question? The head sage asked, smiling kindly at the blushing REI. She isn't of adult age just yet, though, is she? She looks young, but when you reach my age, every young person looks far too young. Really? Angela asked, amused. You look like you're of similar age to me, I'm afraid. Yes, the head sage laughed. She's 17, actually, Angela answered. Not of age yet, but soon. Is that a problem? Oh, no. Unconventional, no doubt, as children usually want to get away from all parental figures when they're that age, the head sage smiled, shaking his head. But it's perfectly feasible and legally doable. Rest assured, you will be the girl's legal guardian by the time you leave this temple today. What is her name, then? And the temple where she was presented, to, which was it? My name is REI, the young maid spoke up, softly. As for the temple, I don't really know. I lived in the Hongqiu district of Harbor City all my life, you until, well. Hongchu, repeated the head sage, unable to suppress a grimace. Well, goodness. Though, that's nearby anyway. We could send a bird to the local shrine there, in case we're lacking any records here. Hopefully, we won't be, but... Is that possible? Angela asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, when it comes to districts like Hongchu, yes, the head sage admitted, with a weak nod. The local sages always try to keep track of everything happening in the area, but it's certainly possible that something could have slipped their notice. Worse yet, if her father is a high-profile man like Crown Prince Zhao, it's possible they could have even, well, destroyed any such records? Perhaps there were no records of her birth in the local temple, to begin with. Angela asked, raising her eyebrows. Rei flinched. It's a hypothesis. A possibility, the head sage said, raising a placating hand in Angela's direction. But that should be even less of a problem, in fact. If the girl has no record, and by all effects, wasn't presented at any temple or shrine upon birth, then that means she would have no legal parents, Angela finished. Rei tensed up behind her. And it would mean any adult, with the approval of the temple's authorities, could very well present the child themselves, the head sage concluded, smiling. Whether you're married to the crown prince or not would be utterly irrelevant in that scenario, even. You'd have actual custody of the child while he wouldn't, due to his negligence upon not presenting the girl at the temple at all. Angela raised an eyebrow with unabashed interest and amusement. Rei's mood seemed to change and shift even more than that of the pregnant princess right now. The princess could be her sole guardian? Admiral Zhao would have no true legal power over her if she hadn't been presented at a temple at all? Truth be told, Rei doubted she had been presented anywhere. She couldn't recall ever leaving the premises of Lady Meili's brothel until Zhao had taken her away. A presentation at any temple would have happened before she had any awareness of her surroundings and circumstances, but the fact that nobody in the brothel had ever bothered to even tend to her when she was sick, or to take her to school, or teach her to do anything altogether, would they have bothered taking her to any temples to present her there? They might have if they had something to gain by doing so, but Rei wasn't sure they did. Well, do you think this is all right, Rei? Angela asked. The girl raised her head quickly, her anxious brown eyes meeting Angela's golden ones. I guess I'd share custody with Zhao if I have no other choice, but if I have no records, then, you would be your mother. Angela finished, with an awkward smile. A joyful laugh burst from Rei's lips. I suppose so. A strange concept for us both to wrap our heads around, but I like it. I do, I think I've never heard anything better, Rei said, tears of joy blinking in her eyes. Are you sure you want to do this, princess? I'm the one who thought about it in the first place, Angela smiled. Your opinion is the one that matters at this point, Rei. I know it's all a blur and probably much crazier than anything you expected would happen to you once you wound up in the palace, but if anything, I can't believe my luck, Rei laughed, smiling at Angela. I want this. I think, for the first time in my life, I really want something. Is that so? Angela smiled warmly, placing a hand on the girl's head. Well, then, let's see to it that your first genuine wish comes true, shall we? Rei let out a soft burst of laughter, stepping forward, towards Angela, and spreading her arms to embrace her, burying her face in her right shoulder. Tears threatened to pour down Angela's cheeks when Rei held her. A familiar sensation, soft and slow, stirred inside her chest when Rei hugged her. Merely 2 days ago, Angela's world had fallen apart in the worst possible manner. Today, she found it felt stronger than it had in months. She had changed the life of the girl who clung to her so tightly, the girl who had been so shy and frightful when they had first met. Little by little, Rei herself had disregarded all protocol and social distance that should exist between them. She had done so by her own initiative, and Angela would be damned if she let moments such as these go to waste. Her arms tightened around Rei too, and that feeling in her heart strengthened further. Much as a dragon's discovery had brought back her happiness, much as the man who was her perfect match had taught her how to love, and to let herself be loved in return, just like in those moments, when she had felt her world changing and shifting in subtle ways, it changed again now that a new feeling emerged inside her. Though it wasn't that new. She had felt it before when she had discarded Mai's brew. When she had done the unthinkable to protect the child growing inside her. Her body trembled as she embraced Rei tightly, and by now, the tears did spill down her cheeks. They were being watched by so many sages, by a surprised but approving head sage, by a relieved and protective Renkai, and by a smiling Song, with tears in her eyes as well, but the moment they shared felt unbreakable, regardless. Their bond had developed slowly, as far as Azula could tell, and yet it had been so damn fast and effective that she could barely imagine her future without Rei in it anymore. What a mysterious thing motherhood was proving to be, Azula thought, as she held Rei tightly. She had one child in her arms, and another one nestled between the two of them, growing day after day inside Azula's womb, connected to its mother by a bond just as powerful as the one that now bound Azula and Rei, for as long as they might live. Sokka hadn't truly intended to spend the better part of the day watching the horizon, sitting by the edge of the cliff, watching as the sea battered against the Western Earth Kingdom's shores. Yet the longer he delayed his return to camp, the harder it was to walk back to the rest of the group. He guessed someone might come fetch him once everything was over, once Zuko had told his full story and Ursa finally knew why they were here and who they were. Would Zuko dare explain everything, though? Sokka's heart clenched as he wondered if he might gloss over the truths behind his relationship with Azula out of uncertainty or discomfort. Hopefully he would have told Ursa about his own family, though, about Suki, Mari and Zi. Would Ursa be proud of him for the man he had become? Sokka would already know the answer to that question if he hadn't walked away as he had. He sighed, dropping his chin on his hand as he stared into the horizon again. He wasn't sure whether it was fair or warranted that he would feel so uncomfortable near Ursa when he had been the one to save her in the first place. Yet every time Azula had doubted her true worth, her very humanity, it seemed as though those doubts had been planted there by the heartbroken woman in Zuko's arms. It was so easy to understand Azula's grievances upon seeing them together. Sokka, Aang, Katara, and Kino had been as good as intruders during the emotional reunion between mother and son, and Sokka had no doubts Azula would have felt even more out of place in the scene than he and the others had. Was that what her childhood had been like? Had Ursa been so caught in her relationship with Zuko that she hadn't realized she was overlooking her daughter? Had it been a matter of negligence, of too powerful an attachment to Zuko, or had it been worse than that? Azula's conviction of being a monster, that dark night in Ember Island, suggested as much. Sokka sighed again, shaking his head. Azula had been a child, and that meant she might not have understood her mother's struggles and pressures. Just so, Ursa had failed to understand her daughter's needs, or, if she understood them, she had failed to act on them. His princess deserved a loving mother, nothing would change that reality, but even so, Sokka found himself wondering now if perhaps there wasn't an actual villain in this story. Perhaps the conflict between mother and daughter was simply a matter of human mistakes, mistakes with severe consequences that could ripple into infinity. Yet part of the problem, he knew, was that the similarities between Ursa and her daughter paralyzed him whenever he sensed them. It wasn't a matter of physical appearance alone, although that was what Azula had often been told. It was Ursa's reactions, her anguished expressions, the lost look in her eyes that compelled anyone to protect her, a look Sokka had only seen in Azula's own eyes. The more they resembled each other, the more his chest hurt, feeling that acute, bludgeoning pain born from Azula's absence, from his own fears regarding what she was facing while in Oze's power. How could he be here, sitting by a fire with Azula's mother, when she was still so far away? When he missed her desperately still, even when he had bridged his spirit with hers a mere day ago. He'd stared at Azula's necklace for hours, wondering what to do. He had no right to push the others to keep moving, to keep searching. He had no right to ask Ursa the important questions yet. He had to give them time, to give himself time, to breathe and wait until everyone was ready to leave, until Ursa was ready to talk, which she clearly wasn't so far. And even when she was, even then, Sokka wasn't sure he would have the strength to say all the things he'd wanted to when he'd held a broken-hearted Azula in his arms. The merciless cruelty Azula faced right now at Oze's hands made it so Ursa's harm to her daughter, intentional or not, would appear to be the lesser evil, no matter how harmful it had been at the time. His thumb trailed over the ridges of the betrothal necklace, wishing she were here, as he ever did. wishing he could stand by her side as Angela finally faced her mother, rather than facing Ursa by himself. Rustling sounds in the trees and bushes behind him brought Sokka to frown. Had Katara come to fetch him? Were they done yet, or did they just want his input on what to do next? Whichever it was. You're sure you want to do this? Sokka's stomach sank when the voice he heard was Zuko's. And he didn't direct those words at Sokka. I'm just saying, if you don't want to do it alone, I'll be fine, Zuko. I'll be fine. Sokka's stomach clenched and twisted as he pocketed the necklace again. Now he did feel like he should take a potty break, though he wasn't sure even that would help matters much when it came to the sudden, cold grasp of anxiety that had surged inside his chest. So, that was how it would be. Ursa, for whatever twisted reason, apparently hoped to talk to him alone. Sokka tensed up, trying not to shudder, trying to remain calm and collected, even though the would-be Fire Lady's words had worsened his earlier fears and uncertainties. He had kept his distance for good reason. He hoped Ursa had understood as much. If she simply wanted to thank him for saving her, she could have done it later. Hence, she had likely come here for other purposes, whether Sokka liked that or not. Ursa marched onwards, but her footsteps weren't accompanied by her son's. She stopped right at the edge of the trees, and then Sokka heard Zuko walking away, back to the camp, it seemed. Ursa truly had asked Zuko to lead her to him. She truly trusted him to remain civil throughout their private exchange. Either Zuko hadn't told her the full truth, or she was so far out of touch with the harm she'd caused her daughter, or was she completely aware of it, instead, and welcomed whatever Sokka might say as a form of retribution? Sokka frowned as he pondered which possibility might make the most sense as the woman stepped closer to the cliff's edge. She took her seat at a fair distance from Sokka, legs folded in a lotus position. He dared glance at her, once again taking in the similarities with Angela, and the differences, too. Her hair was deep brown rather than black. The arch of her eyebrows slanted upwards, her nose was longer, her eyes seemed perpetually sad, too. The spark of mischievous intelligence in Angela's golden eyes was absent from Ursa's, much as her typical smirks seemed to have never graced her mother's face. He tore his gaze away from her again, taking a deep breath as he wondered if he'd have to be the one to speak first. Ursa, so far, had simply taken her seat beside him, perhaps at a loss for how to talk to him. Well, it wouldn't be that hard to get started, anyway. He told you everything yet? Sokka asked, blunt and to the point. Ursa's hand, upon her knee, trembled at the question. No, she said, softly. Sokka frowned. Everything he could, yes, but not everything. He believes that you may be better suited to explain certain things. But that's not why I thought I should talk to you alone. Want no more explanations, then? Sokka asked, almost dismissively. How ironic that the stories he could tell, the stories she seemed to reject right now, would be the ones that revolved around the daughter that had never felt loved by her. I do, but there's much that needs to be done. First, Ursa whispered, glancing at Sokka with unease. Zuko realized it. Maybe you did, too. But I had seen you before. You saw me? What, in a swamp vision? Sokka asked, skeptical, but Ursa shook her head. I was told. I wasn't in the swamp's range anymore, she said. But I had a dream, induced by the swamp, regardless of the distance. Then, all signs took me north, until I saw you, by the fire. What exactly? Sokka frowned, puzzled still. When? Though, wait, can you tell me when this happened, or did you lose track of time too badly to know? I did, Ursa confessed, lowering her head. Days and nights, they are but blurs, following each other repeatedly, until they're both one and the same. I don't know. I don't know when. You've really lost all sense of time, then? Sokka asked, frowning. Is that why you thought Zuko sounded too old? Do you not know how long it's been? I do, and yet. I don't, Ursa said, softly. I felt each day and night acutely, before. When I first had to leave, I couldn't stop counting the days, every moment away from them. Waiting, pacing, crying, but overall, waiting, because I believed I might return. I hoped, maybe he'd do something. Maybe he'd be able to, but it never happened. And the longer I was away, the less likely it was that I'd ever come home to my family. Then I heard rumors. I heard of Zuko's banishment, of the Agni Kai, and I couldn't believe it. I rejected it, I refused it, and they believed me a lost case for it. They? Sokka asked, raising his eyebrows. Ursa breathed deeply and nodded. They know you. I think. I think you know them, too, she said. Sokka grimaced, lowering his gaze. Then you really were with them? You were with the White Lotus, all along? Sokka asked. Ursa swallowed hard. Not willingly. Not once I understood who they were, she whispered. Sokka's brow drew together. I wanted to leave. I tried to escape, but I couldn't get far. Every time I tried, they'd find me, somehow. Eventually, I stopped trying. Yet you kept running to the swamp, as far as that guy told my sister and the others, Sokka pointed out. Ursa nodded. That happened later. After the comet, at least I know that much, Ursa whispered. Sokka's eyes widened. I don't know what happened, not entirely. Why we wound up there, I really don't, or why they weren't there before, I don't know, but it's where they gather, where they make their plans. It's their base. They took you to their base, Sokka finished. Ursa nodded. After the comet, though? After the Earth Kingdom fell. I know which way it is, Ursa said, glancing at Sokka from the corners of her eyes. Sokka frowned. But I don't know yet, if I want to. If you want to tell me where it is? Sokka asked, blinking blankly. Well, then, don't tell me, but tell Zuko instead. No. I can't. I can't talk to him this way, Ursa admitted, running her hands over her hair again. Sokka frowned heavily. I want to, believe me, I do, but I don't know where to start. I don't know how to tell him I did things he should never forgive me for. He looks at me like he's delighted to have found me at last, when, in my absence, he has become a monster. Sokka finished for her, bitterly. Ursa's fingers tightened in her hair for a moment, then she released it, straightening her back once more. Tears had dripped down her cheeks, but she seemed to maintain her serenity as best she could. You won't believe me, maybe you shouldn't, when I say he wasn't always like this, Ursa whispered. When I say that there was something good inside him, there was kindness he kept muffling out until he snuffed it out of existence, I suppose. Heh. I do believe you, actually, Sokka said, with a dry, sarcastic grin. I also believe, just as well, that he's made every wrong choice he could in order to get rid of anything good he ever had left inside him, and he's done his best to destroy the only person left who ever cared about him, anyway. Whatever goodness he could have been capable of, he chose, for himself, to do the opposite thing, at every damn turn. So, if you think I can have any sympathy for him because of the good man you hoped he could be, well, I'm sorry. You came to the wrong guy. I didn't, Ursa whispered, and Sokka frowned. It's fine if you think so. If anything, it makes sense that you would. Even I had my moments when I dreaded he would never live up to what I hoped he could be. My moments when I feared he'd become exactly like his father. Well, I don't know a lot about Fire Lord Ajalon other than that he was a piece of shit who definitely deserved to die painfully. Sokka said, bitterly. Ursa shuddered upon hearing those words, shooting him a wary glance that Sokka didn't notice. But if he was even half as bad to Oze as Oze was to his own kids, one would think, that Oze would try to do better rather than repeating history all over again. One would, yes. That's what I often thought, as well, Ursa admitted. Sokka glanced at her with unease. She definitely sounded a lot more lucid right now than she had earlier, which led him to return to the question of what she had referred to before, anyway. You said you saw me sitting by a fire, Sokka said, and Ursa blinked back to focus upon his words. I was only near the swamp, well, once, in the past. Earlier this year, actually. If you say it wasn't a vision, maybe you saw me when I was nearby. That's my best guess, anyway. You weren't alone, Ursa whispered, and again, she seemed profoundly shaken by the words she didn't seem all that willing to utter. The tranquility, the lucidity, with which she'd spoken moments ago seemed threatened by the complicated feelings she bore over the next words she meant to say to Sokka. I wasn't ready yet. I didn't want to accept, didn't want to believe time had passed at all. Even when I was told otherwise, I didn't want to, because I've already made enough mistakes. So many of them, so I was selfish and rejected the truth, all for my own sake, my convenience, my peace of mind. I knew it would do me no good, in the end, rejecting the truth, but I didn't want to face it. I didn't. Because you missed out on so much. Sokka ventured a guess, unsure he should feel empathy towards Ursa, even if he couldn't help it. Years would have gone by, and you weren't there to stop Oze from becoming his worst self, or to help your children. I couldn't even make amends, Ursa said, clasping her head between her hands again. For everything wrong I did, everything bad, I made mistakes, so many, and now it's too late to fix them, isn't it? So many years have passed, it's so late that Zuko, he has a family now. He said, a wife, 2 daughters, when I just kept chasing illusions of his child self in the swamp until yesterday. Yeah, well, he has done well for himself, Sokka said, frowning. He's learned to stand up on his own, to help others. He's not the same guy I first met in the Fire Nation. I know this is a lot for you to take, but I'd think you should be proud of them. Ursa tensed up before shaking her head. Sokka's brow drew together, though her next words took him aback. I have no right to even think it. And not when I wasn't there, no matter how badly I wanted to be, I wasn't there, Ursa said, bitterly. And not for Zuko. Not for Azula. Sokka shivered upon hearing Ursa speaking her daughter's name aloud. Only then did he realize she hadn't done it, not once, so far. He glanced at her warily, tears had already spilled down Ursa's cheeks, but again, she showed unexpected, remarkable clarity as she gazed at him. I know what you meant to her. What she meant to you, she whispered, and an unexpected surge of self-awareness shook Sokka. He wasn't sure why he was nervous, but perhaps it was simply a natural, inevitable reaction. No matter how bad their relationship had been, no matter whatever Ursa's choices had been, she was still Azula's mother, and one of Azula's main fears, and just so, one of her certainties, was that her mother would have never accepted him as her husband. Zuko told you, I guess. Sokka asked. He hadn't expected Zuko to do that. If anything, he had anticipated Zuko would try to skip over everything to do with his sister's private life, but maybe explaining Sokka's presence in their group would have proven very difficult if he had done that. Well, he did, but... I already knew, Ursa said, lowering her head. Her fingers reached up for a strand of her hair, toying with it, perhaps even marveling over it being properly smoothed and combed for the first time in who knew how long. I thought so, when I saw you, by that fire. But I didn't want to think it was her, and not then, because she was a grown woman, and not the child you hoped she'd still be. Sokka finished. Ursa let out a humorless laugh, raising her face to the open sky. Isn't it pathetic? She asked. It just proves the swamp right, doesn't it? I didn't deserve to see her. The one time I saw her, I failed her again, like I always did, like I always have. Sokka frowned. Her words were cryptic at times, but right now, he found yet another unwanted parallel between Azula and her mother. Ursa, as well, appeared to believe herself unworthy of the affection of the people in her life. Tell me, did you love her? Ursa asked, glancing at Sokka. He gritted his teeth. I do. To this moment, I do, and I always will, Sokka said, sternly. It doesn't matter how far away she is. I love Angela, just as much as I did when I was by her side, if not more every day. You did, then, Ursa said, and a light smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Impulsively, hopelessly, Sokka blurted out a question that he couldn't repress anymore, that he couldn't hold back despite knowing it might destroy what little progress he'd made with Ursa so far. Did you? He probably shouldn't have done it, but he couldn't regret asking it. The smile faded, and he feared Ursa might just regress all over again, but he had to know. In the end, he had to know, to understand, to really see through to the very depths of the chaotic relationship between mother and daughter until he unraveled, for sure, that Ursa hadn't truly been so blind, so foolish, as to fail to see the brilliance of her extraordinary daughter. She lowered her head, and her eyes seemed sadder yet, even if tears didn't drip down her cheeks at the time. Her breath hitched, then she let it out in a weak sigh, and then she spoke again, at last. I thought I did, she said. Sokka frowned heavily. I know, I did countless things wrong, but in the end, she was my daughter. I really did think I'd have another chance. That one day, I'd connect with her. That we would understand each other eventually. That I just had to give it time, to wait for the right moment. And then I wound up spending, well, I don't know how many years away from her, only to realize the right moment would never come anymore. So. I wronged her. I could never fix it. I hoped to, but I failed, so I was punished for it. Punished? Sokka repeated, eyeing Ursa skeptically. The woman nodded. When I first was near the swamp, when I first dreamed so vividly of Zuko, when we were on our way to the fortress, I didn't know why it had happened, she explained. I didn't understand. I was told why, later, and I reasoned the swamp might help me see them again. Why you have to understand, I went years without seeing their faces, any of their faces other than in my memories, and then that dream, it was the most vivid you'd ever had. So vivid it felt real, Sokka finished. Ursa whimpered and nodded. So, I escaped. To the swamp, over and over again. I found Zuko, mirages of him, during the day. Then, I slept and he came to me in dreams. Then, I saw Oze, too. The way he was, the man he used to be, so confused, so aloof, so arrogant and yet so unsure of himself, and I found him again, in dreams, too. Then, someone would take me away from the swamp, they would come find me and take me back to the fortress. Whenever I missed them, whenever it hurt too badly, I'd escape to the swamp again, but wait, you only mentioned Zuko and Oze. You never saw her? Sokka asked, his guess nearly broke Ursa, who covered her mouth with her hands. Really? You never? She shook her head, running her fingers raw over her scalp. Even though Sokka felt the urge to stop her, he didn't dare do so as Ursa's tears spilled again. For all that time, I wanted to believe. I wanted to believe I could do better, if I was given the chance. That she'd understand, the things I'd said, it was for her own good. She was too smart, too strong, too stubborn, and the world wasn't ready, it still isn't ready, for someone like her. So I wanted her to hold back, for her own good, and she never listened. Of course she didn't, Sokka said, frowning. She wasn't wrong to, either. She just didn't understand why you acted that way, but you did hold her back. But I still cared, damn it, I failed at showing it, but I thought. Ursa whimpered, shaking her head. She had Oze on her side, is what I thought. He loved her. No, he didn't, Sokka snapped, cuttingly. Ursa shuddered. Sorry, but, no. A father who loves his daughter never could have done what he did to her, in the end. You're right, surely, but I misunderstood, misjudged him, Ursa said, shaking her head. I thought he was better than he was. And so, I condemned her without knowing I had. I believed she'd be fine, that Zuko was the one who needed me more urgently, but I was wrong. I was her mother too. I was wrong, and I always felt I was wrong, but I truly understood just to what extent I'd ruined everything after, no matter how many times I did it, I couldn't seem to. Couldn't seem to find her in the swamp. I always asked them. Whenever it was Jose, whenever it was Zuko. Where is Angela? Can you take me to your sister? Are you hiding your daughter from me? And in the end, she was never there. I couldn't find her. I cried, I begged the swamp to show her to me, I pleaded, but nothing worked. Nothing I did. Sokka swallowed hard. It was true that the very first question that Ursa had spoken to Zuko had been about his sister. She had still been out of it, she still had thought he was a swamp mirage, so it was true. Ursa truly had sought Angela in the mists of the swamp, to no avail. I thought, it had to be a punishment, Ursa said, with a shrug. It had to be, because I had been a terrible mother to my daughter. If I had been any better, she would have been there, too. I had been so terrible that she didn't want anything to do with me. I don't want anything to do with her. Sokka's fist clenched over his lap. Some memories could blur out of shape, over time, yet right now, Ursa's voice echoed in his mind until he found Angela's, instead. On Memorial Day, after Jose had wanted Angela to honor Ursa with him. A pang of pain burst inside him, upon reflecting on that day once more. As much as he despised Jose, as much as he resented him and always would, he had no trouble believing that the disappearance of his wife had been a surprisingly painful blow for the wretched Fire Lord. He and Angela had discussed, even, the chance that Jose might have loved Ursa and pushed aside those feelings upon determining they would only weaken him. Yet he had mourned for his wife, upon every Memorial Day, throughout 18 years, he had mourned her loss. Sokka had understood his pain, if only superficially. He had been grateful, at the time, to have been by Angela's side for as long as he had been, with no one to pull them away from each other. Then, the very bastard he had felt compassion for had delivered the same painful fate upon his daughter and Sokka. He gritted his teeth, shaking his head. People were far too complicated, sometimes outright twisted. Ursa seemed agreeable now, capable of self-reflection, regretting the mistakes of her past. Angela, however, might have found any such remorse insufficient. Just no amount of sorrow and grieving Jose might have suffered in the past could ever make Sokka forgive the man's sins. What he'd done to him, to Angela, there was nothing Ursa could reveal today that would diminish Sokka's rage at him. I just kept going back, looking for her, Ursa whispered, and Sokka nodded in acknowledgement. Kept going back, hoping she'd change her mind. Hoping that one day, I'd have repented enough that she might at least let me look at her. It was all I wanted, all I asked, until it finally happened. You saw her. Startled, Sokka glanced at Ursa to find no triumph in her features. For a moment, he thought he had misunderstood, or misheard. Then, Ursa continued. I was asleep, in the fortress, she whispered. The swamp's influence reached me there. It wasn't supposed to, but that day, it did. I don't know why, it just did. And for the first time, the only time, I dreamt of Angela. Sokka's eyes widened as Ursa pulled her knees up, hugging them to her chest. Her scraped knees had been healed by Katara, but there were scars there of previous wounds that hadn't been smoothed by waterbending healing. Ursa trembled as she drew in a breath for the next part of her explanations. She was a child, of course, just like Zuko always was. And she was laughing. She laughed, but she wasn't happy. She was miserable, and broken, and she had killed them. Her father, her brother, their corpses were there, and her hands were stained with their blood. She wept as she laughed, and I knew. I knew it was another punishment. The swamp wanted me to know that it was my responsibility, that she'd ever do something like this. Sokka's eyes were wide, as his lips parted over hearing about this dream. A surging rush of disgust, of fury, of righteous outrage seemed to take over his chest, and he damn near stood up to shout at Ursa, to tell her Angela wouldn't do such a thing, but the shock of her words, of the image she had seen in dreams, had kept him floored where he sat. Isn't it twisted, that I'd dream of this and yet? Ursa whispered, biting her lip and smiling, through tears. That irony didn't elude Sokka. And yet I didn't. Didn't he mourn them, didn't tell her she shouldn't have done that, because I was so relieved to see her at last that having seen her was the only thing that mattered to me anymore. Her newest addition to her story stilled Sokka's fury, to a fault. Weren't Oze and Zuko the ones she cared for the most? Wasn't that why they were the ones the swamp showed to her? And yet she hadn't cared about their deaths if it meant Azula was there. I'm rotten. I'm messed up, and wrong, and I'm a terrible mother, and a terrible wife, she laughed humorlessly, shaking her head. But I just wanted to see her again. That was all I'd asked for years on end, and I finally did. I feared for her, I hurt for her, I hoped it wouldn't be true, but, in the end, all I could think, all that could matter, was that she was there, and that she wouldn't be within reach forever. I begged her not to go, begged her to stay with me, and as everything faded away, I felt a strong pull, a powerful awareness that I didn't understand. It told me to travel north. If I did, I'd find her. And so, I did it. I went north. I crossed that forest, alone, not to the swamp, but to the forest, because she'd be there. Maybe she just wasn't in the swamp, but instead she was up north, and yet. You found her, Sokka said, frowning. That's when you saw us. By that fire, near the forest, not by the swamp. Then, it wasn't the night of the dreams. It wasn't when we, oh, fuck. Oh, hell. Ursa glanced at him as Sokka braced himself back against the ground with a hand, the other by his brow. You connected with her. Just as I did, Sokka whispered, meeting Ursa's eyes. The night you dreamt this? She dreamt of you, too. She. Ursa gasped, an onslaught of emotion crashed through her, and Sokka swallowed hard at the sight of the myriad of feelings that seemed to ravage Ursa. What did she see? Do you know? If you do. I don't know if you really want to hear it, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. Ursa let out another humorless laugh, shaking her head. Do you really think, that anything you could say would make me feel worse? She asked. Because, if so, that's but further reason to do it. I have wronged her in more ways than I knew, haven't I? So, you, her companion, her lover, surely you know how much I hurt my daughter. Please, tell me. Help me understand. Help me. Sokka gritted his teeth, lowering his gaze. Ursa trembled, and he had no doubts her request was genuine. Even so. You do understand, right? That there's very little you can do, at this point in time, to fix any of it. Sokka asked, eyeing Ursa with compassion he truly hadn't expected to feel for her. The woman swallowed hard and nodded. You do know, that there was much you could have done better, differently? Because from the very early stages of our partnership, the first times she spoke of you, she seemed to resent you. A lot. Ursa nodded, hanging her head in defeat. Go on. Please, tell me, Ursa said, her voice far calmer now. Sokka swallowed hard. You did hold her back. She never understood why, Sokka whispered. You, her advisors, Lo and Li, I believe they were called, she sent them away because she thought they wanted to hold her back, too. She wanted to fix everything you three took for granted. She didn't settle for believing the Fire Nation had to remain exactly as it was, she decided to make a place for herself in it, to no longer be a passive figure waiting for everyone else to choose her fate for her. So, she fought. She struggled. And in the end, she rose higher than anyone else ever had. You must have no idea of how many amazing things your daughter was capable of. The truth is, I don't think there's anyone else in this world who could be half as amazing as she is. No one compares to her. It's not only her achievements, damn it, it's everything about her. The Fire Nation people admired her, they were amazed by her, she made so many friends, strong alliances, even with people who had once hated her. Hell, I'm living proof of that. She made me a slave, of all things, and yet I'd kill and die for her, I swear I would. I already have, in more ways than I can explain. So, she seemed indestructible, and yet she was vulnerable, in more ways than I understood. I hurt her myself, you know? I did things that really hurt her, and yet she forgave me. Even then, she had it in her to forgive someone like me. That's how kind, how compassionate, she truly was. But it's also proof of how lonely she was. How afraid she was of being left alone. Ursa dabbed at her eyes but nodded, encouraging Sokka to keep going. He stared at her intently for a moment before turning his gaze away. I wasn't supposed to tell anyone about this. About lots of things, really, but maybe you should know it, even if she wouldn't want you to. Because one of those times Azula fell apart in front of me, it was when she learned you had said your farewells to Zuko and not to her. Ursa let out a soft cry of despair, visible guilt racked her right then and there. Sokka frowned, watching as the woman, head bent, seemed not to know how to respond to his revelation, her hands over her mouth. He took her new silence as a sign that he should continue, and so, he did. She was furious. Zuko was being an asshole that night too, so, well, he and I had a pretty one-sided fight too before I ran after Azula, because she'd stormed out, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. I didn't understand half of what she said, but she believed she was broken. That there was something wrong with her. No, oh, no. That you thought, somehow, that she was a monster, Sokka finished, sternly. Ursa winced, leaning further forward, as her fingers clawed at her head again. I told her that wasn't true. If you'd said it, then you were wrong to do so. I didn't mean to, oh, I was a fool, I never meant to. Ursa whimpered, rocking back and forth as Sokka frowned, closing his eyes. What mother would hate her own child? Sokka recited, and Ursa gasped, tears spilling down her hands. She asked me that question, or it just burst out of her before she even realized what she was saying. It blew me away, I won't lie. I never hated her, oh, Azula. Ursa whimpered, shaking her head. At that point in time, she and I had countless highs and lows behind us already, Sokka said. She was responsible for the worst and many of the best moments in my life until then, and I didn't even know she'd be the protagonist, the instigator, behind the absolute best ones that would come in the future, too. But even then, I couldn't understand it, much as she couldn't. Though, well, she was sure that you were right. And Oze, he just took advantage of the damage and expanded on it, of course. He wanted her to dispose of her emotions because they'd make her weak, and he damn near succeeded at it. Even though she was so heartbroken, so lonely, even then, she listened to him, believed and lived by his every damn word. So I told her she wasn't a monster. I tried to reason with her, to make her see the reality of her actions, choices, to make her see that countless other people would have perceived her behavior from when she was a kid as childish mischief. That you would have said anything else, though. I didn't understand it, and I still don't. I have no excuse, Ursa said, shaking her head. No explanation, no, nothing will suffice. Motherhood it's complicated in a myriad of ways, and I didn't do right by my children in most of them. The pressures, the chaos, the clashes with Oze, I shouldn't have let them overwhelm me, and yet I did. And I took it out on her, without even knowing what I was doing. She seemed so strong since she was born, bending right away. Zuko was so sensitive, so delicate, and I was so stupid as to think that she wouldn't need me as badly as he did. It's no excuse, it's no excuse. I'm glad you know it's not, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. I told Azula many things that night, but I told her I was far more inclined to think you were the monster, rather than her, if you'd truly said something like that to her. You weren't wrong to say that. What kind of mother could ever hurt her daughter that way? Ursa said, shaking her head, with a soft sob. But, you say you told her I was wrong. Did she believe you? To be honest, I'm not sure, Sokka admitted, with a sigh. I hope she did. I really hope she did. But at times she'd just seem to think that it was enough if I thought otherwise. That as long as I believed she was better than that, it'd be good enough for her. She was blind to her own virtues in many ways, but that didn't mean those virtues weren't there. It was just up to others to try and help her see the true greatness she was capable of. You probably have no idea that she saved the Fire Nation, putting her life on the line for her people, because she was the only one with the power to defeat an otherworldly enemy. She was terribly wounded, later, but she seemed not to regret it, so long as everyone else was safe. And yet she had the gall to claim she was selfish, really. A soft laugh left his lips as he shook his head. Tears bloomed in his eyes too as he breathed deeply, knowing he had been derailed again. Ursa, beside him, seemed to have settled down slightly, too. She didn't resent you as badly as you might think she did, Sokka said. Ursa flinched and shook her head. Don't try to dress up the truth, please. I need to hear it as it is. I've hidden from it long enough. Ursa said. Sokka shook his head. I'm not just saying that. Well, the thing is she always put herself down over these things, Sokka said, running a hand over his hair. That's why I don't know if she ever really stopped thinking she was a monster. She had a tendency to expect me, or anyone who cared about her, to change our minds and decide that others were the ones in the right and that she was just a problem. That she was crazy, or mean, or anything bad you can think of, and I guess, over time, I realized why that was the case. I had a chance to tell her as much, on Memorial Day. Do you know that, as no one knows what happened to you, Fire Lord Oze has a shrine erected for you, every year, on Memorial Day? What? Ursa gasped, eyes wide. Sokka nodded. I bet he'll do it this year too, though I don't expect he'll be wanting Azula to pray there with him this time, Sokka said, scowling. Anyway, he did that to her, once. About 2 years ago. Made her pray? At my shrine. He shouldn't have. He had no reason to. I didn't die, he knew I didn't, he had no idea whether you were dead or alive, or at least, that's what he told Azula, Sokka said, with a shrug. It's been many years and he hasn't heard from you, as far as I understand. Even if you saw him when you went to the swamp, he didn't get to see you. And no, of course not, but, oh, curses, Ursa fisted her hair, shaking her head gently. Why would he? Well, there's a lot of reasons why, but we can hypothesize on them later, Sokka sighed. Azula was unsettled, after that. We had a chance to talk alone afterwards, and she seemed to be close to another breakdown, but we averted it, in the end. Yet, I realized maybe her frequent dismissal of her own perceptions and fears came from more than just self-doubt. Maybe her feelings over you were more complicated than she had thought they were. Maybe she felt more than just resentment and bitterness. She felt more. Ursa asked, eyes wide. But it doesn't mean she didn't feel those things as well, Sokka said, with a shrug. But the thing is, I told her that maybe she should think on how she really felt about you. That maybe her doubts and insecurities came from how upset she was over how broken your relationship was. I told her she should find a way to just find peace with it all, somehow. That, no matter if she wanted you back home or away from her forever, I'd support her, whatever she decided. I don't really know for sure, because I had my own lanterns to cast, but she might have cast a lantern with your name, later that day. Ursa's lips parted, as though she wanted to say something, but no words seemed to come to her. Sokka gazed at her with uncertainty, as new tears sprung from her eyes. She didn't talk lots about you anyway, afterwards, but she wasn't so insecure whenever she did, Sokka continued. I don't really know if she made her peace with your memory fully, but I believe that she did her best to do so. That's why she was so shaken that night, when the swamp made her dream of you, too. Why you said so, you did, but... Ursa gasped, looking at Sokka hopelessly. Sokka swallowed hard, lowering his head. She was shaken? Why was she? Like I said before. I'm pretty sure the whole reason why you could dream about her, for once, when you weren't even inside the swamp itself, is because she was near the swamp too. So close that the swamp bridged the two of you together. Maybe you wanted to see Angela so badly that it finally decided to grant you your wish. Ursa sat, paralyzed, as though she'd seen a ghost. Sokka bit his lip, glancing at her uneasily. If you really want to know what she dreamt of, please, tell me, Ursa said, softly. Please. Well, it's a bit disturbing, and surreal, to be the one saying this, Sokka said, with a sarcastic scoff. But you, somehow, had returned to the palace. It was as though you'd been there all along, and you disapproved of her every choice, apparently. To the point where you even called for my execution, after learning of our relationship. Ursa's fingers trembled as she brought them to her mouth again. It almost seemed as though she truly thought herself guilty of her dream self's actions, despite having been utterly unaware of them until now. She woke up terrified. I didn't wake up any better, myself. Had a dream that ended up being, well, a prediction of that very occasion I just told you about, when she nearly died saving the Fire Nation, Sokka said, gritting his teeth. But anyway, as mortified as she was about what she'd seen in her dreams, she was confused about it, too. She didn't understand why she'd dream of you that way, when she had been trying to make her peace with you. I think her exact words were that she hadn't thought of you in that light for a long time. So, well, take that for what it's worth. You hurt her, there's no denying that, but I'm living proof that Angela has a much more forgiving heart than anyone else in your family, I suspect. Surely. Definitely. Ursa said, shaking her head as she let her fingers travel up to her hair again. Then that was why the swamp took pity on me for once. I caused her to have such an unsettling dream, too. Now, though, I don't think you should blame yourself, objectively, for that, Sokka said, eyeing her compassionately. The swamp does, well, whatever it wants to, clearly. There's no rhythm, no logic to its weirdness. So don't assume it means anything particularly awful about you, I'd say, because, I can tell you for sure that Angela wouldn't kill her brother or her father. She even saved Zuko. No idea if he told you about it, but she saved him, and the Water Tribe, in her own way. There's no way that crazy dream you had about her would have any relation with reality. And I wouldn't have done that to you, either, Ursa said, startling Sokka. Though I don't know if my old self would have, it's true. I have changed in countless ways since the last Angela saw of me, but I don't need to ask 1,000 questions, or know your whole life's story, to know you're a good man. A good man who loved my daughter when the rest of us failed her. I don't think anything I say now could ever truly thank you for that. Thank me. Sokka repeated, raising his eyebrows. Ursa swallowed hard and nodded. I may never have the chance to do right by her. Even if the opportunity arose, even if I tried, even if she let me, it wouldn't erase the harm I did. It wouldn't change that she has lived with my thoughtless words and choices for all her life. It wouldn't change the impact I had, the harm I did. What kind of mother would say such words about her own child? Why, most certainly a terrible one. And I would gladly do better, do it all over again, and without failing my children this time, without failing my husband, either. But I can't. I can wish for it 1,000 times, it won't happen, not in the swamp, not in reality. I've let myself chase fantasies for as long as I have because it's more comfortable. Because it's easier than facing all the wrong I did. But you're ready to face it now. Sokka ventured a guess. Ursa sniffed and shrugged. I don't know. Perhaps. But I might never be truly ready, she said, shaking her head. I thank you, though, because you saw through her, and you worked hard to help her see her true worth. Nobody asked this of you, you did it simply because you valued her. Because she was important to you. Because you cared for her. For my daughter. I still do. I always will, Sokka said, firmly. Ursa nodded. I was, indeed, a fool, for all those years. I wanted to protect Angela from the disappointments she'd face in life, from the sorrows she'd be sure to find when the world shut its doors in front of her, for striving for things that weren't hers to seek, according to our traditions, our culture. But the more she questioned me, the more she defied me, the more I wondered, too, why those traditions I defended mattered quite so much. I didn't protect her, in the end. I protected a world that I knew would stop at nothing to take her down. Had I looked after my daughter, had I ensured they didn't snuff out her light, who knows if either of us would be here, now. Well, I hadn't really thought about that. But, well, hopefully you're trying to say that we'd be in the Fire Nation, now newly free from tyranny and ready to build proper relations with every other nation, no more conquering and warmongering. Sokka said, with a sigh. Ursa nodded weakly. Had I been there still? I want to think I would have never done what her dream expected me to, Ursa whispered. I could be wrong. I could be thinking too highly of myself, for I was a blind, mindless fool in the past, you already know that much. But, you did right by her. Did she laugh with you? Did she smile, did she simply enjoy life as it was, because she could live it with you? Sokka's throat tightened as he nodded, as more powerful memories rushed his mind. Foremost among each of them, Angela's smile, bright and beautiful, her blissful laughter, the way her golden eyes seemed to glow when they met his own. She said once that she'd laughed more in the years with me than in all her life before knowing me, so I guess so, Sokka said, nodding. Good. Good, Ursa said, with a tender smile. I shouldn't have failed her, I will always regret it, but you didn't. You loved her. Lots of people did, besides me, Sokka said, softly. Ursa's eyes glistened upon hearing that. She has friends, so many of them, people are drawn to her, wherever she goes, whatever she does, they're fascinated by her. Countless people admire her, deeply, and she inspires loyalty in ways you can't even imagine. She's incredible, really. If you'd seen her, well, I'd hope you'd have been proud of her, even if you think it's not your place, not your right, to be proud of her at all. It isn't. Not when I caused her that much strife and grief, Ursa said, shaking her head. But I suppose I could be shameless enough to be proud, nonetheless. She has grown into a splendid woman. She sat with you, by that fire. You seemed, well, like good friends, to the untrained eye. Oh? Yours is trained to identify clandestine love affairs? Sokka asked, amused. Ursa laughed softly. To identify the secret, silent affection a royal may feel for their significant other, yes, she said. Sokka raised his eyebrows, surprised by that answer. Oze and I, it must sicken you to hear it, but we were happy together, once. He wasn't always. I said I believed you. Don't worry about it, Sokka said, with a sigh. Besides, it's not like I have much right to complain. I tried to persuade Angela, a few times, that maybe she should rebel against her father. That there might be no other way to set this world on a better path. But even if she didn't reject the idea, I knew she couldn't bring herself to do it. I don't know, damn, if you truly loved that bastard, but even if I wish it she hadn't, I think Angela truly did love him. Maybe she doesn't anymore, after everything, but she did care for him, no matter if she had grown to understand the gravity of his mistakes, of everything wrong in the Fire Nation. There was much that needed to change. Much I didn't understand, back in the day. Ursa said, lowering her head. It's easy to take for granted that the world works as it does when you're born into a certain, well, culture. I've understood more after seeing the effects of the war over the rest of the world. After seeing the harm it has done to hundreds, thousands, millions of innocents. You've seen it, then? Sokka asked. Ursa nodded. Not all of it, not personally, in every case. But, they've made me see it, Ursa said, gritting her teeth. I didn't want to. I really didn't. It's so much easier to close your eyes and pretend none of it is happening, that none of it is real. To drown out the sounds of slaughter, the cries for help, by locking yourself away and pretending you can hide in the past when the future is already knocking at the door, aiming to tear it down if it's not opened otherwise, and then you're left to live with your willful blindness, knowing your actions, your awareness, your choices, could have stopped an injustice and they didn't. I haven't been, at all, the mother Angela deserves. It's quite likely that I can't ever become the mother she should have always had. But, if I may, can I call you by your name? Yeah, if you already know it. I've heard it before, yes. Sokka, Ursa nodded, biting her lip as she gazed at him. Zuko says, that Oze ruined your lives, tried to have you executed, because of your love for Angela. That she saved you, by taking you to the Southern Water Tribe, your hometown, where Zuko had been hiding for years. She saved your life, but now you're hoping to save hers, aren't you? Is this the true reason behind your journey? The reason why you've come here? Sokka nodded, without a shred of a doubt. Ursa's breath hitched at that. Then. I have a few questions still, she said. Sokka gritted his teeth but nodded again. Fire away, he said. Do you have any affection for the Fire Nation at all? You lived there, for years, but you could resent it all the same, as many people do. Some resent their very homelands, but it isn't that, for you, Ursa said. Much harm, much chaos, has been caused by my country, by its rulers. But, the nation itself, it isn't. It isn't rotten beyond repair. The leadership is what needs fixing most direly, so everything else that needs to improve and change can follow, Sokka said, nodding. Ursa appeared relieved to hear him saying so. I have many friends in the Fire Nation, if I'm still allowed to think of them as such, these days. I have met countless valuable people there. I've enjoyed their better customs. I've mourned with them, laughed with them, I lived for years among them and I realized that some of the beliefs I was taught in the Water Tribe, that every Fire Nation person is inherently evil, that every firebender is morally corrupt, were just as wrong as the ideology that guided Fire Nation people to believe themselves superior to others. Life is not as simple as either of our nations have led us to believe it is. So, if you think I'm on some vengeful quest, that's not it. I want to save Angela, above anything else. I want to ensure she's safe, and to keep anyone from ever harming her again. That's who I am, damn it. That's why I'm her gladiator. But I don't believe the Fire Nation, as a whole, is to blame for the pain that has befallen her, though I admit, I do believe she's too good for them, no matter if they're not all bad. I'd feel the same about any other nation, frankly, had she been born to them. I don't think any society or culture in this world is worthy of someone as incredible as your daughter. High praise, and no doubt, well deserved, Ursa said, with a fond smile. Sokka's heart ached. If only Angela could hear Ursa now, would she believe her words? Would she ever accept them, or would it all seem phony to her? Then, this isn't, for you, a matter of vengeance. At least, not upon the whole nation. But, is it, when it comes to Oze? When it comes to my husband? Sokka frowned, his certainties fading when Ursa faced him with unbridled emotion. That was a complicated question to answer. You say that saving Angela is what matters most to you. I take it, saving the world, that matters too. Ursa said, softly. You wish to do right by all nations, to bring back balance, perhaps. Yeah. That's also part of it, Sokka admitted. Ursa gritted her teeth. It sounds noble, she whispered. But noble words can masquerade cruel intentions. Does vengeance drive you at all? Do you wish to punish those who tore you from my daughter's side? Those who destroyed the life you'd been leading with her, so far? Sokka frowned heavily, aware of the answer Ursa was fishing for. It was clear enough, her purposes were easy to understand. He clenched his fists before breathing deeply. I won't pretend I don't want revenge, Sokka whispered. I won't act like I'm better than that, somehow. I'm not. I'm only human, and the woman I love with everything I've got has been tormented for the so-called crime of having dared love me in return. My fury over what your daughter has faced, you can't even begin to imagine it. I want to save her, so if the only way to prevent her from ever being hurt in this way again is to kill those responsible for hurting her, I won't hesitate to do it. If, you say? You'll do it if it is what needs to be done. Ursa repeated, reluctant. Sokka frowned. If there were another way, if you didn't need to hurt anyone at all, not even those you have a grudge on, would you choose that route rather than further carnage? If there were a way to end this, without bloodshed, would you do so? I would, but there isn't one. Not anymore, Sokka said, frowning heavily. Ursa sighed and nodded. I know, she said. But I still wish to know if, given the choice. Hell, given the choice, I guess I wouldn't do it unless it were necessary, sure, Sokka said, with a shrug. So far, I'm assuming it will be. Do you have any reason to believe otherwise? No, but I wouldn't be able to trust a man whose mind is set on carnage, above all else, Ursa said, with a gentle smile. Yours is not. You value Azula, her safety, her happiness, you value life rather than death. It's good. It's what I needed to hear. You truly are a good man. Well, great. Thanks. Sokka said, raising his eyebrows, unsure of what Ursa seemed to have been testing him for. Why did you need to know this, though? To make sure I'm worthy of your daughter. Well, I'd say it certainly seems that you are, but it's not up to me to choose for her. She chose well all by herself, clearly, Ursa said, with a friendly smile that waned quickly. But, once Zuko explained that you were on a journey to seek the White Lotus, to find their support in order to end this war, I feared many things, Sokka. They are not like you. At least, most of them aren't. Guess you'd know for sure, Sokka sighed, shaking his head. Are you going to dissuade me from going to them, by any chance? Not that I'd blame you, but I don't have another choice. You don't. But you don't have to go to battle alongside men driven mad with grief and lust for revenge, Ursa whispered, earnestly. Sokka frowned again. If you were like them, though, if that were all that drove you, I wouldn't dare bring you to them. Yet, you fight because you have hope, not because you've lost it. You fight for justice, not for vengeance. You've come all this way and found me, and with every right to despise me, you've given me a chance to speak, you've even eased my heart with your words, with the knowledge that my daughter found a perfect match in you. You're an honorable man, Sokka. An honorable man can be trusted to make the right choices, no matter how hard they may be. And what's this right choice you hope I'll make? Sokka asked. The choice to join forces with the White Lotus. Ursa said, and Sokka's eyes widened. But not as their puppet. Not as a weak ally who will be trampled over by them. You may not be able to change all of them, but enough might listen if you earn their respect. And if you don't charge forth with vengeance, but with justice, you will set this world on the right path, once more. Right, well, that's the hope, but I'd need to find them in the first place, and... Sokka said, with a shrug, before the implications of Ursa's words dawned on him. Wait, now, we're discussing the quality in which I'll join forces with them? Are you trying to say that? Ursa breathed deeply, speaking with serene honesty when she answered Sokka's unfinished question. I shall guide you, my son and your friends to the White Lotus's fortress. Check the description for the links to the author.